The Heresy Within, The Ties That Bind. Book 1. First Earth Saga. Written by Rob J. Hayes. Narrated by Jaret Ross. Part 1. Friends and Enemies. Chapter 1. The Arbiter.
Burn them all!
Thanquil tried to suppress the sigh that snuck up on him. He failed.
Something to say, Arbiter Darkheart?
No, Arbiter Prynne, Thanquil said with a smile. The lanky Arbiter Prynne glared back at him with hollow eyes. He was a dangerous man to be on the wrong side of, and Thanquil had no intentions of making yet another enemy within the Inquisition. Only, I'm not sure it's really necessary to burn them. The words spilled from Thanquil's mouth before he had a chance to stop them. Prynne's face contorted with rage, a nasty snarl forming on his thin lips, and beads of sweat standing out on his forehead. He took a couple of steps forward, and Thanquil found himself far too close to Prynne for comfort. The man was even uglier up close.
Are you in charge here, Arbiter Darkheart?
Hot, sour breath blasted Thanquil in the face with each word, and wide, angry eyes bored into his own. No, Arbiter Prynne, Thanquil replied, looking down, looking to the side, looking anywhere but at the aging Arbiter now invading his personal space.
Why are you here?
Prynne's voice was deep. Too deep for such a skinny man. Just passing through on my way to Soth. Thanquil's own voice sounded shaky next to Prynne's. Thought I'd help out, seeing as how...
Do I look like I need help, Arbiter Darkheart?
Hot, sour breath again, with a strange hint of vanilla. Thanquil looked at the gathered crowd. Scared faces glanced back and then dropped their eyes to the ground. Thanquil looked at the gathered crowd. Scared faces glanced back and then dropped their eyes to the ground, not wanting to catch an arbiter's attention. Soldiers, some with swords, others with pikes, but all wearing the blue-black of Sarth on their uniforms. Then there was the family tied to stakes in the center of the town square. A mother and father, both plain-looking. The mother cried. The father looked both angry and scared, but no tears there. A daughter, just reaching her womanhood, was shrieking apologies for something or other, and crying out a name over and over. Could have been Arcus? But Thanquil couldn't tell and didn't care. The fourth member of the family was a small lad, no more than 5 years old. The boy looked more confused than scared. Prynne followed Thanquil's gaze and snorted.
What's the matter, Darkheart? Brings back memories?
Thanquil put on his very best menacing face and stared a hole through the man in front of him. Yes, Arbiter Prynne, you do look like you need help, but not any of the sort I can give. He tapped his head with a single finger to drive the insult home. It was a petty and foolish thing to say, Thanquil knew, but it felt damned good saying it. Arbiter Prynne snorted again, then turned around and stalked toward the bound family. Thanquil felt like sighing with relief, but he held it in this time. No use arguing any further, despite the fact that burning the family alive was more than extreme. A simple beheading would have served the purpose just as well and wouldn't have involved the stench of burning flesh, which, Thanquil knew firsthand, was damned hard to wash out of clothing. Thanquil dug his hands into the pockets of his dirty brown coat and resigned himself to watching a burning. He wasn't going to give Prynne the satisfaction of seeing him leave before it was done. There was something in his right pocket, something metal, smaller than a coin, but thicker, with stub coming out of the flat side. Thanquil had no idea where it had come from, no idea who he'd stolen it from, or when, or even where. He had a habit of finding small objects in his pockets. This one seemed to have some sort of engraving on it. He ran a calloused finger across it and recognized the design. A sword in the middle with a sun above it, and a single ray of light shining down. It was a button from an arbiter's coat. Thanquil looked down at his own brown coat with all of its buckles, buttons, and pockets. All 8 buttons were still attached. He looked over toward Arbiter Prynne, the exact same coat, though muddied and a little longer. 2 buttons missing. Thanquil grinned. He wasn't about to give the button back. Small victories, Inquisitor Heron had once told him, can defeat even the largest of men, and Arbiter Prynne wasn't that large. Thanquil removed his hands from his pockets and then ran them through his mess of greasy hair. It was getting long again, almost down past his ears and starting to curl. Then he rubbed at the stubble on his chin, which was beginning to verge on being a beard. He'd need to shave soon. Then he started cracking his knuckles one by one. If Prynne was going to burn them, the least he could do was get on with it.
Bloody witch hunters!
Someone screamed from the crowd. Prynne's head snapped around, looking for the source of the voice, his hollow eyes bulging from dark sockets, his lips curling into a horrific sneer. Damn, Thanquil sighed out, then held up a placating hand toward Prynne. You just get on with your burning. I'll deal with the disgruntled masses. Arbiter Prynne turned away, and Thanquil walked towards the crowd. The soldiers with their pikes and dirty uniforms stood aside to let him pass. Which one of you was it? Thanquil asked to the crowd.
Me,
said an older man. Gray hair dropped in clumps around his weather-beaten face. He looked surprised that he'd owned up to it. There were tears in his eyes. You know them? Thanquil asked again. He didn't like asking questions.
That's my boy and his family. They done nothing wrong.
Yes, they have, Thanquil stated in a firm voice. They wouldn't be up there if they were innocent. Heresy comes in all shapes and sizes. They've been questioned, and they've been found guilty, and they will suffer the consequences for their evil.
You're all the same, you witch hunters. You don't care.
Thanquil's hand shot out and grabbed the man by his tunic, pulling him closer. Thanquil was far from being tall, but he seemed to tower over the man. Be careful what you say, old man. We are not all the same. Arbiter Prynne over there would have you whipped for calling him a witch hunter. Be thankful I am more forgiving. He finished by giving the old man a hard shove, sending him crashing to the earth in a heap and with a yelp of pain. It wasn't something Thanquil enjoyed, but he couldn't allow someone talking back to an arbiter. If he let one off without even a warning, soon they'd all be talking back.
We are arbiters,
Thanquil hissed at the crowd.
Trained and sanctioned by the Inquisition.
He let his gaze sweep over all those close by, and each one averted their eyes. Then, disgusted with himself, he turned and stalked toward Arbiter Prynne.
You let him off lightly, Arbiter Darkheart,
Prynne said in his deep voice. The young boy, still tied to the stake, was watching Thanquil through unnerving, calm eyes. There was no fear there, no anger. Then the boy smiled, only a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, and Thanquil saw the same thing Prynne did, the same thing that had condemned the entire family. Darkness. Get on with it, Prynne, Thanquil growled, unable to take his eyes from the evil he saw in the boy. It was a terrifying thing to behold in one so young. Arbiter Prynne took a deep breath.
Now I cleanse these unholy bodies!
His voice rang out with unnatural volume.
By fire! Be purged!
The Arbiter's torch burst into flame, an act that would have even the most dramatic of bards gasping in awe. and he lowered it first toward the father's pyre, then the mother's, then the daughter's, and finally the boy's. Each one took only a moment to catch light, and the flames started eating at the wood, growing higher and brighter and hotter with each second as the fire rushed to consume all it could. It didn't take long for the screaming to start. Thankwell took a few steps back and watched with a grim mask of determination. Prynne joined him. "Still think a beheading would have sufficed," Thankwell said, his voice no more than a whisper.
"Not for the boy."
Thankwell watched for a while in silence. After what seemed like an age, the screaming stopped, but the flames continued to grow hotter and hotter, consuming the pyres, wood, bodies, and all. You might be right about that. He'd never seen a tavern so empty. Even the rats seemed to be avoiding the place. Thankwell picked a dark corner of the room to avoid attention, and Prynne joined him. For 2 hours they sat there in silence, and Thankwell couldn't say he was enjoying the company. Patrons entered the tavern, and those same patrons left immediately after seeing the two arbiters sitting in the corner, like shades of death waiting for victims. The tavern owner looked upset. In a usual evening, the man would have been busy, but tonight he was serving just 2 grim visitors, and Prynne had been nursing the same ale for 2 hours now. At least Thankwell had the good grace to be on his 4th.
"Heading to South, are you?"
Prynne asked. The question was so unexpected, Thankwell had to check to make sure he hadn't dreamt it. Prynne was looking at him, his face gaunt and pale, his mud-brown coat stained and missing 2 buttons. Thankwell rooted around in his pocket and fingered the arbiter's button, considered giving it back, decided against it. "Aye," he replied. He tried to think of something else to say, but came up blank, so took another gulp of his ale to cover the silence.
"How long has it been since you were last in the capital?"
3 years. Part of Thankwell wished Prynne would stop talking. That same part of him wished Prynne would just piss off. Give or take.
"Hasn't changed much."
Apart from the God Emperor being in charge of everything.
"You weren't there for his inauguration?"
Prynne asked. Seemed he was the type of arbiter who liked to ask questions, as if his compulsion would somehow work on Thankwell. "No, I wasn't."
"But weren't you?"
"Yeah, that was me." Arbiter Prynne seemed to run out of questions. Thankwell sent a prayer of thanks to God, and then realized the irony and almost laughed.
"Still a week's travel to South,"
Prynne continued, his deep voice loud amongst the deafening silence of the tavern.
"Need some company on the road?"
"Not particularly."
"It's not me."
"Shame," Thankwell said with a roll of his eyes. "I was just starting to enjoy your company." He bit his tongue to stop from saying anything more, and then met the open hostility in Arbiter Prynne's eyes. "Sorry, Arbiter. So, not you."
"A girl. Found her a month back in a village on the border. She has potential."
Thankwell played with the button in his pocket. "She's been with you for a month. I'm surprised she hasn't set herself on fire." Again that look of hostility from Prynne. Thankwell decided to give up on apologizing.
"She's still a child,"
Prynne said, his voice little more than a hiss.
"Not even in her 10th year. I would think you, of all people, would understand, Arbiter Darkart."
Thankwell took the button from his pocket and made sure Arbiter Prynne saw it. Then he flicked it into the air, caught it, and pocketed it again. "Fine. I'll do this favor for you, Prynne. I'll be leaving at dawn tomorrow. Make sure she's ready to travel." Arbiter Prynne nodded once, and then, with an ugly smile, stood from the table and walked towards the exit. Thankwell couldn't help but notice the man did not pay for his ale. Dawn found Thankwell waiting outside the tavern, standing with his little chestnut mare, staring at him with dull eyes, wondering why it had been taken out of the stables, only to stand around waiting. Its bags were packed, and yet here it waited, and Thankwell was in the same boat. He could have just left and let Arbiter Prynne deliver the girl to the Inquisition on his own. But, if he took the girl, the Arbiter would owe him a favor, and he could use a few of those. Prynne arrived with the girl in tow. She looked young, skin still smooth and eyes still bright, a short crop of messy blonde curls hanging down from her head. She hurried along behind Arbiter Prynne, glancing up every few steps, but, for the most part, keeping her gaze locked on the earth beneath her feet.
"Sorry we're late,"
Arbiter Prynne droned in his deep voice. He had managed to find 2 new buttons from somewhere and had sewn them onto his coat.
"This is Arbiter Darkheart,"
he said to the girl.
"Introduce yourself."
"Good day, sir," the girl said, her voice quiet and soft. "My name is—" "I really don't care." Thankwell interrupted her, then turned to Arbiter Prynne. "She'll be walking."
"Aye, she'll do fine."
Thankwell looked at the girl. She didn't seem to own anything, just the rags that passed for clothing on her back, a sturdy-looking pair of boots, and the interesting glint of a silver chain around her neck. A necklace of some sort. A keepsake, maybe.
"You owe me, Prynne,"
Thankwell said. All he received in return was a horrific smile. With that, he turned and walked away, the girl hurrying to keep up behind him. Chapter 2. The Black Thorn. Bertram leaned against the stone wall, eyeing the tavern. Wasn't much of a building, little more than 2 floors, one with a bar and kitchen, the other with a few rooms and a few beds, all encased in rotting wood, with a couple of shuttered windows for air. Still, he'd seen worse. Seen much worse, up close and personal. He'd been drunk in worse, he'd been hired in worse, and he'd been stabbed in worse. All part of the job. He leaned and he waited, sometimes getting stiff and shifting his weight, then leaning some more. The other 2 boys with him didn't seem to like leaning. Green walked around the alley all nervous-like, glancing up and down the street, as likely to give away their hiding spot as be the first to spot the target. That there was the reason they called him Green. He was new to the game, and the new ones rarely lasted long. No point in naming him for real. Bones was sat on the floor, legs crossed, cleaning his bones with yellow spit and brown rag. Bertram had to admit it was a real impressive collection of bones. Not quite worth killing him over, though. Not yet, at least.
"Oi,"
Bertram hissed at Green.
"Get away from the fucking street."
Green glanced around with a sneer and sauntered toward Bertram. He had a real nasty look about his face, did Green. The kind of look that suggested he really enjoyed hurting folk. Really enjoyed killing folk. Bertram, however, would put money on Green never having killed anyone. He would, except that Bertram didn't have any money.
"Who are you to tell me where I should be? You ain't in charge."
Green snarled as he swaggered forwards. Bertram said nothing, his hand inching towards the dagger hidden in one of the many pockets of his coat. Boys like Green never lasted long in this game. Bones sprang to his feet in between Bertram and Green, towering over them both. He shook his head.
"None of us is in charge, but that don't make him any less right, Green. You hang back here with us. Swift'll be here when it's time to move."
Green stopped moving, but kept staring at Bertram. He snorted, then hawked up a mouthful of phlegm and spat it on the ground. It landed 3 inches from Bertram's boot. Bones winced. The boy was lucky he missed. Bertram had only just got those boots. Took them off a drunken sailor. Damned good leather, too. The soldier hadn't even put up a fight, he was so drunk. Bertram had only hit the sod once. Bones put a big arm around Green's shoulder, one massive paw dangling at the end, and turned him, steering him away a little. Green sneered over his shoulder at Bertram.
Look, lad,
Bones said to Green.
you're new to this game, and new to this crew, so I'm going to impart a bit of my friendly knowledge, eh? Experience, you might call it.
What? Bones sighed.
Don't piss off the Blackthorn.
Green glanced over his shoulder again. His sneer was gone, now replaced by what looked to be worry or fear. Bertram could never be arsed figuring out the difference between the two.
He isn't,
Green said to Bones.
He is,
Bones said to Green.
Shit.
Yep. Bones sat back down and looked around for his discarded spit-covered rag.
So, whilst he ain't in charge, that's true, don't piss him off.
Some men might have grinned, showing Green an almost full set of not quite pearly whites. Some men might have threatened, making sure to put the little shit in his place. Bertram Thorne was not those men. He was more than happy to go back to watching the tavern and leaning on his strip of wall. It was the salt air, Bertram reckoned, put him in a somewhat thoughtful mood, reminded him of home. Not that salt air was pleasant. It stung the eyes, turned the throat raw, made skin all salty. Not that home was a welcome memory either, nothing there but ghosts. Bertram decided then that he did not like port towns. Not that Coral could really be called a town. It was little more than a large collection of decaying wooden shacks and a few better-faring stone shacks, all clustered around a large harbor, like flies cluster around a fresh shit. Despite that, Coral had the stones to call itself one of the free cities. All that meant was that it didn't belong to any one kingdom or another. In Bertram's mind, that meant somewhere between little and fuck all, considering Coral was perched on the southern edge of the untamed wilds, and no kingdom wanted shit to do with the wilds anyway. Still, it was as good a place as any to get drunk, to get hired, or to get stabbed. Green leaned against the wall, not a foot away from Bertram, and eyed him, nodding to himself as he did.
You really him? The Blackthorn?
Aye, Bertram responded, one hand still hovering over his hidden pocket, the other over the shaft of his axe. He didn't reckon Green would try anything, but he wouldn't be the first prick to try to make a name for himself by killing the Blackthorn. If Bertram had been just a little more cautious last time, he might still have all 9 of his fingers, and a couple more of his teeth, and a less bent nose.
Did you really do it?
Green asked.
Do what?
Bertram growled back.
Did you really kill all 5 of them? 6.
What?
I killed 6. Everybody always forgets about the first one.
Shit. Green's sneer had been replaced by something else now, something that looked a lot like awe. Bertram reckoned he preferred the sneer.
Is that how you got the burn?
Bertram ran a 3-fingered hand over the left side of his face. Smooth skin where it should have been rough, puckered where it should have been stubble, pitted where it should have been smooth, and tugging where it should have been slack. Not an overly large burn, but large enough considering it wasn't an overly large face.
Yeah, got this from the 4th one.
Wow.
I told you not to piss him off. Didn't say you had to lick his ass.
Bones laughed from the floor. Swift rounded the corner at breakneck speed and slowed to a halt. Bastard wasn't even breathing hard. He grinned from ear to ear, showing a full set of white teeth. Bastard had some good-looking teeth.
You boys ready? About fucking time, Swift.
Bones said, rolling onto his feet.
I'm freezing my stones off out here. You ain't got no stones. Couple of shriveled pebbles, maybe.
Swift shot back at the giant, still grinning.
Oh, bloody show you've got stones.
Bones started reaching for his belt buckle, so Bertram shoved himself off the wall and glanced out of the alleyway.
Everything in place?
He asked Swift. Aye. Guards is paid off. They won't be coming round here tonight. Boss and Henry are inside waiting for us.
Oh, very fucking nice for them,
Bones whined in a deep voice.
We sit out here in the cold while they get to have a nice drink. They can afford a drink,
Swift muttered.
Good point,
Bones said and nudged Bertram in the ribs.
They here yet?
No.
Should be here real soon. I weren't too far ahead of them,
Swift said from behind, having taken to leaning on Bertram's spot of the wall. Something about that pissed the black thorn off, but he kept silent.
How do you want to do this?
Bones asked.
Flip a coin,
Bertram suggested.
You got a coin?
Bertram grunted and turned to Green.
Give me a coin, lad. What for? Just fucking hand me a coin.
Green grumbled and shoved his hand into a pocket, pulling out a bronze bit. He stared at it for a moment, and then slapped it into Bertram's waiting 5-fingered hand.
Heads or tails?
Bertram asked. Bones squinted at the black thorn.
Tails?
The coin flicked into the air, spinning and glinting in the dim lantern light, before slapping back down into Bertram's waiting hand. Bones peered over.
Ah, shit. Always bet heads.
Bertram sneered and pocketed the coin.
Hey, wait a sec. Shut the fuck up, Green,
Bones snarled.
Target's here.
8 men were walking down the street. 6 of them were big lads. Looked like they knew how to handle themselves, and how to handle others if it came down to it. One was smaller, well-dressed and walking at the head of the procession. The last of them was cloaked and hooded, all in black, shuffling along in the center of the group, protected. None of them looked too worried about an ambush. A calm, unhurried stroll to a tavern is all it was. Except that the hooded one had a price on his head. A price large enough for the boss to risk long odds in getting it. They entered the tavern with no rush and were gone from sight.
Right then,
Bones said, rubbing his hands together.
5 minutes.
Give or take, Bertram agreed.
Good. Green, you stand outside, watch the door, and kill anyone who tries to leave who ain't us. Swift.
Yeah, I'll take the window. Swift strolled off toward the tavern, taking his bow from his shoulder and fingering his quiver of arrows like it were a favored woman. Something about the sight disgusted Bertram.
Why do I gotta stand outside?
Green complained.
'Cause me and Blackthorn know what we're doing. First time here with us, you get the shit job.
Green grumbled but didn't argue any further. Everyone knew their job. There was nothing left to do but wait.
You son of a whore! You call that a punch?
Bones always did have a flair for the dramatic. Bertram's performances had always lacked a certain passion in comparison, something to do with not liking being hit, he reckoned. Bones burst backwards through the door to the tavern, stumbled a few steps and caught his feet on each other and tripped, flipping a table over as he fell. The 2 occupants of the table sprang up from their chairs, faces somewhere between scared and confused, and backed away from the giant sprawling mess, now groaning on the floor. Bertram followed through the door a moment later, growling low in his throat as he stalked towards Bones. All eyes in the tavern turned to him. As good a distraction as he'd ever made.
By Pelsing's golden tits, it's the Blackthorn!
Shouted one of the 8, the little well-dressed one.
He's here for us! Kill him!
Not the best of outcomes. but a good distraction all the same. 2 of the 8 were dead before they'd gained their feet, one with the boss's axe splitting his skull from crown to jaw, the other with Henry's daggers in his neck. The crazy bitch grinned as she drew them out, cutting the man's neck open from the inside, spraying bright red gore all over the table. Bertram roared, axe in hand, and charged at one of the 8. There was a dull thud, and the man looked confused, reaching up to find an arrow in his neck and stumbled a step. Bertram's axe bit deep into his face, dropping the corpse and spattering himself with blood. He turned just in time to catch the wrist of a man, swinging a heavy-looking sword at him. A punch to the face sent Bertram reeling with bright lights in his eyes, and the taste of blood in his mouth, and he found himself being pushed backwards by a bigger man than him. He caught the man's other wrist just as he hit the wall hard. Bertram spat into the face of the big man, then sent a thick, metal-plated knee into his crotch and butted his scarred forehead into the man's face. Once, twice, 3 times. The big man stumbled backwards, clutching at the bloody, ruined mess of his nose, and then froze. He gurgled, bloody froth issuing from his face, and then dropped to the floor in a messy heap. Bertram saw Henry standing there, cruel smile on her scarred lips, and dark red blood dripping from her twin daggers. "Crazy bitch," Bertram said as he started forwards, giving Henry a shove with his shoulder as he passed her. She stumbled a step, then grinned up at him. Full set of teeth, some yellowing, but most good. Only 2 of the 8 left now. One of them was a giant, towering over everyone but Bones, who was, it had to be said, not a small lad. The other was the smaller, well-dressed man, the one who'd recognized the Blackthorn. "Don't just stand there!" the well-dressed one screeching at the giant. "Fucking kill them!" The giant looked around, didn't like the odds, and tossed his sword onto the floor.
"Bollocks to that,"
he said, holding up his hands and walking for the door. Bones moved aside to let the man pass, watching him all the way. Henry looked as if she wanted to stab him, but she held back. The boss was advancing on the well-dressed man. "Shit!" he hissed as he tossed down his sword. The boss herded him against the wall, mouth full of metal grinning out of his black-as-night face. It was a tough man that could stomach having metal teeth, Bertram reckoned, and the boss was all sorts of tough. "Hold up," Bertram called from behind and moved forwards. "Mind if I have a word, boss?" The boss looked sideways at Bertram and shrugged.
"Suit yourself, Thorn."
Bertram stared at the little well-dressed man pressed back against the wall. He was rightfully nervous and sweating dark, wet stains into his fancy clothing. His light, greasy hair was plastered to his skull, and his bloodshot eyes flicked about from one member of the crew to the next. "How is it you knew me so quick?" Bertram asked. "You kidding me? Burnt up, scarred face like yours. Be a bloody prick not to know you." The little man sneered up at Bertram. "Inquisition is after you something fierce, Blackthorn. If I'd knew you were here, I'd have told that arbiter. This one here, in coral." The little well-dressed man grinned. "Fuck! You need this one, boss." "Nope." The boss shrugged and turned away. Bertram swung a heavy 5-fingered fist into the little man's face, felt a satisfying crunch, and a just as satisfying squeal of pain cut off as his axe chopped into the man's neck. There was a quiet hissing noise, accompanied by bulging eyes and a spurt of blood, as the body dropped to the floor. "What happened to the target? The hooded one?" asked the boss. Bertram rubbed the back of his neck. Bones stared at the ground. Henry just shrugged, wiping her daggers on the tunic of the tavern owner as she stared at her in horror.
Yes!
roared the boss.
Come on. We don't kill him. We don't get paid.
He began storming for the door.
Leave that, Bones.
Bones was busy collecting fingers from the 2 men he'd killed. He spat on the floor and hurried, unwilling to let 2 new additions to his collection go. Outside, 2 bodies were sprawled on the floor. Tavern patrons, the 2 Bones had scared. They had nothing to do with the matter at hand, but died just the same.
Got them too. Big one made it halfway down that way before Swift took him in the back. Dumb bastard.
Green had the hooded target by the neck.
But look what I found. Target's a fucking bitch.
Green gave the hooded figure a shove towards the boss as she collapsed at his feet. She was terrified, but to her credit, she didn't cry. Bertram hated the sound of women crying. There was an uncomfortable silence as all looked down at the target, broken only by Henry sucking at her teeth, a cruel glint in her eye. Bertram took a step forward and knelt by the girl. Dainty little thing, pretty little face. Looked as much a doll as a person. She glared at him through terrified eyes.
Damn shame, but here it is. Dunno what you've done. Maybe nothing. Ain't really important now. Chances are, you're a good person. Or were, anyways. Certainly better than me. But the nature of the game means we do bad things for people, and the good ones is usually the ones that get hurt. Or stabbed. Thing is, we've been hired for a job. And you're that job. I ain't gonna say sorry, but, well.
Bertram raised his axe, and the woman's pretty green eyes went wide. A moment later, and it was done. He picked up the severed head and held it out to the boss.
Be needing this, I reckon, boss. What the hell was that about?
Green asked. Bones put one of his giant paws on the boy's shoulder again.
Don't worry about it, kid. Blackthorn always gets all wordy when it comes to killing like that.
The hideout, if you could call it that, was on the outskirts of Coral. It was little more than a derelict wooden hut that Bones had found on their first day in town. Of course, what Bones meant when he'd said found was that he'd chucked the previous occupants, a couple of old beggars, out on their asses with a sound kicking. The result was the same. They got themselves a rat and lice-infested place to hide with 4 walls and a patchy roof to keep out at least some of the rain. Bertram always found it funny how rain didn't bother a man until he had a roof to keep it off him. Then it seemed like a right nuisance. Bones sat himself down, his large frame managing to fill one of the few dry spots, and started cleaning the flesh off the newest bits of his collection. Rats darted forward to collect the scraps of discarded meat, coming ever closer as they decided Bones was a meal ticket instead of a threat. Green paced about the place, making stabbing motions with his dull, cheap sword. He hadn't even bothered to clean the blood off the blade. Boys like that didn't last long in the game. Swift was perched near the window, practicing some sleight of hand trick he'd learned from a thief who'd tried to pick his pocket. It seemed to involve making a gold coin disappear up his sleeve. Bertram could think of much better uses for a gold bit. The door slammed open, making Green jump for the rafters and point his sword toward the sound. The boss ignored him and sauntered his way into the room before sitting down on the one and only bed. Henry followed the boss in, closing the door, then eyeing the crew with savage scrutiny.
Job went well, lads,
the boss said, cracking a metallic grin. Henry threw one small purse at Bertram and another smaller one at Green. She dropped a third into Bones's lap, making his growing audience of rat admirers scatter, and handed a fourth one to Swift. Swift grabbed at the purse and held Henry's hand with it.
How about a bonus, Henry?
He leered into her face. Henry smiled, as sweet a smile as can be possible with a nasty scar from cheek to lip anyway, and took a step forwards, her lips swinging. She pressed herself up close to Swift and brought her knee up into his groin. Hard and fast, just the way I like it. She spat on him and then, with more grace than the average cat, deposited herself on the bed next to the boss.
Your loving caress is cruel as ever, Henry.
Swift groaned from the floor as he rolled about, laughing through the pain. Best way to get through a knee to the stones, Bertram reckoned. You either laugh or cry, and tears would get you nowhere in this crowd.
Boss, I got a problem.
Bertram spoke from the section of wall he'd taken to leaning against. A good spot of wall, nice and dry.
The Arbiter,
the boss growled, his bright eyes going hard in his dark face.
Aye,
Bertram growled back.
If that prick from the job recognized me, chances are others will. Might be time we all moved on for a spell, the boss said with a nod. Reckon that last target was blooded by the look of her. Reckon her family might come looking for those that did her. Best we skip town whiles we can. Good?
Bertram nodded.
Good.
Chapter 3. The Blade Master. Jaret watched the river. She watched the waters moving along their lazy course. She watched the froth where the water rushed over the rocks. She watched a fish battling its way upstream, an eternal struggle against the current. It felt peaceful, not a word she often associated with anything in her life. Here in the forest, amidst the sparse trees all jutting up, reaching for the sky, their branches thrusting in random directions, some growing downwards to grace the earth, some upwards towards the hot sun, others twisting and coiling around themselves. Here in the forest, everything felt calm. She started walking again, following the river upstream. You wouldn't have thought it to look at its lazy waters, but a long way away, the river joined up with the furious Yorl, a crazy, thrashing mess of white rapids and currents that whipped in all directions at once. A person could get reduced to a bloody, messy pulp in moments in the Yorl. Jaret had seen it, witnessed it firsthand. Not something she'd like to experience. The noise of the river made Jaret smile. Not too loud, and not too quiet. Almost like 1,000 tiny waterfalls, all joining together in one chorus. Nice smell, too. Clean water, clean earth, clean trees. A far cry from the greasy, rancid stink that accompanied larger settlements, all smoke and waste. Here, a woman could almost make a decent life for herself, Jez. You know, if not for the wild animals and occasional bandits. Jaret tried not to think about those things. Best just to keep on thinking happier thoughts. Dream of bandits, and they'd no doubt appear. Much like dreaming of a fight. Shame, dreaming of coin never makes it appear, though. She saw something that didn't belong, sticking out of the earth near a tree. A jagged strip of rusted metal half buried in the ground. An ancient sword. No doubt this forest was the site of some old glorious battle. Seemed everywhere people went, glorious battles weren't far behind. Jaret had seen plenty of battles. She'd yet to see a glorious one, though. In her experience, they were all just messy and painful and full of blood and shit. Still, it couldn't hurt to have a look at the sword. Jaret started towards the antique. As she stepped in front of a large oak, she heard something. Only for a moment. Only when the tree blocked out most of the sound from the river. But she definitely heard something. Could have been a bird in the bush somewhere. Gods knew there were enough birds, but always best to be cautious. Better to be cautious and wrong than careless and dead. She stopped by the ancient sword and gave it a poke with her foot. It was still sturdy, but rusted beyond use. Jaret looked around, as if searching for other artifacts, scanning the trees and the bushes for any sign of the noise she'd heard. Nothing. Nothing made her more nervous than something. Nothing usually meant something, while something had a habit of being nothing. She picked a direction away from the river, tightened the straps on her backpack, and started walking. There were no leaves in the trees this time of year. They were all long since littering the dry earth, dead and rotting. Would make it hard to be silent should anything be following her. Hard, but not impossible. Not 10 paces, and she heard something else. It sounded like padded feet moving on leaves. That was all she needed, to be set upon by a pack of wild dogs. What a wonderful end that would make to Jaret Velern, torn apart by a pack of mongrels, alone in a forest. Not many would weep. Not many would care. Shit, it could be worse. Could be.
Dangerous place for a woman to be all alone,
came a voice from somewhere in front of her. Bandits. The owner of the voice stepped out from behind a large tree not 10 paces ahead. A mangy gray wolf snarled at her from the man's side. He was tall and skinny, with a distinct unwashed appearance about him. Long, greasy hair, yellowing teeth, dirty leathers for clothing. Why do all bandits look the same? Is there some sort of dress code? Like those fancy balls the blooded folk throw? Jaret had been to a couple of those balls. Turns out she scrubbed up quite well when she bothered to wash, something to do with a pretty face and full figure. Didn't make her any friends among the blooded women, though. There was a rustling of some bushes to Jaret's left, and another man stepped into view and moved to stand next to the first. He grinned a yellow grin at her.
"That dog of yours always sniffs out the best fun,"
said the second man, as unwashed and uneducated as the first. Not that Jaret could claim to be the best learned person around, or the cleanest for that matter. Truth was, she could have used a bath. Jaret sighed. In her experience, situations such as these ended one of two ways: fighting or fucking. And if you lost the fight, you were going to get fucked anyway. 2-on-1 odds were dangerous no matter what situation you were in. Hells, 1-on-1 odds are more than dangerous enough.
"Very dangerous place to be,"
the dogman said, licking his cracked lips with a brown tongue. Think of something smart to say, Jez. Do you live near here? Oh, yeah, good one. Next, ask them how they like their eggs cooking.
"She's alone,"
came a voice from behind.
"Checked all around. No one about."
Jaret craned her head around to look behind her. The man was a huge, bald, black-skinned bear with beady little eyes. How he'd managed to sneak up on her was beyond her understanding. Now the odds were 3-on-1. 4 if you counted the wolf, which she did, and Jaret liked them not at all. Did she fight and risk dying, or fuck and risk a wounded pride and catching whatever they were carrying? She was halfway to dropping her trousers when her right hand found her sword and drew it from its sheath.
"Ha!"
shouted the second man.
"I likes 'em with a bit of fight. Saves me having to smack 'em to get 'em moving."
Well, at least I know fighting was the right choice.
"Fight?"
The dogman laughed.
"Look at her, shaking like a week-long drunk."
He wasn't wrong. The shakes always seemed to come on at the worst possible times. No chance of bluffing my way out of this now, I guess.
"Could still cut her a bit,"
said the second man, a nasty gleam in his eyes.
"Say what you want, Paul,"
said the dogman.
"I'm first." "You went first the last time."
the second man complained.
And I'm going first again.
Jaret slipped her backpack off and turned her head to look at the giant behind her. Hard to keep all three of them in view. At least he was keeping some distance. You don't want to wade in? Happy to be sloppy third, are you? She asked him.
Shut it, whore!
The dogman roared at her. Seemed he had a temper.
He gets whatever we don't want. You say one more word, and the dog goes first.
I'd prefer the dog to you. Good one, Jez. Real smart. The dogman roared and started toward her, short sword drawn. He took one meaty swing, and Jaret dodged to the left and thrust with her own slim sword at the same time. The dogman teetered for a moment, and then dropped, dead before he hit the floor. Jaret's blade had entered his neck and separated his spine from his head. The dog was the first to react. The beast bounded toward Jaret and leapt at her, teeth bared and a nasty snarl issuing forth from its maw. Shit! Jaret squeaked as she leapt left again, slashing out with her blade in a wild arc. The dog landed and crumpled among a pile of twigs. She had no idea what part of it she'd hit, but it must have been vital. Never fought a dog before. Or a bear! The black giant had closed on her and swung with a heavy club. Jaret dodged backwards right into the waiting arms of the second man. His beefy limbs wrapped around her and held her tight. Too late, she realized that her sword had slipped from her hands and lay at her feet. She hadn't realized how big the man was before. One of his arms wrapped around her whole body with ease.
Now I get to go first,
the man said from behind her, his hot, wet breath on her neck, his rancid smell in her nostrils. He took one hand away and reached down in between her body and his. Jaret heard him fumbling with his belt buckle. Oh, not a chance! She flung her head backwards and felt it connect with the man's nose. Something warm and wet splashed against her hair, but still, the man did not let go. She threw her head back again and was rewarded by a crunching noise and freedom. Jaret didn't wait. She rolled, picked up her sword, and thrust. She caught the man in his groin, just below the belt. He roared in pain through his shattered face and thrashed, but the next thrust took him through the heart. The big black giant stared on in shock. Jaret reached behind her head with one hand, and it came back bloody. The second man's face was broken and crushed. Not the first time you've washed your hair in blood, Jez. The giant swished his club through the air in a menacing fashion. He had the strength to use it, too. One hit from that club, and Jaret knew she'd snap like a year-old twig. I suppose fucking is out of the question now? Jaret laughed at him. Yes, taunt the giant, why don't you?
You ain't gotta be live for it.
That's... Ugh! Jaret said just before the man came at her swinging. She dropped to the ground, flat on the earth, as the blow whistled overhead. Then Jaret pushed with her feet, trying to get behind the giant. Her feet slipped in the leaves and she went nowhere. A moment later, a heavy boot connected with her stomach and sent her flying. She slashed out with her sword before coming to a rolling stop next to the body of the dogman. He smelled just as bad in death as she imagined he had in life. The giant grinned and took a step forward. Then his leg collapsed as hot, wet blood gushed from a large slash in his thigh. He took less than a minute to die, gasping and screaming, right until the end. A fight, but no fucking today, it seems. Jaret wasted no time in searching the bodies. Corpses wouldn't need money or food, but she did. It was then she noticed that each man had a red cloth tied around his right arm. They weren't bandits. They were soldiers, or at least as close as it came in these parts. There's only one place around here soldiers would be headed. Time to go warn him, Jez.
I live and breathe. Jaret Verlern. Reckon you'd make it at least a week before coming crawling back this time.
Jaret stepped through the doorway, glancing at the heavy gate and the soldiers on either side, then spat into the dirt, staring a vicious hole through the man in front of her. Say it quick. Get out quicker. Save it, Eirik. I'm only here to...
Oh, of course, we can find some use for you, eh, Des?
Eirik said with a dirty grin.
How about you get yourself up to my rooms? You know the way. Get yourself nice and naked, and I'll be up there soon to put you to use.
Not good odds. But I could probably kill him before his men beat me senseless. Would make this entire journey a waste, though. She heard creaking timbers and turned just in time to see the gates thud shut and the soldiers struggling to lift the heavy wooden crossbar. Last thing she needed was to be stuck in this shitty little fort again. Open the gates, Eirik. I'm not staying. Just came to warn you of the impending attack. In an instant, the grin dropped from his handsome face, replaced by a frown.
Numbers?
Don't know. Only met scouts. I didn't have a chance to question them.
Too busy killing them, no doubt.
Jaret didn't respond to the question, just stared ahead at the chief of the little fort as he chewed his lip.
How far out? He asked.
Met them about 2 days back in the woods. Reckon you've got a day at most. Now open the gate. I got no intention of being anywhere near...
Oh, I can't do that. Not with the threat of an attack, eh, boys?
The guards at the gate grunted back and showed no sign of unbarring it. Jaret glared at Eirik. I came back to warn you, and this is how you repay me?
I never asked you to warn me of anything, Jaret. Never needed warning of out, either.
Eirik strutted around as he talked, flexing his big shoulders underneath his chain-linked armor.
Way I see it, I could use every sword, even yours.
Jaret looked around the small square at the gathered soldiers. 12 of them, all well-armed and well-trained, and another 300 or so in the fort, all willing to jump to Eirik's command. Not to mention she couldn't lift the bar on the gate by herself. She doubted 3 of her could lift it. Shitty odds, Jez.
You stay, help us fight off this attack, and I'll let you walk out of here again.
Then Eirik grinned.
In the meantime, we got some spare, so you get yourself ready, and I'll be with you soon enough.
Fight or fuck. Sometimes, all too often for Jaret's liking, she had no choice. She spat into the ground and glared murderous daggers at Eirik as she walked toward the clusters of buildings in the fort, toward his chambers. Fuck! Chapter 4. The Black Thorn. What is it? Green asked and looked at Bertram. Bertram shrugged and looked at Bones. Bones opened his mouth to speak and shut it again, then looked to Swift. Swift sniffed and leered at Henry. Henry spat and walked off while scratching at something behind her ear.
So?
Green prompted. He was still staring at Bertram. Been doing that an awful lot of late, ever since Bones told the little shit that Bertram was the Black Thorn. Made sleeping a whole lot less comfortable. Bertram always slept with one eye open and a hand near a weapon, but now he had to sleep with both eyes open.
How the fuck should I know, Green?
Bertram replied, with a shake of his head. The thing they were all gathered around was huge. Massive gray body, massive gray head, massive mouth with 2 massive yellow teeth in the lower jaw and lots of little yellow teeth all over the place. It had tiny black eyes set high on its head from its snout and tiny round ears poking out from its skull. Its legs were short and stumpy, and its tail was a thin strip of flesh poking out above its ass. All in all, Bertram reckoned, it must weigh as much as the entire crew put together, and then some. It looked like a giant gray pig with an oversized mouth had crawled up out of the river and died, and it was, without a doubt, dead. Had the stink of death on it. Flies buzzed all around and settled on the open wound. The dead creature was huge, but Bertram didn't even want to know how big the thing had done for it was. 4 jagged gashes on the creature's belly were deep and showed rotting pink flesh on the insides. "Reckon it tastes like pig?" Swift wondered aloud. He'd stopped staring after Henry and was looking again at the dead creature. "Reckon I'm in no hurry to find out," Bertram said, and walked away. "You know what it is, boss?" Green shouted. "Or what did for it," Bertram added. The boss didn't so much as look at the creature, just fixed Green with dark eyes and a dark face surrounded by dark hair. "Don't matter what it is," he said, metal flashing in his mouth every time he spoke. "Don't matter what did for it. Everyone stay away from the river and keep moving." The boss didn't look scared, but then Bertram had known the man for near 2 years now, and if he was ever scared, he'd never shown it. Bertram remembered their first meeting well. Not many men had the stones to introduce themselves to the Black Thorn the way the boss had. Bertram had been sat, nursing his last beer, studying the rest of the folk in the tavern, and wondering which of them would be the easiest to rob. He'd just about settled on following a couple of scrawny, merchant-looking youths when this big black bastard sat down at Bertram's table. Not the tallest man he'd ever seen, for sure, but muscled like someone who was used to swinging something heavy. Bertram had reached for his axe underneath the table. He was well used to folk starting fights with him. Came with the name. "Got an offer for you, Blackthorn," the boss had said and flashed a grin. It was the metal that had made Bertram listen. He'd heard of men who changed their teeth for metal, but he'd never seen it before. Chased all other thoughts away, and he'd just sat there, staring at those metal teeth for a long time. When the boss stopped smiling and started talking again, Bertram listened, not saying a word until the boss had finished. He was amazed was what it was. This big man from the far south with metal teeth had sat down and told Bertram he was putting together a crew of the most cutthroat sellswords he could find, and he wanted the Black Thorn on that crew. Made sense. Bertram had one of the blackest names in the wilds, and big names always opened up big doors. Bertram had molded over for a while, and had been about to tell the southerner to piss off when, "Aye, Thorn!" Henry poked Bertram in the ribs with a bony finger and grinned up at him. "Get back and fetch Bones, will you?" Bertram glanced around. Bones was still staring at the dead creature near the river. Everyone else had already moved on and was well ahead. "Aye," Bertram said with a nod and started back. "Bones," Bertram said as he got closer. "Huh?" The big man responded as he looked away from the dead creature. Bertram nodded his head the way everyone was moving, and Bones understood. "Right, yeah. Sorry." Bones fell into step beside Bertram, and, not for the first time, the Black Thorn wondered at the size of the man. Bertram was not short, it had to be said. But Bones towered over him by a good head, and that was with that permanent slouch of his. The giant could swing a greatsword round in one hand as if it was a wooden toy, and not even the boss could beat him in an arm wrestle. Despite his size and strength, and the fact that he killed folk for a living, Bones was about as gentle as a damn puppy, and near as friendly, too. He was, in fact, the closest thing to a friend Bertram had ever had. Thorn got on well enough with Henry, that was true, but there was only so close you could be with a woman who had fucked you and then tried to kill you on your first meeting.
Poor thing,
Bones said from beside Bertram.
Food for the maggots now, I guess. And the lions, or the laughing dogs, vultures, or whatever the fuck is in that river.
The whitewash was big and deep. Not as big or deep as the Ural, but big and deep enough to hide all sorts of things underneath its murky green waters. Bertram didn't like water. Rivers, seas, oceans. Hells, he didn't even like wells. Never knew what was underwater. Never knew what might be waiting for you. They walked in silence for a while, a ways back from the others. Up in front, Bertram could see Henry's slinking form next to the boss, while Green listened to another of Swift's stories. Always hard to tell with Swift which of his stories were real and which were shit. Bertram tended towards believing none of them.
Still worried about that arbiter black and coral, Thorn?
Bones asked as he put one big foot in front of the other. Most men walked. Bones plodded. Bertram coughed up some phlegm and spat into the earth. Down in the far south, such a waste of water was one of the worst curses a man could commit. Up here in the wilds, it was just spit.
Always. Man like me's always got to be worried about them.
He felt his burn scar tug on his face as he talked. Always did when arbiters were talked about.
Fact is, that shit recognized me. Shouted my damn name. We didn't leave no one alive to tell it, though. Left the owner alive, didn't we?
Bertram said through gritted teeth.
Should have let Henry kill him. He'd never find us out here, though.
Bones waved a big hand in a circular motion to indicate the plains. The rolling plains stretched out in all directions, and as far as the eye could see. Long blade grass grew thick, covered the ground in a whispering sea of green that swayed and rippled with the wind. Soon the great herd would move through this province and strip the land bare, turn the green sea into a dusty brown expanse of barren, hilly nothing. When that happened, the hunters would be out in force, both animal and human, and Coral would turn into one of the busiest port towns in the wilds. Fact was, tracking people on the plains was simple as pissing. Everywhere you went, you left tracks clear as daylight to anyone with eyes to see them, and smoke from a fire could be seen for miles upon miles. If the arbiter had a mind to follow them, he could, and if he had a horse, then catch them he would. No point in worrying the giant with such logic, though.
Mm-hmm.
Bones grunted, and the two went back to silence. Bones had never liked silence, and Bertram could see it grated on him even now.
How long till Green turns on you reckon?
Now there was a thought. The boss's group had always been 6, and the last 3 had all tried to kill Bertram at one point or another, and had ended up paying for it in blood. Truth was, not many who had tried for the Blackthorn lived to talk about it, except Henry, but then she was a special case.
About as long as it takes him to grow a pair of stones, I reckon,
Bertram said. The thought of sinking an axe into Green's skull brought a smile to his face. After all, the boy had a purse full of bits going to waste. Bertram came awake at the touch and fumbled for a weapon that wasn't there. It was cold, dark, and cloudy, but not too dark to see Henry crouched in front of him, holding his axe. Her fierce little face stared into his ugly, scarred one, and she raised a finger to her lips, then moved it to her ear, then pointed off to her left. Bertram frowned, grabbed his axe, and strained his ears. Horses. More than one. Less than a lot. Bertram's frown grew deeper, and he nodded at Henry. She was still crouched over him, straddling him in a way that might have got his blood going once, but not anymore. Not with Henry. She winked at him and stalked off to wake Bones, as silent as a cat, and twice as dangerous. Crouching down low, near crawling, Bertram followed the sounds of the horses. Less than 100 feet, and he could hear voices, soft and quiet, whispers almost. He found the boss and Swift belly down on a slight rise and watching the little camp with the horses. Boss had said no fires while they were traveling, and now Bertram was glad. Riders following their trail could mean many things, and not many of them good. He slithered up the rise on his belly and stopped next to the boss. Not 20 feet away, Bertram could see a small campfire, bright flames licking up at a hastily constructed spit with some small animal cooking away. He made sure not to look at the light, best to keep his night vision in case killing was needed. He counted 10 horses the other side of the fire, not even tied up by the looks. They looked well-bred, but expensive horseflesh tasted no better than cheap horseflesh, and Bertram had never got on with riding. All that bouncing around in the saddle gave him sore stones. Some of the men in the little camp were sleeping, some attending the spit, and the one meant to be keeping a lookout kept glancing at the fire. Chances are the fool couldn't see more than 2 feet in this darkness. Bertram looked at the boss and made the sign for kill. The boss stared back for a second, deciding, then shook his head. He pointed 2 fingers toward the west and nodded. Bertram began slithering down the rise, and the boss followed a few moments later. Swift would stay for a while, watching and waiting before joining up with the rest of the crew. He was the fastest of them, and near as quiet as Henry. She was waiting for them just down the rise, her short, spiky, dust-colored hair shooting off at all angles. Her scar, as always, tugging her lip up on the right side into a permanent sneer. Dark eyes watching them as they approached. Again, the boss made the 2-fingered signal for moving west, and Henry nodded, turning and walking with them toward the camp. Green was taking a piss against a dead tree stump when they got back. He yawned, shook himself a few times, and then put his cock away before turning back to the others and opening his mouth to speak. The boss grabbed the boy by the leathers and pulled him close, shaking his head in a real threatening manner. Green looked beyond scared, and truth was, Bertram could understand. The Black Thorn would never admit it, but the boss scared even him sometimes. Letting go of Green with a shove, the big Southerner picked up his pack and started west. Henry grinned and followed. Green, no doubt glad that he'd pissed before the boss grabbed him, picked up his own pack and shuffled off after them at a respectful distance. Bertram found Bones sitting on a rock, staring at some huge beetle he'd found from somewhere. The thing was as big as Bertram's fist, the one with a full set of 5 fingers. Its body had a blue-black sheen to it, and a huge horn stuck out from its head and split into 2 at the end. It was wandering its way up Bones's arm, and he seemed more than happy to sit there watching it with a big stupid grin on his face. After watching for a few moments, Bertram poked Bones with his foot and nodded west. The big man nodded, shouldering his pack, and started off, taking the giant beetle with him. Bertram waited for a minute. After a while, Swift came padding along. He picked up his own pack, flashed a stolen dagger at Bertram, and followed the rest of the group. Bertram took one last look toward the faint orange glow of the camp of men and horses that had almost stumbled onto them, and hoped that the Arbiter wasn't among them. Then he picked up his pack and started off at a jog the same way the rest had gone. Chapter 5. The Arbiter. The capital city of Sarth, in the Holy Empire of Sarth. Not for the first time, Thanquil wondered at the lack of originality of naming one's capital city after the kingdom, but then he supposed the original settlers had their reasons. It was a beautiful city. Clean streets, tall white marble buildings sprouting from the cobbles below, High walls with thousands of uniformed guard patrols all in white. Churches stood on every other street, each one towering over its neighboring buildings, while looking down on everyone through stained glass windows, depicting scenes of righteous glory. Thin intersecting canals full of crystal-clear seawater and populated with long, slim boats floating along at a calm, unrushed pace. Some were full of goods being transported to who knew where. Some were full of people being transported to who knew where else. Some might have just been out for pleasure, given the type of day it was. Sarth, the city of sun. A port town with little rain and constant hot sunshine beating down on all its inhabitants. Above it all, at the center of the city, rising far up into the sky, was the Imperial Palace, built of shining white marble and glass windows and maintained by 1,000 slaves. The place and all its 10 spires were the centerpiece in the magnificent view that was Sarth. A beautiful city and no mistake, as long as you stayed to the richer areas. For those not lucky enough to own a fortune or to be favored nobility, there were the poorer areas. Wooden shacks, occasional gray stone buildings for official purposes, guard barracks, jails, guild halls, and the like. Streets as filthy as any backwater slum with not a hint of marble or glass in sight, and patrolled by both guards and pickpockets in almost equal number. Beggars, thieves, drunkards, cripples, whores, layabouts, slaves, and thugs, not to mention the good folk struggling to make an honest living. Sarth had a pretty face, but underneath its expensive ball gown, it was a pox-ridden whore, like any other. Thankwell preferred the poorer areas of the city. They felt more honest, more real. He fit in better with the confessed criminals rather than merchants who robbed you blind and convinced you they were doing you a favor. But even down here in the slums, people gave him a wide berth. Guard patrols nodded with formality and moved on. Thieves snuck away into shadows and stared through cautious eyes. Peddlers fell into awkward silence and looked elsewhere. It was all quite comical, as if arbiters had nothing better to do than hunt down petty criminals for petty crimes, or question the good folk about their non-heretical innermost desires. Still, it was nice to be able to walk down the center of a road and have people scramble to get out of your way. Thankwell would have grinned, but it might have ruined the image.
They all respect you.
Thankwell had almost forgotten the girl was there. She was such a quiet little thing, barely said a word in a week, just stared at Thankwell in wonder when she thought he wasn't watching. They all fear me. There's a difference.
Will they fear me?
Thankwell stopped and turned towards the girl. He wasn't about to admit it, but it was fun to force the traffic on the street to walk around him. Listen, girl, Thankwell began.
Freya.
Right, Freya. You have 2 choices here. I agreed with Arbiter Prynne I would take you to Sarth, and I've done that. You're here. Congratulations. Thankwell interrupted her before she could start speaking. Last thing he wanted was an actual conversation with the girl. I never agreed to take you to the Inquisition. So, you can walk away right now and try to have a normal life here in Sarth. He wasn't about to point out that a 10-year-old girl on her own in the slums of Sarth would live a short and painful life, most of it on her back. Or you can come with me, and I'll hand you over to the initiate trainers.
Arbiter Prynne said...
Arbiter Prynne, no doubt, told you the Inquisition is a righteous calling, and you'll be bathed in holy light, and every day of your life will be filled with untold joy. He lied. Initiate training is long, hard, and painful, and at the end of it, if you do manage to attain the rank of Arbiter, you'll have a lonely, bloody, violent life to look forward to. Being feared isn't all it's cracked up to be. Look around you. Do you see any smiles pointed my way? No, If you choose to follow the path of an arbiter, get used to it.
Can't be any worse than my life so far, the girl said, defiance plain in her voice.
A 10-year-old girl without parents in one of the border towns would have already had a hard life. Don't be so sure, Thankwell replied, always having to have the last word. I'm going to start walking now. Your choice. Follow me, or just walk away. Thankwell started walking again, and a moment later the girl stepped up beside him, eyes staring straight ahead and a grim set to her mouth. Already an arbiter in the making, it seemed. Welcome to the Inquisition, Thankwell said to the girl. The girl looked around with her jaw well and truly dropped. She'd been staring around in wide-eyed open wonder ever since they entered the richer areas of the city, marveling at the grandeur of it all. Now she laid her eyes upon the true heart of Sarth, the Inquisition. Thankwell wasn't sure whether the city and the kingdom of Sarth had formed around the Inquisition, or whether Volmar had chosen Sarth when he created the Inquisition. Thankwell wasn't sure it even mattered anymore. What he did know was that the Inquisition compound was bloody impressive, even to someone who had lived there for 20 years of his life. While much of Sarth was designed and built to be bright and gleaming white, the buildings in the Inquisition were built out of jagged black rock. A huge fortress took center stage, its single tower almost as tall as the Imperial Palace, only without the spires. Multiple halls, some for meetings, some for training, some for storage, some for eating, some for almost any purpose imaginable. Barracks to house visiting arbiters, those like Thankwell who rarely came back, who spent most of their time wandering the world, stamping out heresy. Countless other buildings, the purposes of which Thankwell had never discovered, all crowded with immense compound and all penned in by 40-feet walls on either side.
Is this where I'll be living now? The girl asked.
No, not yet anyway. The training compound is outside of the city, but they'll probably keep you in here for a few days for testing.
Testing?
Aptitude testing. To discover your potential.
Oh.
This way. Thankwell started off towards one of the nearby buildings he knew to contain clerks and servants. While not true agents of the Inquisition, they would have a better idea of what to do with the girl than Thankwell did. Servants, slaves, and other arbiters ran to and fro on all matter of errands. It always amazed Thankwell just how many arbiters stayed within the Inquisition's walls. At any one time, there was a small army worth within the grounds, as if arbiters had nothing better to do than laze around in the relative comfort here when there was so much heresy out in the world. Thankwell opened the door to the building and stepped through. There, sitting behind a desk, was an old clerk Thankwell knew all too well.
Arbiter Darkheart,
the old clerk said with a sneer. Clerk Donnick, Thankwell responded in a formal tone.
Senior Clerk Donnick.
You are looking quite senior, Thankwell replied, and it wasn't untrue. Senior Clerk Donnick was tall, lean, wrinkled, had been on the hairless side of balding for at least 20 years, and had a face that looked like it was slipping to the left, as if all his features were trying to flee from his nose.
As disrespectful as ever, I see, Arbiter Darkheart,
the clerk shot back. I assure you, Senior Clerk Donnick, I have nothing but the utmost respect for all those who deserve it. The noise that emitted from the clerk's mouth sounded a little like a growl.
Why are you here, Arbiter Darkheart?
New recruit. She has potential, Thankwell said with cheer and gave the girl a light push in the back, so she stumbled into the room. Senior Clerk Donnick stood from behind the desk with a loud clicking of his knees and moved closer to the girl. The old clerk studied her for a moment, as if he himself could see her potential, and then nodded.
I'll take her from here, Arbiter. the old man said, and walked a few paces before turning to the girl and motioning for her to follow. The girl looked from the clerk to Thanquil and then back again. She looked terrified. Thanquil wrestled with his conscience for a moment and lost. Freya, he said, and the girl turned to him. The poor thing looked close to panic. Thanquil reached inside one of his pockets, and his hand closed on a small piece of metal, round with a silver chain attached to it. He took the necklace out of his pocket and pressed it into the girl's hand, hoping that the clerk wasn't paying too close attention. The girl looked at the necklace, and her other hand went to her throat to check it was hers. She hadn't even noticed Thanquil taking it. "Hide it, and hide it well," Thanquil whispered. "If they find it, they'll take it away." "Thank you," the girl said with a nod. "Don't thank me," Thanquil said, sounding far more grim than he intended. "And whatever you do, don't ever thank Arbiter Prynne. You may think he's done you a service, but by getting me to deliver you here, he's cursed you." "I don't understand." Thanquil snorted out a humorless laugh. "You will. Now, go. Best not to keep Senior Clerk Donnick waiting. Has a ruthless temper, does that one." Outside, Thanquil found his dull-eyed mare staring at him with accusatory eyes. He'd have told the beast off, but the last thing he needed was for the other arbiters to see him talking to his horse. So instead, he just took off toward the stables, the horse following behind him, silent and obedient. There wasn't much to do in the Inquisition for an arbiter like Thanquil. It was one of the reasons he'd decided to become a wandering arbiter, rather than take a permanent position here. He deposited his little mare in the stables, stowing all his belongings on the first free bunk he could find, had a quick trip to the mess hall, and then took to wandering around the compound. Outside in the courtyard, he was confronted by another reason he'd taken to wandering the world. Sideways glances, hushed whispers, and plenty of dramatic head shaking all pointed in his direction by those he should have considered his brothers and sisters. It appeared, even after spending 12 years out in the world rooting out evil and purifying heretics, he was still the outcast. "I'd heard you were back, Thanquil." Even if he hadn't recognized the voice, there was only one person in the entire Inquisition who used his first name. "Gosh," Thanquil said with a grin, and the two clasped hands in greeting. "Didn't expect to see you here. There's a whole world out there, you know." "That there is. But you don't get to be an Inquisitor without putting in some time here. I'm on guard duty these days. Have been for near a year now. More boring work I've never known, but I'm hoping one day it will all have been worth it." Kosh had started initiate training at the same time as Thanquil, and he'd graduated the same time as well. He was just a little taller and stockier to boot, blonde where Thanquil was dark brown, and a good deal less scarred. Many of those scars were given to Thanquil by Kosh himself in their sparring sessions. "What brings you back?" Kosh asked. 3 years since I was last here," Thanquil said, rubbing at the bump on his nose, the same one Kosh had broken so many years ago. "Ah, the 3-year review. Inquisitors like to make sure you're still on the righteous path." "Aye," Thanquil agreed. "No doubt they'll find some far-flung corner of the world to send me to this time. Wouldn't do to have the black sheep of the family too close to hand." "Speaking of which, you being gone for 3 years, you haven't met the new golden boy." Kosh nodded toward a group of young arbiters. "The one in the middle graduated after just 6 years as an initiate." 6 years? Nobody's that good." "Fastest anyone's done it, but he earned it." As Kosh spoke, the arbiter detached himself from his group and started walking away from them, straight towards Thanquil. "Best bit," Kosh continued. "His name is Arbiter Hieronis Vance.
Inquisitor Vance's son,
Thankwell said with a shake of his head.
Well, that makes sense, I guess.
Arbiter Vance walked past Thankwell, no doubt headed towards the mess hall, or the barracks, or maybe one of 100 locations. It was for the best. The last thing Thankwell needed was to come to the attention of the Grand Inquisitor's son.
Must be nice to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth.
It was almost as if someone else had spoken, but with his voice. Thankwell bit down on his traitorous tongue. Arbiter Vance stopped, turned and looked their way. He was taller than Thankwell, but then most people seemed to be. Not skinny, but then not muscled either. He wore his arbiter coat and the robes underneath in immaculate condition. His hair was short, and he had the air of a librarian about him. A librarian that moonlighted as a bounty hunter, maybe. Worst of all was his eyes. Yellow eyes. Thankwell had never seen yellow eyes. They were unnerving, to say the least, but Thankwell refused to look away. "I don't believe we've met," Arbiter Vance said in a calm voice. He had the gall not to look offended by Thankwell's comment in any way.
Thankwell
said. "Arbiter Darkheart?" Vance said.
Arbiter Vance,
Thankwell replied, still wishing he'd never said anything in the first place. "I'm afraid I have an appointment with my father," Vance said. "We should talk later, Arbiter Darkheart."
Right,
Thankwell said. Vance said a formal goodbye and then turned and walked away. Thankwell noticed the man carried no weapons. Most arbiters carried a sword or a similar metal weapon. Some carried unique arms, such as Kosh with his twin hand scythes, but Arbiter Vance carried none. A large tome hung by his side, locked with a metal clasp and attached to his belt by a chain.
That was awkward,
Thankwell said after a while.
"Why is it you feel the need to pick fights with the most powerful of enemies?"
Kosh asked with a shake of his head.
"You know he'll be an Inquisitor one day."
"Odd eyes," Thankwell mused, interrupting his friend.
"He has the sight. Came from his mother, it said."
"His mother's a witch."
"Was a witch. Dead now from birthing him."
"Hardly seems fair," Thankwell said with a sigh. "Why doesn't he get lumped with a name like Darkheart?"
"Because his father is Grand Inquisitor Arthur Vance," Kosh pointed out. "Come on. Unless you've got somewhere pressing to be, let's go get blind drunk. I know a great place just down the road. Strong spirits and clean women. Oh, and I'm going to want my ring back."
Thankwell dug into his pocket and pulled out the plain gold band. He didn't even apologize as he handed it back. Those apologies had long since lost their meaning with Kosh.
"You should get out in the world more, Arbiter Kosh. Clean is overrated."
Chapter 6. The Blade Master. Jaret would have liked to say she wasn't the type of woman to take things lying down. However, when you had to take them, lying down was often the best way. So she lay there, on her back, staring up at the wooden ceiling, and made sure her expression looked as bored and bland as possible. Eirik, on the other hand, made no attempt to hide his pleasure as he propped himself up on top of her, naked as a babe, thrusting rhythmically and being rewarded by a moist squelch and the soft thwap of skin on skin. The handsome warlord grunted with each thrust, and his long red hair dangled down and tickled Jez's face. The whole thing wouldn't have been so bad, but he was quite good at it, and Jaret was enjoying it, though the last thing she wanted was for him to know that. Despite her determination, she could feel her treacherous heart beating too fast, her breathing becoming hot and heavy, and the familiar aching pleasure between her legs making her jaw tremble. A wonderful yet horrible tingle of pleasure. shot through her body from her groin all the way up to her chest, and escaped from her mouth as a gasp followed by a low, throaty moan. Damn it! She could feel it coming, and it was the last thing she wanted right now. Then Eirik gasped, tensed, and stopped thrusting. His mouth opened and closed like a fish on dry land, and Jaret had seen it all before. She had won again, though it had been far too close for her liking this time. The big warlord collapsed on top of her, his weight a crushing, uncomfortable force for a moment, and then he rolled off to the side, breathing heavy and letting loose a contented chuckle. They were both hot and sweaty, and now they both stank of sex. Jaret would have hated herself if she'd had any pride left. Bastard! Keeping me here like some sort of slave. Should have killed him months ago. She grabbed a handful of the bedsheet and wiped between her legs, then threw the soiled cloth at Eirik. There, you can have that back, she snarled at him. He laughed in a deep, low sound that shook his entire body and the bed.
Don't be like that, Jez. I know you enjoy it. Why else would you keep coming back?
A question she'd asked herself many times over the last 10 minutes. 3 times she'd left this backwater fort now, and each time something pulled her back, or drove her back. The first time it had been food, or lack of it, at least. One day out, she'd realized she hadn't packed any. In truth, she was pretty sure she had packed food, but it wasn't there when she'd checked, so she'd crawled back with her tail between her legs and for 2 weeks had to put up with Eirik between them. The second time, she'd managed near a week before running into a group of bounty hunters with a piece of paper that said, "Dead or alive." The drawing didn't hold much likeness, but Jez had been fool enough to tell the bounty hunters her name. The bastards had chased her all the way back to the fort. Eirik had to let her in and then stuck the bounty hunters full of arrows. Jaret had stayed at the fort a month after. Not this time, Jez. You're getting out of here the first chance you get. Just gotta help fight off a small army first. Easy. She realized Eirik was staring at her breasts. She'd been sat quiet and still for too long, and he'd become bored waiting for an answer. A grin spread across his face, and he made a grab for Jez's arm. As graceful as a cat, she flowed up from the bed and onto her feet, away from his clutching hands. She crossed to the door and cracked it open, just enough to poke her head round and look out. A lazy guard turned his head and looked at her. "Get some water for a bath. Make sure it's hot," Jez ordered the dopey guard. His eyes sunk down from her face, trying to look around the door, but she made sure her body was hidden. "Now!" She slammed the door shut and turned, nostrils flaring in anger. Eirik was still staring at her. His eyes moved up and down and then stopped. He was staring at her scars again. It was instinct that made her react, instinct that made her look away and cover her chest with her hands. She hated herself for doing it, and it wouldn't do any good anyway. The scars weren't just on her chest. They were all over her body.
"Bath sex is good. I can't wait,"
Eirik said. "It's not for you. I need to wash your touch off of me. It would defeat the point if you were in the tub with me." Jaret's voice was cold. Her jaw locked so tight it hurt.
"You're a harsh mistress, Jez."
"I'm not your mistress. Now get out," Jez ordered the warlord in his own quarters. Eirik made a show of shrugging his big shoulders and then stood, scooping up his discarded clothing in one hand, and started for the door. He stopped next to Jaret, reached up and grabbed a handful of breast. His thumb made slow circles around her nipple, stroking it, and he leered into her face. She stared back, defiance right in his smirking smugness. She felt her nipples stiffen. He felt it too and grinned.
Until later then, Jez.
And with that, Eirik let go of her breast and walked to the door, leaving his quarters without even dressing. Jezet waited until the door was shut and then spat. A thick glob of spit smacked against the wood and then started sliding downward. She sat down on the edge of the bed with a loud sigh and waited. There was a cold breeze out and about, and it felt good. Jezet bathed, washed herself as thoroughly as she could, dressed back into her dirty leathers, and decided to take a stroll around the little fort. Not like you're going to be leaving anytime soon, Jez. Soldiers and mercenaries stared at her as she walked past, but they'd been doing so for months now. Jezet wasn't tall, shorter than most of the men here. She was lean, but not skinny. She had enough muscle to swing a sword. Her training had made sure of that. She had a pretty face, she knew, only marred by a small snip of a scar underneath her right eye, and she wore her black hair short, like a boy's. All in all, she had an appearance the men in the fort seemed to like. Of course, the few women in the fort seemed to take great exception to it. There were 10 other women in the fort, and all of them were whores. Some of them had been in the fort since before Eirik had taken it, making it a permanent home for them where they were fed and paid no matter who was in control. Some of them even had children running around their heels. They were the ones who couldn't afford or didn't wait to wear a charm. Jezet had brought her charm 12 years ago, and she made damn sure it could never be taken off, lost, or stolen. She'd had it sewn into her flesh, underneath her skin. So the men leered at her, and the whores sneered at her, as if she were taking their business away from them. They should be happy. Chances are they get more business when I'm around. Just, the men aren't thinking of them, Jezet thought with a bitter grin as she endured the whore's hostile stares. At least the wind was chill. It felt good against her skin, reddened her cheeks a little, and took the breath away if you tried to breathe into the gusts. It was pleasant in a strange way, but it also meant something else. A chill tended to precede rains in these parts, sometimes even storms. The sun was dipping and darkness beginning to take hold as Jezet walked around the fort. Soldiers hung out lamps, and the whole place became lit in a warm yellow glow. It wasn't much of a fort. Wooden buildings for the most part, living quarters for those in charge and the whores, barracks for the rest of the men. A mess hall, food storage, armory. There was a well in the center of the fort, and a courtyard by the gate, and all surrounded by 30-feet walls made of strong wooden trunks sunk deep into the ground. One thing the region had in abundance was tall trees. Eirik was a warlord, only in the sense that he commanded 300 men. The truth of it was he was a bandit who'd managed to storm this little fort a couple of years ago. Men followed him because he was big, loud, handsome, and could swing a sword. So he'd gathered his army, took the fort, and now he held it while the local governor, some blooded folk or other Jezet couldn't name and didn't care to, paid him to hold it under the pretense of Eirik defending the governor's land. The way Jezet heard it, for 2 years Eirik hadn't defended shit. He rode out from time to time with 100 men on horses and raided villages in the next province, but until now the fort hadn't been attacked. She had no idea whether Eirik knew how to defend a fort against a determined force, and she didn't fancy finding out. Unfortunately, she was trapped here for now and had no choice but to fight alongside him, because if Eirik somehow died here, there was always the chance that the next commander of the fort wouldn't ever let Jez leave. No choice but to stick close to him when the fighting starts and keep him alive. Then, if he doesn't let me leave, I'll kill him. The biggest problem with a fort of this size, Jezet found, was the boredom. There just wasn't anything to do when nothing was happening. There was a nervous tension in the air. No doubt by now, news of the impending battle had spread out to all areas of the fort. But still, everything seemed quiet and calm. For the past couple of months, in these situations, Jaret would retreat to Irik's quarters, find him waiting for her, and end up having sex. But that was the last thing she wanted, and Irik, for once, was busy commanding his men. Jaret decided to tour around the battlements. 2 sets of steps winding back on themselves led up to the wooden platform that ran all the way around the fort, just 4 feet below the top of the walls. Every 5 paces along the battlements, the wall was shortened for bowmen to shoot from, and men littered the walkway all the way around. It seemed all 300 of Irik's troops were out tonight. Here, from the west side of the battlements, all Jaret could see were trees. Dark outlines against the fading light in the sky. The Red Forest, so named because of the color of some of its trees, stretched out for miles in every direction and bordered 2 provinces. It was the same forest Jaret had been in just 3 days ago, which meant there was a good chance the enemy would be coming from the west. The forest also stretched out toward the north, where the gate was located. The enemy would have to attack there to stop a counterattack or escape. To the south were the plains, and 3 days' ride was the city of Beswith, and to the east were mountains, nigh on impassable for save an old broken trail. An enemy attack would have to come from the forest.
What's the chief's mascot doing up here?
The voice was cracked gravel grating against her nerves. Jaret knew the man, a veteran of more than a few fights, and he had the scars to prove it. Scars all over her face, in fact. Jaret had only ever seen one man uglier.
Bit lonely, are ya? Need some company?
You could kill him, Jez. And it was true. One flick of her sword out of its scabbard and back in before anyone even knew what happened, and the man's throat would be laid open. Of course, the rest of the men might take exception to that, and the damned annoying thing was Jez could feel her hand shaking. You ain't got what it takes to keep me company, Jez said, putting on her best sneer.
I got everything you need.
He was close enough to smell now, and Jez had to admit she'd rarely smelled much worse. We all know you don't. Irik himself says you're a eunuch, and all the whores agree. That earned a bark of laughter from the rest of the men, but the ugly, stinking veteran only went red with anger. Jaret always seemed to have a knack of winding up the wrong people.
I'll bloody prove I ain't, bitch! Come here!
He said, reaching into his breeches, and then stopped, a confused look on his face, and an arrow through his skull. The man teetered on his feet for a moment, and then dropped, his body falling down to the earth below. For a moment, the soldiers behind stood motionless, looking confused. For a moment, Jaret stood motionless, looking confused.
What the fuck?
Screamed one of the men close by, and as one, they all looked over the battlements, Jaret included, just in time for a scattering of arrows to hit. Most of the arrows hit the wood of the walls and stuck there. Some flew high, completing their deadly arc somewhere inside the fort. 2 hit their marks, and 2 more men dropped, one screaming with the shaft in his shoulder, the other man already dead and slumped over the wall not 2 paces from Jez. Shit! Jez shouted as she ducked back below the wall. Battles were always so much more dangerous than fights. You could never tell where the fatal blow was going to come from. It was hard enough to tell friend from foe. She wasn't the only one ducked behind a wall. Men all around her had done the same, hiding from arrow fire. Taking a chance, Jez glanced over the wall and saw the men who had fired the arrows retreating back toward the woods, whooping all the way about who had shot the killing shafts. What caught Jez's full attention, though, was the sight at the edge of the forest. Torches. Hundreds of small flames, each one attached to a person, and more appearing from the forest all the time. Jaret had never been too good with numbers, but even she knew it was fair to say Irik's little army was outnumbered. Looks like a fuck and a fight again today. Chapter 7. The Arbiter. Waking with a hangover that felt like your brain was 2 sizes too big for your head was never a fun start to a day, and today was no exception. Alchemists and herbalists the world over had no shortage of remedies and concoctions for the pain and the nausea and that strange feeling of floating just outside of your body, but rarely would any of them work. The Inquisition had long ago come up with its own cure. It wouldn't look good for an arbiter to be unable to function due to a hangover. It would no doubt lessen the fear the good folk had in them. No, it was much better that people could see arbiters drink an inn dry and have no effect. So now, one of the first things the Inquisition taught to its initiates, after the compulsion, of course, was the hangover cure. It was a small charm, made from wood and carved with a powerful enchantment, then hung around the neck. Simple and genius, but the charm always seemed to work its way out of the bottom of Thanquil's pack. He didn't even open his eyes. To do so may well have induced vomiting, and the last thing he needed was to be seen throwing up in the middle of the barracks. Instead, he kept his eyes closed and rooted around in his pack with one hand, while praying to Volmar that he hadn't lost his charm. "Arbiter Darkheart," came a voice, the same voice that had woken him. Quiet, demure, male, and with a touch of fear. Who in the hells had decided to wake him? Thanquil's hand closed around the charm, as always, at the bottom of his pack, and he pulled it free, spilling the contents of his bag all over the floor. He hung the small wooden rectangle around his neck, waited for a few moments, and then sat up and pried open his eyes. The world gave one violent lurch sideways, and then settled down the right side up. The pounding in his head began to slow, and then fade, and the nausea quieted, though his throat tasted of bile. The man standing in front of him was dressed in the Emperor's white and gold, and wore a look of 1 part fear to 2 parts determination. He was young, still in his teenage years, so half a man and half a boy, and had been ordered to come to the Inquisition compound and rouse a sleeping arbiter. Thanquil was impressed. "Hello," Thanquil said, still squinting at the man-boy and wishing the world were a couple of shades less bright. "Emperor Francis requests your presence," the messenger said in a most imperious tone. "No?" Yes, I think." "I have time to bathe first," Thanquil said. I smell like a brothel, lad." Don't worry. It won't take long. Wouldn't want to offend the God Emperor by turning up looking and smelling like an outhouse would. No. Exactly." With that, Thanquil lurched out of bed, pushed the spilled contents of his pack under the bunk, and walked for the exit. The messenger keeping up behind him while spouting a constant stream of words that Thanquil refused to listen to. He'd never been to the Imperial Palace before. Glimpsing it from afar as it rose with exaggerated majesty above the rest of the city was one thing, but up close, it just looked monstrously tall. How had men managed to build such a thing? Thanquil couldn't imagine it. It must have just been here all along. Or maybe Volmar just willed it into existence. A god could do such a thing, but there was no way men could have built a thing so tall and yet so sturdy. Huge, reaching spires, hundreds of feet tall, all white and shiny in the morning sun. Windows of all shapes and sizes, some round, some square, some rectangular, some small, some larger than any Thanquil had ever seen before, and all made from expensive, clear glass. To his left, Thankwell spotted fountains taller than a man with tens of tiers, where water could pool and then spill down to one below. To his right he spied a carriage, waiting to take some noblefolk or other away from the palace. The carriage was bigger than any he'd ever seen, with 8 wheels and 12 horses, all magnificent in black. Thankwell's own chestnut mare would be embarrassed to be called a horse if it stood next to the stallions that pulled that carriage. A polite cough from beside Thankwell brought him out of his reverie, and he found the Imperial messenger grinning at him. "Impressive, isn't it?" Thankwell thought he should have found something clever to say, or something fearful, that reminded the messenger that he was talking to an arbiter, but his mind was still stuck in awe of the palace. The man-boy started walking again, and Thankwell fell in beside him, trying not to stare upwards at the impossibly tall building looming over him. He tried to focus on the ground, on the messenger, on the guards and staff, on anything, and found himself looking around in desperation for something to steal. He needed to calm his nerves. The grandeur of the palace spooked him for some reason. He felt as out of place here as a cat underwater. They stopped at the main entrance just long enough for the messenger to have a word with the guards, and then they were off again. The man-boy beside Thankwell, with his close-cropped blonde hair and pale fluff on his top lip, just kept talking, but Thankwell wasn't listening. He was observing the route, watching for small items, something that could fit in his pockets. He passed expensive-looking paintings depicting some historic event or other, vases of obvious supreme craftsmanship, gaudy red carpets that looked like blood on the white marble floor, lanterns with cases of gold or silver fixed into the walls, and he passed guards. Thankwell had never seen so many guards, and all of them watched him from underneath their visored helms. If he hadn't been suitably daunted before, he was now. After a while, the messenger stopped in front of a large, unassuming door of heavy wood with 2 guards in full white enameled plate either side. The messenger asked Thankwell to wait, and then opened the door, disappeared inside, and shut the door after him. The guards watched Thankwell. It was a shame. He was sure he could have stolen something here if not for those 8 eyes following his every movement.
"You must be hot,"
he said to the guards as a unit, not picking anyone in particular. There was no answer, not even a grunt.
"I mean, Sarth is a hot city, and the palace, while obviously well ventilated, is still on the warm side, and there you stand encased in metal. You must be sweating under there."
Silence. Thankwell paced. 4 sets of eyes followed him. He realized he was still wearing his sword. If he was to see the Emperor of Sarth, they would have insisted he turn his sword in. The door opened again, and 2 servants and 2 guards filed out, followed by the Imperial messenger with the fluffy top lip. "You may enter now, Arbiter Darkheart," the messenger said and stood aside. With suspicious caution, Thankwell walked into the room and looked about. The door shut behind him, and it took all of his willpower not to jump for the ceiling. The room was beautiful. Austere rugs decorated the shining white floor. Ornate bookshelves lined the walls, each with its own collection of books and scrolls. A huge unlit hearth, with a painting of the Imperial Palace hung above it, seemed a bit indulgent but looked grand all the same. Giant glass windows at the far end of the room allowed light to stream in, and there, sitting in front of them, was the God Emperor. On a throne, with golden hair spilling down past his shoulders, and a severe look that pulled his features into the very definition of imperial majesty, the God Emperor looked down upon Thankwell. He'd heard the Emperor was tall, at over 7 foot, but even sat down, the man looked like a giant. He wore a suit of white and gold that seemed to accentuate his muscular figure, and he leaned just a little to the right, giving the impression of being relaxed. It was hard to believe that such a regal-looking figure was a poor farm boy working a field outside of Sarth just 4 years ago. The throne seemed to suit him, as if it had been made around him. Perhaps it had. The man sat unmoving, and looked like a statue of some great hero from ages past.
"You kept me waiting, Arbiter,"
the Emperor said from the throne. His mouth moved, but the rest of him kept as still as the throne he sat on. His voice was deep, rich, and resonated around the room. Thankwell realized he was the only other person in the room. It seemed strange, but all the Emperor's guards and all his servants had been ordered outside. "My apologies, Your Majesty. I thought it best to present myself properly," Thankwell responded with a bow of his head.
"My man tells me you stopped to bathe while he waited. I didn't invite you here to smell you, Arbiter."
"Invite?" Thankwell mused aloud. It felt more like an order.
"It was."
The silence that erupted into the room was horrific. Thankwell could hear his own breathing, could hear every creak of his leathers underneath his coat, could hear the scuff of his boots on the floor as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and all the while the Emperor stared down at him. Thankwell glanced around the room again. There, no more than 5 feet away, was a small table with black cloth on top, and one of the largest and most impressive collections of runes Thankwell had ever seen. Each one was carved into a token of brittle wood, ready to be snapped at a moment's notice to release the power contained within the rune. Thankwell had to resist the urge to walk over and take one. Stealing from the God Emperor was bad enough, but to do so right in front of the man would be considered horribly rude.
"I've heard a lot about you, Arbiter."
"I doubt much of it good." Thankwell could feel his hand shaking in his pocket.
"No, indeed,"
the Emperor continued.
"Most of it was quite damning."
Thankwell couldn't think of a response, so he just kept quiet.
"I hear you were the one that found my sword."
That much was true. Thankwell had recovered the sword known as Siegebreaker, a sword forged of magic and metal, with blessings inscribed into the steel. A sword fit for an emperor, the Inquisition had decreed, and had gifted it to Emperor Francis on his inauguration.
"I would very much like to hear the story of how you came upon it, Arbiter Darkheart."
"Not much to tell, Your Majesty. I bought it from a traveling merchant."
"Did the man realize what it was he carried?"
"Yes, Your Majesty. He specialized in such items."
"Where did you find this merchant of curios?"
Thankwell winced. "The land of the dead." The Emperor smiled, and the atmosphere of the room seemed lighter.
"Interesting,"
he said as he stood and turned, moving to stare out of one of the excessive glass windows. Thankwell took the opportunity to pad across to the table holding the runes and pocket one before returning to his original position. He felt better. The shaking stopped and he could concentrate again. Stealing always calmed his nerves, put him at ease.
"Must have been an interesting man indeed to be traveling those lands unmolested,"
the Emperor continued. "In truth, Your Majesty, I can't be sure he was a man at all. Not sure what it was, but it sold me the blade all the same." The Emperor grunted, and then fell silent for a while. Thankwell kept quiet. He was now well aware that he was in a room with one of the 2 most powerful people in all of Sarth, and Thankwell didn't trust himself not to anger the Emperor somehow.
"I'm going to ask a favor of you, Arbiter Darkheart. But first I think you have a question for me, don't you?
Thankwell felt it then. The compulsion was tugging at him, trying to tear the words from his mouth. It was a physical need to answer the question. His mouth opened, and his lips began to move, forming the words. But Thankwell was no commoner without knowledge of the compulsion. He was an arbiter of the Inquisition, trained in the use of magic and with 20 years of experience. He forced his mouth shut, swallowed the words back down, and forced his mind to calm. "How did you do that?" Thankwell demanded of one of the most powerful men in Sarth. He threw the entire strength of his own compulsion along with the question. It felt like trying to break down a door with a sponge. The Emperor turned and smiled.
I'm sorry to do that to you, but I had to make sure. Ask your question.
Thankwell sighed. He felt tired, exhausted even, but determined not to show it. "Are you really Volmar reborn? Are you really our god in human form?"
The Inquisition, the Council of Inquisitors, has declared I am.
"I didn't ask what the council had declared," Thankwell said, determined to get his answer.
Does it matter, I wonder? If I say I am Volmar reborn, would you believe me? How would I prove such a thing?
Thankwell thought about it, came up blank. "So, you won't answer?"
My answer is this, Arbiter Darkheart. It doesn't matter if the Council says I am Volmar. It doesn't matter if I say I am Volmar. What matters is whether or not you believe I am Volmar.
"Well, I imagine a god would speak in such riddles," Thankwell said, and the Emperor burst into laughter that even made Thankwell smile. The laughter ended abruptly, and the room seemed to dim.
I believe the Inquisition has been infiltrated, Thankwell,
the Emperor said, his voice solemn. It didn't go unnoticed by Thankwell that they were now on first-name terms. "I'm not sure I understand, Your Majesty."
Evil, heresy, dark magics, maybe even demons. Who knows?
"Demons are gone from this world," Thankwell pointed out. "Volmar saw to that when he first created the Inquisition so many thousands of years ago."
2,490 years ago, to be exact. But demons are not gone. We both know that. Not all of them, in any case. I believe the Inquisition has been infiltrated, a part of it corrupted, and I believe the culprit to be sitting on the council.
That was more than just an accusation. From anyone else, it would be considered heresy. But could the man the Inquisition had decreed to be their own god, reborn, be capable of heresy? The very idea of it made Thankwell's head hurt, despite the charm he wore around his neck to prevent such maladies. "That is," Thankwell searched for the right word, "an incredible accusation, Your Majesty."
It's not an accusation. For an accusation, I would need proof.
"Which, of course, you don't have." The Emperor nodded, his bright blue eyes seeming darker and worried. Thankwell paced, mindless of the company, as he considered what to do. Should he confess the Emperor's accusation to the Council? It would be the wisest of things to do, but what if the Emperor was right?
I want you to find me proof, Arbiter.
"I'll just go and interrogate all 12 members of the Council, then." Thankwell stopped himself from saying more. "Sorry, Your Majesty. I have neither the right nor the power to question the Council. Perhaps if you—"
The Emperor of Sarth cannot be seen to distrust the Inquisition, To do so would undermine its power throughout the world. I need you to go and find proof, discreetly, and bring it back to me so I can make a move to put a stop to this.
Why me? Thankwell asked. Half of the Inquisition seems to think I'm guilty of heresy myself.
That's exactly why I've chosen you, Thankwell. You're considered an outsider. You go where you please, and you are known for sometimes traveling off the beaten path.
Thankwell rolled it around in his head. It was a no-win situation for him. If he turned the request down, and the Emperor was right, then the entire Inquisition could well be destroyed from the inside. If he agreed to the request, the best that could happen was he would save the Inquisition and be punished for going outside of the Inquisition's rules to do so. The worst that could happen involved him being tried for heresy himself. Because I'm expendable, Thankwell mused. The God Emperor didn't deny it, just looked away. As much a confirmation as any Thankwell had witnessed. What exactly is it you want me to do? Thankwell found himself asking.
My sources have brought me a name. A man somewhere in the untamed wilds by the name of Gregor Host. He is connected somehow. I need you to go to the wilds and find him. If he can't provide proof, make him tell you who can.
The wilds are a bit outside of my jurisdiction, Your Majesty. I operate within Acanthia and the Five Kingdoms. The Emperor smiled.
Not a problem. Thank you, Thankwell. I'll not forget this.
With that, the Emperor turned again and stared out of the window, dismissing Thankwell with his back. Thankwell bowed and walked to the door. He turned once. The Emperor was still standing by the window. Thankwell pushed open the door and walked through it. Outside, the guards and the servants and the messenger with the fluffy top lip were standing waiting. But with them stood someone else. Thankwell nodded once.
Arbiter Vance?
Vance nodded once in return. Arbiter Darkheart? Crushing silence descended. Again, Thankwell nodded.
Glad we had this talk.
With that, he stalked off, the fluffy-lipped messenger struggling to catch up to lead him out of the palace. No sooner had Thankwell stepped foot into the Inquisition compound, another messenger appeared in front of him. He wanted nothing so much as to find a dark corner to sit in and mull over everything the Emperor had confided in him. It did not feel like an easy task he had been given. First, he would have to find a way to the untamed wilds. He was certain there would be boats leaving from Sarth to trade with the free cities in the wilds. But it was a long journey, and long sea journeys were never safe. Pirates were the major problem, with violent sea storms coming in a close second, and Thankwell was never sure whether to believe stories about giant sea serpents. Arbiter?
Yes, you have a message.
Thankwell finished for the man. From the council. The messenger did not seem cowed by Thankwell's snap. They demand your presence.
That's why I'm here.
Immediately.
Of course.
Thankwell was already starting to regret waking up this morning. First, a private meeting with the Emperor of Sarth, and now his interview with the Council of Inquisitors. Thankwell couldn't think of a way the day could get any stranger. Plenty of ways it could still get worse, though. Kosh was on duty, guarding the outer doors to the council chambers. He stood at ease, but his hands rested on the shafts of his twin scythes, and Thankwell knew firsthand how dangerous he was with such weapons, even more so when enhanced by blessings. His friend grinned as he saw Thankwell approaching.
Hangover cure?
Kosh asked.
Around my neck. I hear you've had a busy day.
News travels fast here. Good luck in there. The halls that led to the council chambers couldn't have been more different from the imperial palace. No carpets graced the cold stone here, and Thanquil's footsteps rang out loud and clear, and echoed around the black walls. No decorations of any kind in this hall. No grand paintings with gilded frames. No priceless vases. Only the occasional torch sputtering in the constant and cold draft. It felt like entering a dungeon, or walking to his own execution. Neither were endearing thoughts. Then Thanquil was at the inner doors to the council chambers. 2 arbiters stood guard by the doors, neither of which Thanquil recognized. The guards nodded for him to enter, and Thanquil pushed open the doors and stepped through. They shut behind him with an ominous bang. The Inquisitor Council chambers were built in a circle with a pit in the center for the subject and raised seating behind a high-waist barrier for the Inquisitors. All was built from cold gray stone, lifeless and dull, and lit by 100 torches positioned around the room. The torches somehow managed to project most of their light toward the pit, making it hard for Thanquil to see the Inquisitors' seating. He heard the shuffling of robes and the scuffing of asses kissing chairs, and he waited, making sure to look nowhere in particular.
Arbiter Thanquil Darkheart,
came a voice he recognized as belonging to Inquisitor Aurelius. Thanquil bowed his head and waited. Here you will answer for your crimes. Another voice, this one from behind, and belonging to a woman, either Inquisitor Heron or Inquisitor Down. Thanquil waited for a moment and then started. All wandering arbiters, such as himself, were required to present themselves in front of the council every 3 years, and present a list of their crimes and, if need be, explain themselves before the Inquisitors. The Inquisitors would then determine whether the arbiter had been corrupted by the influences of the world outside. Thanquil didn't want to think of the consequences if they decided he'd been corrupted. His list wasn't long. Most of it consisted of petty theft, and of those there were too many to name them all. Too many to remember them all. And the Inquisitors were not bothered about such crimes. There were a few instances of murder, most justified, one accidental but avoidable. 2 incidents of abusing his position as an arbiter for personal gain. While such crimes were not heresy, they did earn heavy punishments, but Thanquil felt justified. The gain, while not monetary in both cases, had occurred because he had run out of money and had used the fear of the Inquisition as a way of extorting free rooms in 2 different inns. Through it all, the Inquisitors listened and said nothing. Thanquil felt the weight of so many eyes upon him, but he'd been through all this before, and he knew they would not punish him for his crimes. It was much more likely they'd punish him for being him.
You have passed, Arbiter Darkheart.
This was the unmistakable voice of Grand Inquisitor Arthur Vance. Thanquil squinted up toward the voice. The man looked old, but that was not surprising. 150 years old, even by Inquisitor standards, and by all accounts Inquisitor Vance had passed that mark more than a decade ago. He still looked to be in good health, though, and strong as an ox, which only went to further prove how powerful the Grand Inquisitor was. Thanquil had heard the stories, read the history during his initiate training, and he knew the Grand Inquisitor's past as well as any arbiter. The man was a hero. He'd saved the Inquisition in its darkest hour. 100 years ago, the Inquisition had gone to war against a cult of warlocks. The dark sorcerers had hunted arbiters across the world and had dealt a serious blow to the Inquisition's numbers. The Inquisitors had marshaled and attacked the warlocks head-on as they marched on Sarth. 5 of the 12 Inquisitors died that day, the worst loss in the history of the Inquisition, and still, the warlock army was unbroken. An arbiter by the name of Arthur Vance had entered the battle, and he alone turned the tide. The judgment of the righteous. the Inquisition's most powerful weapon, and one usable only by Inquisitors. Such is its power. Magic, deadly to all those with the dark stain of sin and heresy upon their soul. Arbiter Arthur Vance called down the judgment of the righteous 6 times that day, and stood in the center of the searing light each time. As if calling down the judgment 6 times in one day wasn't unprecedented enough, the Arbiter emerged from each without injury, proving there was not a single stain of sin upon his soul. Arbiter Arthur Vance was named Inquisitor that very day, and only a handful of years later attained the rank of Grand Inquisitor. By all accounts, the Grand Inquisitor had lived a life of uncompromising virtue, with only one questionable action: his union with a woman who had the sight. The sight was known to be an affliction of witches. In women, it manifested as the ability to see into a person's past, viewing the things they had done through their own eyes. In men, it manifested as the ability to glimpse a person's future, maybe even their end. Thankwell bowed to the circle of Inquisitors and prepared to leave the chambers. Then Grand Inquisitor Vance spoke again. "Why did Emperor Francis request your presence?" the Grand Inquisitor said, and the words were like a vice, closing in on Thankwell's will. He'd felt the same thing earlier, in the Imperial Palace, only different. The compulsion. It should not have any effect on him, a trained arbiter, but here he was, experiencing it firsthand, and for the second time in one day. Before, when the Emperor had used it, the compulsion had been strong but unfocused. Thankwell had managed to squirm his way free of the question. Now it was different. It lacked the same strength, but the focus more than made up for it. Thankwell could think of nothing else but the words, the answer to the question the Grand Inquisitor had asked. The truth bubbled up inside of him and demanded to be set free. He couldn't hold it back any longer. Thankwell opened his mouth to speak, gasped, and then the words fell out. "He wished to thank me for finding his sword. He wanted to know where and how I had attained such a powerful artifact." The pressure eased and lifted. Thankwell gasped and sputtered. The cold room felt hot and sweaty, and the weight of all those eyes on him felt heavy. "You did well, Arbiter Darkheart." This from Inquisitor Heron. "Not many would have lasted so long against the Grand Inquisitor's compulsion."
"Seems your will is still uncontested, Vance."
The voice from behind Thankwell was brutish and accented. Without a doubt, it came from Inquisitor Dale.
"Enough!"
The Grand Inquisitor's command cut through the atmosphere like a knife, and left only silence behind. "If the Emperor should ever wish to talk to you again, Arbiter Darkheart, you will come to the Council to explain why. Do you understand?" Thankwell nodded.
"Yes,"
he managed to croak. He was still shaking and could feel his heart pounding in his chest, in his ears. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so weak. It took every bit of effort he had to stop his legs from buckling. "We have a new assignment for you, Arbiter." Inquisitor down. Thankwell squinted in her direction, a middle-aged woman with plain features and a heavy brow. There was not an ounce of softness to Inquisitor down. "The Free City of Chade has requested an arbiter to question someone they have taken into custody and believe to be a dangerous heretic."
"The Inquisition has no authority in the Free Cities,"
Thankwell said, his mind struggling to catch up with the day's events. "They have granted an agent of the Inquisition temporary rights in order to question the prisoner." Thankwell nodded. "You're sending me to the Untamed Wilds, then?" "Correct." Inquisitor Jane, tall and pale with eyes darker than the deepest night. "You will leave immediately,
There is a boat departing tomorrow at dawn. You will be on it, Arbiter Darkheart.
Thankwell nodded again, his eyes searching for something witty to say and coming up blank.
Of course. With your leave. Go.
The last word, of course, came from the Grand Inquisitor. Thankwell turned and hurried from the room. His legs felt like jelly, and it was all he could do not to collapse into the nearest dark corner and spend some time weeping. Instead, he walked, aiming for his bunk in the barracks and hoping his tired feet remembered the way, while his mind worked on other things. He'd learned something very important from his meeting with the Council. Something he'd never known before, and something he now wondered who else might know. There was a loophole to the compulsion. The target could release it by telling only a part of the truth. Chapter 8. The Blade Master. The noise was one of the most terrifying things Jaret had ever heard. Swords and spears and hammers and axes, all being bashed against wooden shields, and all at the same time. Sounded like thousands of them. Looked like thousands of them, if the number of torches was anything to go by. Large fires had been built up at regular intervals just beyond the tree line, just out of bowshot, and Jez could see figures moving around in front of the fires. The sun had disappeared long ago, but the moon was full and close and bright. It lit the ground between the fort and the forest well enough to see. Gave the troops in the fort some sort of hope, anyway. For hours, Jez had heard axes going at wood out beyond the forest, but they had gone silent now. No doubt the ladders and rams had all been built. All the enemy were waiting for now was the call to attack. Quite why they hadn't attacked yet was a source of some confusion for Jez, unless the enemy commander wanted to scare the soldiers in the fort into surrendering. If so, it was working on Jaret. The clamor of weapons banging against shields died down, and a single figure rode on horseback towards the front gate. They were holding a white flag high up in one hand, the signal to parley. First comes the talking, then the killing. Somehow, Jez doubted Eirik was the type to spend too much time talking. She pushed her way along the battlements, moving ever closer to the front gate, closer to Eirik, closer to where the brunt of the fighting would take place. Jez couldn't say it was where she wanted to be, but it was where Eirik would stay, and she had to keep him alive if possible. Or you could just hide with the whores and fuck your way out of the fort later, Jez. A bitter thought, and not one she entertained for long.
Ho there, Eirik!
As soon as Jaret heard that voice drift up from below, her spirits sank. It was both masculine and feminine at the same time. Hiding with the whores seems a good option now, Jez.
Come to see my little fort, have you, Constance?
Eirik called back over the battlements. Jez could see the warlord she shared a bed with grinning from ear to ear through his stubble. She sank down behind the walls and prayed for a miracle. Or, at least, she would have if she could remember the names of any gods.
The hospitality seems a little poor, Eirik. How about you just open your gates and let me in like a good host?
Alas, we're full up on whores at the moment, Constance. Nowhere to put you.
Yes, I can see that, Eirik. 300 whores, my scouts tell me. Do any of them know how to hold a sword?
Oh, the banter of warlords before a battle. Like foreplay without the payoff.
Reckon we have at least one,
Eirik called out, still grinning like a wolf.
Got an old friend of yours up here with me. I'm sure you remember Jaret Verlaine.
Why, Eirik? Why? Silence. It seemed to stretch out for somewhere close to forever before the reply came.
Where? Show yourself, bitch!
Jaret sighed. She wished Eirik hadn't told Constance about her. Then Jez realized all eyes on the battlements had turned to her. Hiding wasn't an option anymore. She stood up and gave a little wave towards the single figure down below. A stupid wave. Like I'm waving to an old friend. I suppose we once were. Constance's horse fidgeted below her, sensing the rider's anger. The woman looked as well as she ever had. As big as most men, almost as big as Eirik, both in height and brawn. She wore a suit of tight ring mail armor, dyed red, and her long mud-colored hair was tied up in a warrior's tail. A livid white scar ran upwards across her left eye and ended just below her hairline. "How's the eye, Constance?" Jezet called down.
Don't see so good no more, Jez. Still remembers your fucking face, though.
That wasn't surprising. The tip of Jezet's sword was the last thing that eye had ever seen. "Could be worse," Jezet shouted back. "Could remember your partner's face. What was her name again?"
Catherine!
Eirik shouted out, his grin wider than ever. "That's right," Jez continued. "I forget. Constance, was she your sister, your lover, or both?" If looks could kill, then Jezet's heart would have exploded in her chest. However, looks couldn't kill, and right now, 30 feet up and behind a wall, Jez felt brave enough to rub it in the warlord's face. So she smiled back as sweetly as possible.
Still opening your legs for every man in the wilds then, Jezet?
Constance's rock-like jaw was locked tight. Thick cords of muscle writhed together as she ground her teeth. Jezet had always been able to get under Constance's skin, even before she killed the warlord's sister. "Just the one at the moment." Jez nodded towards Eirik. "Why? Would you like a go? Have you finally managed to grow a cock that would have matched your sister's balls?" Eirik let out a bellow of laughter that sounded so jovial, even the men around him joined in, despite the sheer weight of numbers aligned against them just beyond the tree line.
"Ladies," he began, "while this banter is fun and all, I believe we have a—"
"Surrender the fort, Eirik, and hand over that whore trussed up like she deserves. Do that, and I'll let you and yours go."
Constance interrupted him. Eirik paused and looked over towards Jezet. Jezet tried her damn best not to look as scared as she felt. If Constance got a hold of her, Jezet could count her days left on one very painful, very humiliating hand.
"Us wants the fort, I want the bitch. Nobody else has to die today,"
Constance continued. Terrifying silence seemed to hold for a long time. So long Jezet wanted to scream to release the tension. Seemed Eirik was taking his time thinking about the offer. Seemed like a bad thing, seeing as how it was likely his only way out of the situation that didn't involve dying.
"A tempting offer, Constance, and we all know she deserves it, but I'm afraid I have to decline. Dossledge would have me strung up if I surrender the fort without a fight."
"Then you all die."
With that, Constance whirled her horse around and set off for the tree line at a gallop. Jezet met Eirik's eyes, and he grinned at her. Bastard he may be, but at least he's a brave one. Moments later, a thunderous roar went up from the enemy camp, and Jezet could see the soldiers start to move forward. She was right about the ladders and about the ram. She counted 8 ladders in all, built in a rush, no doubt, but still sturdy enough to do the job. The ram was long, carried by 20 soldiers, each holding a shield in their other hand, and charging forwards with the giant tree sharpened to a point. Jez swallowed down her traitorous, fraying nerves and waited, each moment accompanied by a deafening heartbeat drumming in her ears. The archers charged forward in front of the enemy lines, and each thrust a torch into the ground, pulled arrows from their quivers, lit them, and then drew the bowstring back. For a moment, they all just knelt on the ground with bows ready, and then someone shouted the order, and a hail of flaming arrows arced towards the fort. Jez ducked behind the wall again as the arrows hit. Those in the wall were no problem, but those that landed inside the fort would catch fire, forcing the defenders to fight the flames inside their gates, as well as the army outside.
"What do we do?"
A young soldier beside her shouted. He was young and pretty in a boyish way, with a small strip of hair on his chin and eyes wide as the moon. "How the fuck should I know?" Jezet shrieked back at the stupid boy.
Arrows!
Roared Eirik from close by, and Jezet heard bows being drawn then.
Fire!
And the twang of bowstrings, accompanied by the screaming of men from below. The boy beside her was still staring, wide-eyed, into space. Jezet slapped him and then crouch-walked past, unwilling to poke her head above the top of the wall, unwilling to present a target. She found Eirik shouting orders this way and that, his handsome grin replaced by a commanding frown.
Get some damn stones on the ram!
He shouted to someone and looked out towards the approaching army. His bowmen were firing at will now the enemy archers had stopped. The men carrying the ladders were reaching the base of the walls and started pushing the ladders up against them.
Repel the ladders!
Eirik spotted Jez and took 2 steps toward her. For a crazy moment, she thought he would try to kiss her, and she was pretty sure she'd have to punch him. But instead, he stopped, and his grin returned only for a moment.
I think we pissed her off, Jez.
Jezet didn't smile back. I fight for you, and after this, you let me go. No more keeping me here just so you can have someone to fuck. You could have left any time you wanted, Jez.
Deal.
Eirik nodded.
Long as I get one for the road after all is done.
Jezet spun as she heard a ladder hit the wall close by. Eirik's men were already trying to push it back to the ground, but there were too many holding it still at the bottom. The first man pushing on the ladder looked down just in time to take a spear thrust up through the face. The unfortunate soldier was dead before he hit the floor, and then the dying started in earnest. All around it was the same scene. Men pushed on ladders to no avail, and other men climbed the ladders, trying to establish a foothold on the wall for more to rush up behind them. Arrows flew both ways now, and blood and screams of pain became a constant, both inside the fort and outside. A face appeared on the ladder closest to Jez. Her sword, a slim sword as sharp as a razor, slashed out and took the face just above the nose. Bone shattered and flesh sliced, and the man dropped with a gurgling scream that ended with a dull thump. Another face appeared, and Jez stabbed at it. This time a shield appeared and managed to block the strike, but a moment later a spear thrust from the other side of the ladder took the climbing soldier in the throat. Eirik's men had given up trying to dislodge the ladders, and were attacking the men as they climbed up. A worrying crash of wood on wood sounded from close by, followed by a scream from Eirik to shoot arrows down on the battering ram. A large soldier, armed with a rust-spotted sword, jumped from the ladder onto the battlements, followed by another and then a third. The first man advanced toward Jezet and muttered something about fighting a woman. Then he thrust with his sword. Jezet spun on her feet and brushed the attack away with her own sword. A moment later, her hand darted forward, and her blade slid in between 2 of the man's ribs, puncturing his liver. The man dropped to one knee, screaming, and with a heavy push, Jezet sent him off the battlements to the hard earth below. The second man came at her a moment later. Jezet twisted away, ran 2 steps, then launched herself off the wall back towards the approaching man, parrying his sword away as she flew toward him. Small as she was still heavy enough to knock the man to the floor and landed on top of him. Too close for swords, she dropped her blade and pulled her dagger from its sheath, stabbing him once, twice, 3 times, full in the face. Definitely dead, she thought as she looked into the bloody mess she'd made. Jez stood, her daggers still in her right hand, and picked up her sword in her left. The third man that came over the wall had been dealt with by some of Eirik's troops, and they were again stabbing down at the climbers with spears. Jaret glanced around. Constance's forces were up on the wall in several places already, and more were pouring up all the time. A loud crack signaled the gate was already on its way to giving in, and Eirik was fighting with 3 men who had somehow scaled the wall without the use of a ladder. All 3 of Eirik's assailants had their back to Jez, so she rushed them. The first went down with a slash from her sword, opening up his back from ass to neck. The second turned in time for Jaret to thrust her dagger just below his armpit and into his heart. She'd long ago made sure the blade was just long enough for such a kill. The third man panicked, and Eirik took his head clean off with a chop from his axe.
Thanks for the help, Jez.
Eirik was cut off as an arrow thudded into his shoulder, spinning him around and sending him careening off the battlements to the ground below.
Fuck!
Jaret screamed as she watched him fall. No stairs close by, and an unhealthy drop to the ground. Shit, she said, and launched herself off the walkway onto the roof of a nearby building. Her ankle twisted as she landed and fell, rolled off the roof and hit the ground with a heavy and painful thump that drove all the air from her lungs. Somewhere close by, a great crack signaled the gate had given way, and the clash of metal on metal started. Jez pushed herself to her feet, sucked in deep breaths of air and dust through gritted teeth, and limped over to where Eirik had fallen. Smoke and the smell of burning wood filled the air, and the screams of the dying echoed around the fort. Jaret realized her hands were slick with blood. Looking down, she was spattered with it all over. None of it was hers, though. It was never hers. She found Eirik crumpled on the floor, lying face up with arm underneath him at an impossible angle. The jagged bone of his left leg showing through his skin and armor both. A steady pool of blood was leaking from him somewhere, but he still managed to open his eyes a crack as Jez approached. She'd never seen him look so pale, or so young before.
Reckon it's bad,
he managed to say, a weak ghost of his grin on his lips. Fuck, Jaret agreed with him.
Too late for my one. The road.
Jaret just stood over him. She knew she should feel sad or scared, or feel something at least. Instead, she just felt numb. The fort was lost. Constance had won. Jaret would be humiliated and killed in the most painful way possible, and she was damn sure Constance could think of some very painful ways. It would be better if I just ended it now myself. Too late for everything, I reckon, Eirik, she said. Wonder if I can find a way to kill Constance before she kills me.
No,
Eirik said and coughed. His entire body shuddered, and blood bubbled up from his mouth.
Under shitter. My quarters. Tunnel.
Another cough, more blood, and then nothing. Jez should have said a prayer for him, or maybe a couple of words about him being a good man or some such. Problem is, she didn't feel much like lying, and she didn't have the time either. She turned and ran limped toward Eric's quarters. Soldiers, whores, and children ran this way and that through the buildings and courtyard. All pointless. Jez knew Constance well enough to know that if the cunt-sucking bitch was robbed of getting to kill both Jez and Eirik with her own hands, she'd murder every last person in the fort. The only way out of this alive for anyone was to get out of the fort, and Jez wasn't about to take anyone with her. She heard the shouts of surrender just as she barged her way into Eirik's quarters. The tub she'd bathed in just hours earlier still stood, the water long since cold and near brown with the sweat and dirt she'd washed off. The roof had been hit by a stray arrow and was just starting to catch fire. A good sign, maybe. If the building burned to the ground, Constance would never find the tunnel. Jez flung the door to the shitter open and looked down at the circular stone she'd sat on so many times to relieve herself. She pushed her sword and her dagger back into their sheaths, took hold of the round stone, and wrenched this way and that. The boards below it were loose. "Thank you, Eirik, you damned bastard," she thought with a grin. Jez sank to her knees and scrabbled at the wooden boards, tore at them with her bloody fingers until one came free. She flung the board behind her and then tore up another, and then a third. There was a hole just big enough for a slim woman to squeeze through into the foul-smelling tunnel below. She wasted no time. Jezit squeezed, pushed, wriggled, and squirmed her way into the tunnel. It was small, but just large enough for her. It stank of shit, and worse, and was slick and vile underneath her hands in a way that made her want to vomit. Craning her head around, Jez could see the tunnel extended both ways. Behind her, it ran further into the fort. In front of her, it led towards the east, towards the mountains. It was then Jezit realized she'd left her pack up in Eirik's quarters. Everything she owned, bar the clothes on her back and the sword at her side, was in that pack. But she'd be damned if she was going to risk going back for it. So, Jezit Velern set her hands into the filthy, stinking muck in front of her and started crawling. Shit. Chapter 9. The Blackthorn. Funny thing about settlements in the wilds, they all had walls. Every village, every town, every city, every port, every fort, every manor, and every savage tribal camp. They all sported walls, and Bishin was no different. It reminded Bettram of every other town on the plains he'd ever been to, and he was pretty sure his count currently sat at somewhere near all of them. Low wooden walls ringed the town, and though they would do nothing to stop a determined force, they served well to keep out wild animals and disorganized raiders. The boss's little band of sellswords were neither, but the guards on the gate still looked at them as though they were animals. "No trouble," said one of the guards as they passed. He was a big man with bushy, overhanging eyebrows and more than a few missing teeth. The rest of his set were well on their way to browning. Yellow teeth were one thing, but brown teeth struck Bettram as plain wrong. Bones smiled as he towered over the man, showing his own set of yellowing chompers.
"Do I look like I would cause trouble?"
The guard paled, and the boss clapped him on the arm.
"Just passing through, friend. Be gone in a couple of days."
The guard nodded at the boss's words, but didn't take his eyes off Bones. "So, what we doing here, boss?" Swift asked as they passed through the gate. "I mean, it's a bit of a shithole, ain't it?" Bettram had to agree on that one. Low wooden buildings, half of which looked to be in the process of falling down. Scum lined the streets in droves, some of them sellswords, some of them thieves, some of them nothings with less than nothing to their name. Seemed the good folk were on the outnumbered side here in Bishin. Waste and garbage was piled high in some spots, as if no one could be arsed to clean it away, so all were happy to just leave it lying in the streets. That made Bettram grimace. Even animals knew not to shit in their own homes. There were a few shops selling all manner of goods. Each shop had 2 or 3 big, tough-looking guards hired by the shop owners out of their own pockets. Better that than get robbed and killed by the first scum who took a liking to whatever you were peddling. Women with painted faces stood waving from the balcony of a large 3-storied wooden shack. Their breasts hung loose and free and heavy as they whistled towards the boss's little group of sellswords as they passed. Nothing like a pair of tits to catch a man's attention.
"Boss,"
Bettram started, never taking his eyes off the jugs that hung above him.
"Where we meetin'?"
"Inn called Thieves' Rest. You know the place?"
"Aye,"
Bettram said, and without another word, walked towards the whorehouse. "I'm with the Blackthorn," he heard Swift say.
"Me too,"
from Green a moment later. The door swung open to a gaudily lit room that stank of perfume. It was almost enough to choke him. The smoke and haze was so thick. A bar at the far end of the room had a few patrons enjoying drinks, and rooms upstairs were closed or open to indicate whether they were in use. Some women lounged around waiting for business, while others entertained men. At the edges of the room in dark alcoves, Bertram could see women grinding their hips on top of folk, those not rich enough to rent a room, or those without the modesty to care, he reckoned. From time to time, the scene was punctuated by the odd masculine grunt or a feminine giggle. A plump lady of aging years, with more powder on her face than dust in the desert, approached. The cloying scent of 100 different perfumes clung to her, but none could hide the stink of sex that trailed behind her.
Can I help you, gentlemen? We cater for all tastes,
she asked in a low, throaty voice with a wide smile on her red lips.
I'll take a room, a girl, and a bottle of something strong,
Bertram said in a growl. Swift laughed. Fuck the room. I'll fuck the girl, and something to smoke wouldn't go amiss.
Yeah, me too,
Green said with all the eagerness of a boy who's never been inside a whore.
Best make it a boy for the youngin',
Bertram said, grinning his horrific grin.
Be an experience for him.
Fuck you, Blackthorn. I ain't no weird, Green shouted, earning himself more than a couple of looks. The look the aging mistress gave Bertram was far more worrying, though. She studied his face for a moment, studied his collection of scars.
We don't take too kind to people messing up our girls, Blackthorn.
Swift broke into a raucous laughter. Your reputation is well known, Thorn, he said, and then broke off as he spotted a girl he liked the look of. I'll take that one.
Come here, girl. I got something for you to suck on.
Green laughed, nudged Bertram in the side, and scuttled off to find a girl of his own. Never had Bertram wanted to kill the lad so much. He noticed the powdered mistress was still staring at him, studying him. Bertram stared right on back with a neutral expression.
I don't mess up whores. I don't beat women.
Bertram paused.
Well, not unless they deserve it. I want a room, a drink, and a girl to fuck. Don't much care what she looks like. I ain't the prettiest thing to look at myself.
If the mistress was cowed at all by Bertram's name or reputation, she didn't show an ounce of it. After a while, she nodded towards the stairs.
Third door on the left is free. I'll send up a girl with a bottle.
There were no smiles for Bertram anymore, he noticed. People rarely smiled at the Blackthorn. With a final stare that could have shattered a mirror, he headed for the stairs and towards the third door on the left. By the time Bertram and the others made it to the Thieves' Rest, he felt a little less angry and a lot more relieved. The girl he'd gotten was only just prettier than he was, but she knew her way around a cock, no doubt, and Bertram had not been left wanting. She had a wonderful set of teeth on her, too, all pearly white, and only the one missing. The bottle of spirits he'd got were a little disappointing, but had a satisfying burning sensation on the way down, so he kept the whole bottle. It would serve him well when they got back out on the plains. Swift whistled and skipped all the way from the whorehouse to the inn, and Green wore a stupid grin and kept mumbling something about tits. Bertram tried his best to ignore the little shit, lest his anger return. They found the others sitting alone on a table in the most crowded part of the common room. Henry was nursing a pint and eyeing the collected masses with dangerous intent. A brooding boss sat next to her, staring into his mug of beer with a dark expression. Bones looked more bored than anything else, and his face lit up when he spotted the others. Seemed conversation had run a bit dry. Didn't surprise Bettram. Swift tended to do most of the talking in the crew.
How'd it go?
Bones asked the newcomers with a knowing wink. Green only went and said Blackthorn's name in the middle of the damned whorehouse, Swift said, grinning from ear to ear.
The Blackthorn must like our newest recruit.
Bettram growled as he waved at the serving girl to bring a mug over and flipped a bronze bit her way. She caught it in her hand and bit it to make sure it was real before sauntering off to fill a mug.
You boys not too drunk, I hope, the boss said. Take more than a cheap bottle of spirits for that,
Bettram insisted. Didn't touch the booze, boss, Swift said, grinning.
What about the smoke?
Didn't touch the booze, boss, Swift repeated, still grinning. The serving girl arrived with Bettram's beer, and he took a large gulp. Tasted like watered-down piss, but beer always did in the wilds. Bettram couldn't remember the last time he had a good, strong beer. Probably last time he attended one of those fancy blooded folks' parties, which would put it somewhere around never. How come you two didn't come get yourselves a whore? Green asked, pointing at Bones and the boss. You do like women, right?
Oh, I'd love to,
Bones said.
Unfortunately, my wife says if I go round whoring, she'll know, and she'll chop my stones off.
You married? Green exclaimed in a loud voice. Seemed he'd had a bit too much drink or smoke, or both. Where is the bitch?
Fuck knows. As far away from me as possible, I hope.
Oh, right. What about you, boss? Everyone at the table just stared at Green. Well, everyone but Henry, who broke into loud, vicious laughter. The boy would figure it out at some point, maybe after he heard them going at it. Bettram had been in battles quieter than those two fucking.
Fancy making some money, Bones?
Bettram asked the big man. Bones looked around the common room.
Reckon we can squeeze a few bits out of this crowd.
Bettram and Bones moved down the table a ways, and Swift followed to look after the purses. He wouldn't steal from either of them, he knew better, but there'd be other purses involved in no time, and there weren't quicker fingers in all the wilds than Swift when it came to relieving purses of some of their weight. Both men slapped their purses down on the table, and that got the attention they were looking for. Nothing pulled gazes in the wilds like the metallic clink of bits. So Bettram put his elbow on the table and raised his hand, and opposite him, Bones did the same. They clasped hands, and on Swift's count of 3, they started pushing. Arm wrestling against Bones was a lot like pissing into the wind, a pointless exercise that was only going to leave you worse for wear. But the giant went easy on Bettram. That was the entire point, after all. Make it look like a smaller man had a chance, and then pull it back from the brink and win. And Bones did so with a dramatic flair and whoop of joy when he won. Swift handed both purses to Bones, and Bettram made a show beating the table with his fist before stalking off to the others. He knew he'd get his purse back later with interest. Have you ever seen such a manly display? Henry mocked him.
Fuck you, crazy bitch,
Bettram replied. That earned him a dark look set above a hungry grin. He gave her a shove, and the grin turned into a smile. It was rare that Henry smiled, but when she did, Bettram got the impression she might have been pretty if she wasn't such a murderous little imp. 10 bronze bits, or 1 silver bit for a try against the giant, Swift was saying to a big man with 3 trunks for arms who sat down opposite Bones. The walking tree slapped down a single silver bit, which Swift scooped up, and Bones had the good graces to look worried at least. He gave the walking tree a brief glimpse of victory before felling him hard enough to shatter the man's hand. The tree walked away, swearing blind and rubbing his hand. Another man sat down for the challenge, then another, and another,
Everything good, boss?
Bertram asked. Dark eyes raised and met his, and the boss shook his head.
Got a drop house in town. Get all sorts of messages left there. We got good news and bad. Good news is, I got us another job. A big job. Biggest one we've done yet. Bad news is, that girl we killed back in Coral was blooded. Those riders passed us a few nights back on the plains were after us, and I don't reckon they just gonna leave us here. Problem is, being well known as we are means people see us, people talk about us, makes us easy to find. Ain't your fault, Blackthorn. We're all of us pretty noticeable. Well, except Green here. Ain't many southern sell swords, and my colour makes me stand out. Never seen another man as big as Bones. Henry here has a name almost as big as yours in parts, and there ain't no mistaking the bastard blood in Swift. Facts are, we got folk looking for us, with intent and a price on all our heads. We need to get out of this province, and with some great haste.
Even me? Green asked.
Even you. Never been out of Forswire before. What are the other provinces like? They're just the same, but with less folk looking to kill us,
Boss said, and then turned back to Bertram.
We're headed back to Coral in the morning. Shit.
Bertram cursed with some venom.
I'd rather fight a group of hunters than an arbiter, boss.
What? Green looked confused. The Blackthorn is scared of an arbiter? Both Bertram and the boss ignored the boy.
Fact is, Thorn, we don't know that arbiter's after you. Those boys past us on the road want our heads. That, and the job I got us is in Shade. A boat trip and all, boss. Got bad idea written all over it,
Bertram said.
I ain't asking opinions, Thorn. Just telling it like it is. We're headed back to Coral at first light and not by the roads. Need to keep as out of sight as possible. Good?
It wasn't a question, but Bertram nodded anyways.
Good. I'm headed to my room, Henry.
The boss looked at Thorn, his teeth flashing silver as he spoke.
Tell the other two when they done playing.
Chapter 10. The Blade Master. If someone had told Jaret at the beginning of the day that she'd find herself running from Irik's fort with only her clothes and her sword to her name, with her hands, arms, feet, legs, and somehow her hair covered in shit, well, if someone had told her that, she wouldn't have believed them. But then if someone had told her just 2 hours ago that she'd make it out of the fort alive, she wouldn't have believed them then. Truth was, Jaret Valerne knew just how damn lucky she was, and no amount of shit was going to convince her otherwise. The tunnel ended a few hundred feet from the fort and opened up into a trickling of water that might once have been called a stream. The opening had been blocked up by earth and piled up refuse, and Jez had to dig her way out. From the tunnel opening, it was about a mile to the mountains, she reckoned, and so she set off right away. No sense in hanging around. Once Constance's forces had secured the fort and the warlord realized Jez wasn't among the living or the dead, the bitch would send people looking for her. Jaret wanted to be well away by then. The grass between the fort and the mountains was long, and the ground underfoot was lumpy and treacherous. Jaret's twisted ankle was screaming in pain with every step, but she was alive. For now, at least, you're alive, Jez. She glanced behind her and saw the hot orange glow and dark gray smoke of fire in the fort. That was a good thing. With any luck, Constance's forces would be too busy putting out the fires to be looking out over the walls. With the moon so big and bright, anyone who took the time to look eastwards would see her figure cutting through the grass. She'd be safer when she reached the mountains. The pass wound into and around the peaks. She'd never traveled it herself, but she knew it was jagged, broken in places, dangerous, and rarely traveled by anyone, save the foolhardy and those with nothing left to lose. Jez was pretty sure she currently fit into both categories. It seemed to take forever to reach the rocky base of the first mountain. Jez told herself her ankle was only twisted, hoped it was only twisted. A broken ankle in her current situation would represent a whole new set of problems. Looking up, Jez thought she could see the first ledge of the pass about 20 feet above her. That was part of the problem with the trail. In places, it required almost as much climbing as walking. Jez took one last look back towards the fort. The fires were still glowing, and she fancied she could even see a few flames. Then she placed one hand on the rock in front of her and reached up with the other hand, searching for a hold of some kind. She found one and started, pulling with her arms, pushing with her legs, scrambling up the rocky cliff face with a screaming ankle and shrieking fingertips. One hand over the other, pulling, pushing, feet scrabbling for purchase. Pebbles, loose rocks, and dust cascaded to the ground around her. Grunting, growling, and at times squealing, Jezit climbed, inch by painful inch. After something close to eternity, Jez pulled herself onto the ledge, rolled onto her back, and spent a good minute gasping for air. She was pretty sure she was both laughing and crying, though she couldn't say why. Her master had made her do many demanding things during her training, but never had he made her climb a mountain. She was starting to wish he had. No time to waste, Jez. Get moving before Constance catches up. She pushed herself to her feet and started following the trail upwards. There was no way anyone would see her from the fort now. It wouldn't be long before Constance realized Jez had escaped, and the bitch would send riders in every direction to hunt her down. She wanted to be out of sight by the time those riders reached the base of the mountains. They wouldn't be able to follow her up the trail with their horses, but they would be able to ride back and tell Constance where she was. You've been in worse situations, Jez. There was that time in Coral with the red hands, and that time out on the southern plains being hunted by those wild dogs that laugh at you. Truth was, Jezit Valerne could name 100 bad situations she'd been in, and truth was, this one was climbing its way to the top. This part of the trail was slim, to say the least. One misplaced foot, one patch of loosened rock, and Jez would go tumbling down the mountainside. She looked down. A bad idea. The world seemed to lurch around her as she spied the lethal drop onto vicious, jagged rocks that were waiting below. Jez flung herself backwards and pressed herself flat against the rock face, trying to calm her foolish breathing. Another bad idea. From her vantage point up on the mountain, she could see Eirik's little fort burning away. It seemed Constance wasn't even bothering with putting the fires out. Her bastard of an employer didn't want the fort, he just wanted it gone, and his warlord was more than happy to oblige. What was worse, though, was that from the light shining down from the moon, and that of the burning fort, Jezit could see the riders. They were spreading out in all directions, looking for signs of a person fleeing the fort. Looking for signs of Jezit. Oh, fuck! Jez turned back to the trail and doubled her speed. If she placed a foot wrong and tumbled downward to her death, so be it. Better that than get caught by Constance. It wasn't often in her life that Jezit could say luck was on her side. Truth was, more often than not, luck, fate, and the gods, whatever their damn names were, seemed to be allied against her. Tonight was not one of those times. A flash lit the sky somewhere far away, and a crash of thunder that seemed to shake the earth followed just a few seconds later. A minute later, and the world seemed to grow darker as clouds moved across the moon. Jez felt the first few drops of rain speckle her skin, and she would have whooped with joy would it not have given away her position. She was a dark shadow against a dark mountain with almost no light to reveal her. Only an unlucky flash of lightning could give her away now, and she intended to be out of sight before that happened. The pass was already starting to bend, following the mountain edge around. Soon the fort wouldn't even be visible, and neither would she. Of course, Jez had to admit to herself there was a problem with luck, and not just that it tended to run out. It was always a double-edged blade. The darker it became, the more hidden from viewing eyes she was, and the more dangerous the trail became. While the rain would be welcome in washing off some of the stink of shit, it also made the rocks slippery. While the thunder may help to hide any sounds of a person scrabbling up a rocky trail, it could also shake loose a small mountain of rocks, which would crush Jez on the way down. Luck was ever the type of friend who showed up without warning, handed you a bag of gold bits, and then proceeded to sell you out to your closest enemy. Another flash, another crash, and the rain turned into a steady downpour. Jez took a moment, raised her head to the sky, and opened her mouth. Her water skin was in her backpack, which was in Irik's quarters, which were not but ash by now. Wasn't easy drinking rain straight from the sky, but it was a damned sight better than dying of thirst. The night wore on for Jezet. At some point, she passed long out of sight of any pursuers. The trail opened out, became wider, safer. Here, the path started to wind between peaks and troughs, but all was black and gray to Jez in the dark and rain. Her pace slowed, and Jezet had to admit she was as miserable as she was cold as she was wet, and as wet as she was tired. So, when she spotted the opening mouth of a small cave, she trudged toward it, not even bothering to limp anymore. At least the shooting pain in her ankle served to keep her awake and aware. Inside, the cave was dark but dry, spacious, and with a strange smell Jez couldn't quite be bothered to place. She had no dry clothes, no sleeping mat, and no wood for a fire. So she found a corner, curled up in a ball, and closed her eyes. The thing about having a master who liked to sneak up on you in the middle of the night and hit you with things was that you soon learned to be a light sleeper, to wake up at the slightest creak, scuff, or wheeze. Jezet, being the good student that she was, liked to try to turn the tables on her old master. She'd crack an eye, just enough to get a position of her assailant, and then she would wait until the very last moment before launching a counterattack. It had never worked against her old master, but then he had never been a big mountain cat. Jezet fancied her chances against the cat a lot more. Her eye opened just enough to let in some light, and she waited for it to focus. There, padding toward her on light feet, cautious as a child stealing from its parents, was a big cat. 2 feet tall at the shoulder, Jez guessed, and with a lot of damned big teeth. It had spots, not stripes. Jez tried to remember the old rhyme. Cats with spots, something something, cats with stripes. No good. She remembered the point of it, at least. Stripes meant a lot of cats. Spots meant just the one. Luck was still playing jokes on her, it seemed. Here, Jez, have a vicious killer on 4 legs. Oh, don't worry, though. There's only the one of them. Her hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. Jezet couldn't remember the last time she'd slept without her sword in her hand. The first thing her master had ever taught her, a blade master without a blade is a master of nothing. Well, actually, that was the second thing he'd taught her. The first had been how to fuck a man while the cat crouched to pounce, and Jez was on her feet, sword sliding from its sheath with a reassuring metal ringing. That made the beast pause. It had no doubt thought Jez was already dead. Reckon you already smell like death, Jez? Jaret stared at the cat, and the cat stared back, great golden eyes never leaving her own deep brown ones. Sunlight streamed in through the mouth of the cave, and Jez realized it must be morning. The storm must have broken. She needed to get moving, not stand here playing with an overgrown kitten. Just as pressing a need, though, was that she needed to eat. Jez took a cautious step towards the cat. Her ankle held. It hurt a bit, but felt more stiff than painful. That was good at least. Meant it wasn't broken. The cat growled at her, a low rumbling echoing from deep within its throat. Jez hadn't known cats could growl. She thought it was something only dogs did. She was half tempted to growl back. The beast aimed a lightning-fast swipe at her, but one thing Jaret Valerne was known for was her speed. Her hand darted out, her sword an extension of herself. The cat had claws. Jaret had a sword, and hers was sharper. The blade skewered the cat's paw mid-swipe, and then Jez danced backwards. The cat hissed in pain and tried to back away. Jaret decided not to let it. She pressed the attack with a jab, followed by a slash. The first punctured the cat's shoulder, and the second laid open a long, deep gash down its back. The creature collapsed to the floor, a sound escaping from its mouth, somewhere between a mewl and a sad gurgle. For some reason, Jaret felt sorry for the beast. The damn thing had just tried to kill her, and here she was, feeling bad about killing it right back. She stabbed it in the chest, hoping to put it out of its misery. Problem was, the creature wasn't human, so Jez had no idea where its vital parts were. Instead of dying, it just cried out even more. Again, Jez stepped in and stabbed it, then again and again. By the time the beast died, it had more holes in it than a sinking ship, and its last breath was a great shuddering thing that made Jez feel guilty beyond belief. She went about cutting off a leg, skinning it, and carving off a sizable chunk of raw meat. The thing about raw meat is that a person can live off of it, for a while at least, if the person can keep it down. It tasted foul, felt disgusting, sat heavy in the gut, and the blood was sticky and provoked a gag reflex that Jaret had to fight with every mouthful. Still, she ate her fill and then left the rest of the carrion for any scavengers could find it. Then she walked outside the cave into the glorious morning sunshine. It was good. She still felt damp from the rains of the night, and now she was coated in the mountain cat's blood. The sun would soon dry her off, but it would also evaporate any pools of water. Jez spotted one such pool and rushed over. A small indentation in the rock where water had collected and stood, a little cloudy but wet all the same. She put her face into the pool and sucked in as much water as she could. It tasted of blood and minerals, but she'd tasted far worse things in her life. Jez emptied the first little pool of water, then found another and gave it the same treatment. Then she relieved herself over by a modest-looking boulder before trying to find her bearings. It looked to be mid-morning, which would put the sun between the south and the east. Jaret found the trail that seemed to lead the right way and set off. The good thing about owning nothing, Jez decided, was that you had nothing you had to carry. The bad thing, of course, was that she owned nothing. Jaret reckoned the trail would take her 2 days over the mountain. They'd be 2 hungry, thirsty, hard days, but she could manage. At least the view is nice, Jez. From the bottom of the trail, it was only about 7 days to get to Chade, and there she could find work and get herself back on track. I may look like a bloody savage and smell like a sewer, but I'll be damned if I'm going to die and let that bitch Constance win. Chapter 11. The Blackthorn. Back to the matter at hand.
This is going to slow us down,
the boss said, staring out across the plains. Bones was busy taking fingers from the men he'd just killed and storing the bloody digits in a little pouch until he was ready to clean the flesh from the bones to add to his collection. Swift took to looting the corpses. Green was measuring boot sizes from the men they'd killed, trying to find a good match for his own feet. Henry was staring at one of the two horses that hadn't run off. It was a dull-eyed creature that stared right back at her, trusting, despite her having just slit its owner from navel to neck. Bertram stood next to the boss and joined him in his staring. A good staring was sometimes as enjoyable as a good leaning.
Knew it were coming.
"Aye," said the boss in a resigned voice.
Wish it had waited another week or so, though. Bloody bad luck, I reckon.
2 days out of Bishan, and they'd run straight into the great herd. Beasts, as far as the eye could see, in front and to the side of them. Thousands upon thousands of them. Some folks gave that amount a name, a word. Weren't no words to describe the number of creatures in front of them, as far as Bertram was concerned. Some of the animals were huge, hulking things with short fur and big horns, honking to each other as they stripped the land bare of grass. Loud cracks echoed all around as two of the big males butted heads, maybe for food, maybe for mates. Smaller, deer-like creatures bounced around as well, always alert, ever watchful for any sign of danger. Their heads moved with sudden jerking motions that reminded Bertram of a bird. There were the tall beasts as well, the spotted ones with long necks, long tongues, and funny little horns on top of their heads. Then there were the elephants, huge gray monstrosities with big ears and long snout-like noses that coiled around the grass and lifted it to their mouths. The males had dangerous tusks that could skewer a man, armor or no. Only the boss wasn't afraid of the elephants, and Bertram thought he knew why. He'd heard it said the Blackskins of the far south tamed and rode the monsters. Bertram was pretty sure he didn't have the stones to get close enough to touch one, let alone ride one. But then the boss had the biggest stones of anyone Bertram knew.
At least, we won't be going hungry tonight,
the boss said with a sigh.
We gonna have a fire? Wouldn't mind cooking my meat. Aye, might as well. Don't reckon anyone else is gonna be coming at us from Bishan, and nobody coming at us from the herd side of things.
I want to ride. Bertram and the boss both turned to find Henry standing next to the horse. She poked its nose with a thin, bony finger, and the horse nuzzled her hand. She turned to look at them with a smile. Reckon it likes me.
Do you even know how to ride one of those things? The boss asked.
How hard can it be? You just sit on the thing, kick it a bit, and it goes.
That sounds more like you,
Bertram said. The boss laughed, and Henry narrowed her eyes at him.
No horses, Henry. Get rid of it.
It was an order from the boss, and not even Henry would refuse an order. Fine, fine. One of Henry's daggers whipped out and bit deep into the horse's neck. She danced backwards with a laugh as the beast collapsed, thrashing and spraying blood everywhere.
What the fuck?
Bones shouted, springing to his feet as a spray of blood hit him full in the face.
I told you to get rid of it, not kill the fucking thing, Henry!
The boss shouted. It's got rid of. What's the difference? She replied with a shrug. The boss shook his head.
Swift, get to cutting some meat off of that thing. We'll move off the ways and start a fire, and you can all thank Henry for the horse flesh tonight.
Green and Swift groaned. Bertram shrugged. Meat was meat, after all. They all sat around the small campfire, all except Henry, who had pulled the first watch. She prowled around the camp, quiet as a ghost, watching and listening for any danger. It wasn't just people they had to look out for. Wild animals were a threat too. Along with the grass eaters of the great herd came the meat eaters. Predators and scavengers followed in great numbers. Just before sundown, Bertram had seen some of the big cats that stalked the plains. A whole group of them, looked to be near 15, had been lounging underneath the shade of a corpse tree. The trees were said to grow wherever a corpse had been buried, and provided much-needed shelter from the midday sun for many. He could also hear the haunting sounds of the laughing dogs, an unnerving noise for anyone, and a death sentence for everyone alone on the plains. Those dogs could smell you from miles away, and would chase and hound a man till death, snapping at his heels as he ran, trying to hamstring him and then darting away, always just out of reach of retribution. Karok birds were always a danger, even when the great herd wasn't passing. Gigantic winged creatures, as big as a man with 3 times as great a wingspan, and razor-sharp talons and beaks that could puncture steel. They tended to prefer smaller prey, but it wasn't unknown for a pair of them to attack travelers. Diving from high up in the sky, attacking from the air, and then speeding away to wait and let their prey die from the wounds. Bertram was always wary when fast shadows passed over him. There were the giant lizards, too. Some called them dragons or dragon spawn, but Bertram knew better. They weren't dragons, just big lizards with dangerous turns of speed and a poisonous bite that could kill a man in hours. They didn't need to fear the lizards here, though. The beasts didn't venture onto the plains, preferred the rocky areas to the grass. For now, though, there was the warmth of the fire and all the horse meat he could eat, and cheap spirits to burn his throat. Some of the others watched every time Bertram took a swig from the bottle, but he'd be damned if they were getting any.
How do you do it?
His near-constant shadow, Green, asked. The boy had chosen to sit next to Bertram and kept glancing his way. It was all Bertram could do not to shove a knife in the lad's neck. Still, the moon and stars tended to put the black thorn in a mellow mood. Something about the way the specks of light twinkled, he reckoned. It was pretty.
Do what?
Bertram growled out the corner of his mouth as he tore off a strip of meat with his teeth.
How'd you kill them? The arbiters?
He's been wanting to ask you that ever since he found out who you are, Thorn. I reckon the boy's a bit taken with you.
Which one?
Bertram asked.
The first one,
the boss said. He knew all the stories, had asked about them himself back when Bertram agreed to join his little group of sellswords. Green was nodding. Swift was getting comfortable on the ground, trying to find a non-lumpy spot. Bones had finished eating and was busy cleaning the flesh off of his new bones, but he was watching Bertram all the same. The big man had never heard the details either, had never asked. Only the boss and Henry knew the details, and even then, they only knew the truth so far as Bertram had told it.
First one turned up at my family's ranch, just days after I buried my parents. Abercrombie, he called himself.
Bertram fixed Green with a cold stare.
You never forget your first time. He was there to look about my parents' death. Seemed he thought they died of unnatural circumstances.
Did they? Green asked.
Well, seeing as how I stabbed them both myself,
You killed your own parents? Green asked. Why?
We had a disagreement about a chicken.
Bertram watched as Green's face went slack. It was always fun telling folk that. They were never sure whether he was shitting them or not.
Abercrombie, he started asking all the other folk on the ranch a load of questions about my parents. How my dad had come by the ranch. Was my ma ever right with her future tellings? Ever been asked a question by an arbiter, Green? No? You can't lie. You can try as much as you want. Try to shit 'em. Try to not say a thing. Don't make a difference. You can't lie to an arbiter. They force the truth out you.
Bertram said as he watched Bones flick the last bit of human flesh from his knife into the campfire and take out his brown rag to start cleaning his bones.
Thing is, though, even arbiters need to sleep sometimes. Not often, maybe, but sometimes. So, I hid, watched, waited. Saw him question all the other folk on the ranch. Heard every single one of them tell the arbiter how I was the killer. None of them knew where I was, though. Hidden up in the rafters of the main house. Scurrying around the walls like a rat. Not even the arbiter knew I was there. Thought I'd run off, he did. So, there I waited, until the arbiter had closed his eyes, locked the room. Old house like that. Some of the boards in the roof just come right up, and I was just a boy. Just 14 years to my name. I slid through the gap in the roof and into the arbiter's room, quiet as a ghost. Quiet as Henry sneaking up behind you just now.
Green craned his neck around to find Henry staring down at him, spiky hair standing up at all angles, bright flames dancing in the reflection of her dark eyes. Such a sight was enough to make even Bertram shiver. "Swift, get your ass up," Henry said, walking over to the boss and taking a seat. "Your watch." "Oh, fuck me, Henry. Not a chance. I was just about to sleep there listening to that," Swift said, grinning towards Bertram and walking out of the circle of firelight. "You sure have led a dull life, Blackthorn."
What happened?
Green asked, back to staring at Bertram with big round eyes.
Huh?
"With the arbiter."
Oh, right. I slit his throat in his sleep. Well, more like stabbed him in the neck a few times. I was new to killing folk back then, wasn't overly sure how it worked. Still, result was the same. Bled to death pretty quick.
"You didn't fight him?" Bertram laughed at that. A hard, rasping sound to be sure. But the boy's question was as funny as anything he'd heard for some time.
Fight him? Fight an arbiter? Listen up, Green. I've killed 6 of the fuckers, and only one of them did I fight. Gave me this.
Bertram shoved the left side of his face towards Green, the burned side. Pitted, melted flesh. As ugly a scar as Bertram had ever seen, and the reason he didn't keep a mirror. Not that he was too pretty before the burn.
I got off easy. Ever heard of a town called Landswich in the Boer province?
Green swallowed.
No. 'Cause it don't exist no more. Burned it to the ground during our fight. I got the blame for all of that too. 100 folk died in that fire. Men, women and kids, and it all got pegged on me. You want to kill an arbiter? Do it in their sleep. Fill them with arrows before they spot you. Walk past them in the street and get all stabby. Just don't let them see you coming. 'Cause if they do, you're fucked.
Silence seemed to hold for a while. Only the crackle and pop of the fire, the low hissing of the wind, and the honking from the nearby great herd sounded in the void. Bones spat into his rag.
That's why I never asked.
Chapter 12. The Arbiter. Even in near total darkness, the Inquisition compound was busy. Servants going to and fro with messages or foodstuffs. A few arbiters coming or going, but at this time most were tucked away in their bunks. Sometimes even an inquisitor might be seen. They lived outside of the compound in large, expensive houses. They had earned that right through years of faithful service, so traveled each day to and from their homes. Thankwell sat on the cold stone steps outside the barracks, smoking. Smoking kasher weed was common practice among many around the world, but in most places it was smoked in a pipe. Here in Sarth, it was possible to purchase the expensive weed rolled in small slips of paper. A rare and costly pastime, but Thankwell only visited Sarth once every 3 years, and he couldn't stand smoking out of a pipe. The effect of the weed left him a little lightheaded, but didn't impair him in any way. It was a couple of hours before dawn, and he'd have to make his way to the docks soon. If he missed the boat to the wilds, the Inquisitors would not be pleased, and the last thing Thankwell needed was the displeasure of the 12 most powerful people in the Inquisition. Besides, he could still remember the feel of the Grand Inquisitor's compulsion. He could still remember how strong the old man was. The mere thought of it sent chills down his spine, and Thankwell sucked in another lungful of smoke. "Early morning, Arbiter." Thankwell looked up to see Arbiter Vance approaching. He was starting to think the young man was following him.
"Late night. Didn't feel much like sleeping."
Vance grunted and sat down next to Thankwell as if they were old friends, having a pleasant chat. Nothing could be further from the truth, as far as Thankwell was concerned. Hard to tell the son of the Grand Inquisitor to piss off without causing offense, though, so Thankwell just sat in awkward silence. "I hear you're going to the wilds," Arbiter Vance said into the warm darkness.
"I hear you have the sight. So, why don't you tell me where I'm going?"
Thankwell saw Vance smile out of the corner of his eye and conspired to accidentally blow smoke in his direction. It failed. A gust of wind picked up at just the wrong moment and spoiled his moment of petty victory. "I don't look into people's futures unless they ask me to," the young arbiter said in a soft voice. "It could be considered rude." "I give you my permission." The future was always a gamble. Any way to stack the odds in Thankwell's favor seemed worth it to him. "Nothing," Arbiter Vance answered far too fast. "I see nothing."
"How useful your gift is."
Thankwell decided he'd had enough of the young arbiter, and he had a boat to catch.
"Goodbye, Arbiter Vance."
"Be careful, Arbiter Darkheart." Thankwell turned, and Arbiter Vance seemed to be staring through him with those unnerving yellow eyes. "Sometimes an enemy can be a friend." Now the boy considered them friends? Thankwell would have almost preferred them to be enemies. At least he knew where he stood with enemies. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Thankwell walked away, leaving Arbiter Vance sitting on the steps. He had never liked sea travel. It always seemed dangerous to him, like giving your life over to someone else's hands, only that someone was a vast, powerful, and sporadically vengeful body known as the sea. He stood on the docks looking at the boat that was to take him to the wilds. The slight rise and fall of it in the water as men loaded cargo up the ramp was almost mesmerizing. So little wood between him and cold, wet death.
"You my passenger?"
The captain of the ship was an aging man, gray in hair, and short of teeth, with a squinting left eye and a red, scabby rash that stretched from his left ear down past his collar. He wore a simple tunic and short breeches that ended just below the knee. All in all, he looked no different from any man on his crew, save the hard stare and the air of a man in command.
"Aye, that's me. Arbiter—"
"Don't need no more than that," the captain interrupted without so much as a flinch. "Cass, you got the spare bunk for the arbiter?" "Aye, captain." "You be sleeping with the crew. Ain't got no spare rooms, seeing as this ain't no passenger ship. Only cabin is the captain's." "Seems like a good boat," Thankwell said with a nod, shouldering his bags. He'd left his mare in the Inquisition compound. A shame, but there wasn't room for a horse on the voyage. He'd just have to buy a new beast when he reached the wilds. If he reached the wilds.
She's a ship, not a boat,
the captain said in a testy voice. It was almost refreshing to find someone not terrified of Thankwell just for being an arbiter.
I'm sorry? I wasn't aware there was a difference.
The captain looked at Thankwell as if he were an ignorant child.
Ships is bigger,
he said.
I see. Inquisition's paid for you already, but keep yourself out of the crew's way, Arbiter. And none of you burning crap whiles you're here. Only authority on a boat is the captain's.
I thought you said it was a ship, Thankwell said, and almost immediately regretted it. I understand, Captain. I shall refrain from burning anybody for the duration of the trip. The captain growled and shouted up the ramp.
Cass! Get the Arbiter stored away! Don't want him underfoot as we cast off!
Aye, Captain! Shouted a small lad. The boy waved Thankwell up the ramp and then darted away. Cass was short but already turning to muscle. He wore only breeches and was topless with a sunburnt torso and face. His hair was short, dark, and greasy, and the boy stank of the sea, as did the entire ship, its crew, and in fact, the sea itself. Thankwell was not looking forward to the voyage. The boy led him into the bows of the ship, skipping along with bare feet scuffing the wood. He stopped in front of a bunk. Here you go. In truth, the bunk was little more than a wooden shelf, surrounded by other wooden shelves. It was short, just long enough for Thankwell. There was no mattress, no sheet to cover him, and no pillow on which to rest his head. It suited him just fine. He'd slept on worse, far worse, and would be glad just to have a flat surface to sleep on. He wasn't sure what the worst part of the journey would be yet, but was leaning between the constant fear of uncertain and unavoidable death or stopping himself from stealing for the entire 3-week period. If things started going missing, it wouldn't take long for fingers to start pointing in his direction. So, Thankwell sat down on his bunk and waited. He could feel the gentle bobbing of the ship beneath him, could hear the occasional creak of timbers, and could imagine the cold water just a few short paces away. At least he wasn't seasick. Some people couldn't handle the constant motion of being on the water. They went green and would spend the entire voyage emptying their stomachs over the side of the ship. Thankwell had no idea whether he'd be one of those people. He wasn't about to risk it. Instead, he wore a charm around his neck to ward off nausea. He felt the boat begin to move. It was a strange sensation to know you were moving, but not be able to see any proof of it. Perhaps that was what caused seasickness. Thankwell leaned back into his bunk, took out a small wad of papers and the tiny ink jar he kept, and began to inscribe symbols onto the papers. It was always best to keep a wide variety at hand. Never knew what would be needed and when. "What you doing?" Thankwell looked up to see Cass staring at him in wonder. It was possible the boy had never seen paper before. "I'm creating runes." "Oh, the captain says you can come up on deck now if you want. Ooh, what's a rune?" "It's a formation of power. I inscribe the rune on paper or on wood. Then, when I break the rune, the power is released," Thankwell said. A simplified explanation, to be sure, but it would serve. I don't get it," Cass said, a blank expression covering his childish features. Thankwell grinned, glanced around to check there was no one else close by, and selected a piece of paper he had recently marked, then took his dagger from its sheath on his boot. He placed the dagger against the paper and, with an easy slice, cut the paper in two, letting both pieces float to the floor. The blade of the dagger burst into bright orange flame, and Thankwell was rewarded by seeing the boy's jaw drop and his eyes go wide. After a few seconds, the flame, with no fuel to sustain it, gutted out.
Not supposed to have fire on the ship?
Cass said, his eyes still fixed on the dagger as Thankwell wiped it on his coat, then placed it back in his sheath.
In that case, you don't tell anyone, and I won't do it again.
Cass nodded. Thankwell stood up, stretched, and walked for the door, leaving the boy behind to gape in wonder at the two halves of paper on the wooden floor. Outside, Thankwell was assaulted by a brisk, salty breeze that was refreshing in the face of the constant sun and heat of the region. The ship moved with constant but gentle rises and dips as it cut through the water. Sailors darted this way and that, some up on the rigging, some down on the deck, all with their own jobs to do and all going about them with no fuss. It might have been comforting, except for the shadow of death following them all, just waiting for the body of water below to have a violent change of mood. Thankwell leaned on the railing at the port, or the bow, or stern. He had no idea which was which, and was happy to call it the railing on the left. He could still just about see Sarth, already little more than a white blob on the coastline, and getting smaller by the minute. After a while, the captain joined him by the railing, and leaned with his back against it and a wild grin on his face.
Wind is good for now. If it keeps up, we'll make good time, Arbiter.
If Thankwell had to pick a word for the sound of the captain's voice, he would have picked salty. Aye, but is it like to keep up, I wonder?
Hard to say. The wind does what it will, goes double for the wind at sea.
Thankwell nodded to the captain's pointless drawl, as if it was the sagest advice he'd ever heard. He'd learned long ago that often when you had nothing to say, it was best to say nothing at all.
You don't much like the sea, do you, Arbiter?
The captain asked after a while. Thankwell was always amazed by people. The Inquisition was the most feared organization in the known world, and the Arbiters were the hands that dispensed the Inquisition's righteous judgment. Most folk knew better than to talk to an Arbiter. After all, they had the authority to act as judge, jury, and executioner, all in the space of one conversation. However, time and time again, Thankwell found himself the subject of questions from others. Perhaps it was because he hated asking questions himself.
I wasn't aware it was that obvious,
he replied, trying to let a hint of danger creep into his voice. He failed.
Maybe not to most,
the captain said with a pompous tone.
But I been on the sea for near 30 years. Learned to spot these things after a while.
I'm sure you do. I find it hard to like something that has so many ways to kill me indiscriminately. Storms, giant waves, pirates, sea serpents. Hard to think of a more dangerous foe than the sea.
The captain grinned.
Aye, not to mention whirlpools and sirens and ghost ships.
The man laughed.
Storms are a threat, it's true, but rare this time of year. Be no giant waves where we're going. See them more near the Dragon Empire. Pirates are a real bother, but not yet met the pirate that can outrun the sea's scorn here.
He stroked the railing with the caress one would reserve for a favored lover.
As for sea serpents and the rest, I've been on the sea for near 30 years, and ain't never seen any of 'em.
Doesn't mean they don't exist,
Thankwell said, scratching the stubble on his cheeks.
I've never seen a dragon, but I know they exist.
I have,
the captain boasted.
Bloody impressive, but not near as bad as all the stories.
The man gave Thankwell a slap on the shoulder and started off.
3 weeks on board, Arbiter, give or take. Might as well make the best of it.
He seemed a different man now that he was at sea, a much happier man than the one Thankwell had met on the docks.
Besides, ain't no harm gonna come to you. Arbiters are the chosen of your god, ain't they?
Thankwell nodded with a fake smile and went back to staring out to sea. Sarth was no more than a speck on the horizon now. He chanted a quick blessing of sight and could just about make out the black tower of the Inquisition and the white tower of the Imperial Palace. Somehow, it seemed fitting. Chapter 13. The Blackthorn. Fact was, Coral was just about the last place Bettram wanted to be. Fact was, Coral was where Bettram had been stuck for the past 2 days. And after just 5 days, the herd had passed enough for the boss's group of sellswords to finish their journey to Coral. There were still a great many animals on the plains, but not near as many, and not near as packed, and the beasts were as happy to give the group of sellswords a wide berth as the sellswords were to be on their way again. If anything, the passing of the great herd had helped. Coral was full to bursting with people. Hunters, skinners, leather workers, merchants, sailors, and more all flocked after the great herd, and the guards were already so hard-pressed keeping the peace, they didn't have time to keep a lookout for folk with bounties on them. So Bones had found them a nice little hovel as near to the docks as possible, and the boss had made some inquiries as to getting a boat to Chade. Only Green would have been safe walking around the streets of the Free City. The rest of them were too well known, too easily recognized. Problem was, though, none of them trusted Green yet, so the boss ordered them all to stay in the dirty hovel until the boat was leaving. There was only so much being cooped up with the same folk day in and out that a man could take, Bettram reckoned, and he also reckoned he was nearing his limit. If it wasn't Swift's barbed comments, it was Green's doe-eyed hero worship, or Bones's constant cleaning of his bones. Even Swift had taken to frowning, and it took a lot to stop that one from grinning. Today was different, though. Today, they were getting out of this shithole of a free city. The boss had all the details, and they were just waiting for him to give the order. So, when the Southerner appeared from his and Henry's room, all dressed for leaving, Bettram was about ready to whoop for joy.
"Time we got ourselves gone,"
the boss said, flashing his shiny metal teeth at his assembled group of sellswords.
"Boat should be leaving within the hour, and anyone not on it is going to be missing out on the job in Chade. So..."
There was the unmistakable tramp of boots on earth outside the hovel, and the door burst open. A Coral guard attempted to rush in, another man just behind him, but Swift was too quick. A throwing knife flew past Bettram and embedded itself in the guard's neck. Bettram was only a moment behind, and he pushed the guard hard, forcing the bleeding man back out of the door, and then slammed it shut. Silence.
"Weapons down, and come out now, by order of the Coral Guard,"
came the shout from outside the hovel. At least they weren't trying to storm it anymore. Green peeked through a hole in the wall.
"Ah, shit." "How many, Green?"
the boss asked.
I don't know,"
the boy answered with a shaky voice.
"Can't count that high."
Swift shouldered him out of the way and peered through the hole himself.
"Green's right, boss. We're fucked.
Must be at least 20 out there.
More out of sight, no doubt."
The boss nodded, a grave look in his eyes.
"Free city laws. If we can make it to the boat and pay the captain not to throw us off, the guards can't take us. Bones, the back wall. Split up. Make for the docks as best you can. Boat's called the Whipped Gull. Anyone not there by the time it leaves is on their own."
By then, Bones had done a damn fine job of taking the back wall apart. There was plenty of space for even the big man to squeeze through. Without another word, they all went through the gap and started walking away in separate directions.
"I'm with you, Blackthorn. Lead the way."
Again, Green had used his name, and again, He'd said it loud enough for folk nearby to hear. It was too damn much. The Blackthorn grabbed Green by his hair and waved his axe in the boy's face.
If you even try to fucking follow me, I will take your damn foot off and leave it for the guards. Get it?
He hissed into Green's face. In reply, Green only nodded, mute fear plain in his eyes. Bertram gave the boy a shove and took a quick look around. There were people staring, but no guards. Not yet, anyway. With that, he sauntered off as if he hadn't a care in the world, leaving Green behind him to do as he would. It didn't take the guard long to find him. Didn't help that the people who had witnessed his little scene with Green were still staring at him. Bertram hadn't quite gotten to the end of the street before 3 guards wearing the yellow and red of coral and wielding nasty-looking iron-tipped spears spotted him and gave out a cry to raise more of their friends. Bertram wasted no time. He turned and fled. His feet pounded on the packed earth, and he was glad of the boots he wore, the boots he'd stolen last time he was in the Free City. He turned into an alleyway, breathing heavy with the exertion of running. The Blackthorn was built for killing folk, not running around. He could hear the guards close behind him. Sounded like more than 3 now, and that made his blood pump even faster. Dead end. Who the hell built alleyways with dead ends? A high wall, near 20 feet, he reckoned, thrust up in front of him. There was a closed door to his left, no idea where it led, and no time to think about it. Bertram thrust his full weight against the door, and it snapped open with a crash, the lock bursting apart. Fact was, Bertram Thorne was not a small man, and that had been a very flimsy door. A slight man in an apron screamed when the door crashed open, a high girlish shriek that didn't belong in a man's throat at all. The smell of fresh baked bread assaulted Bertram's nose, a wonderful smell. At any other time, Bertram would have snatched up a loaf and kept running, but right now, food was the least of his worries. The need to live was a far more pressing concern. He spied a door at the back of the bakery and went for it, jumping over a table, scattering knives and rolling pins and other things he couldn't even name. Kicking in the door, Bertram found himself confronted by stairs. The shouts of the guards were too close. A figure appeared in the doorway to the bakery, and the little baker screamed as high as a girl again and pointed at Bertram. Up the stairs, and there was a window leading out the back of the shop. Bertram ripped the wooden shutters open and looked out. A 10-foot drop. Good way to break a leg, he reckoned. Still, needs must. He threw his pack out the window, heard the horrifying smash of glass as it landed on his bottle of spirits, and then followed the pack out. He landed heavy on his feet and rolled to a stop. His knees protested as he stood back up, but they didn't give. Bertram scooped up his pack and started running again just as a guard poked his head out of the bakery window and started shouting. Problem was, he was still being chased, and that meant he needed to run. But running down a busy street was not the most inconspicuous of getaways. Add the fact that his little escape had taken him away from the docks, and there was no doubt he was in trouble. Bertram decided he needed to hide, at least until most of the guards had decided he'd buggered off somewhere else. He started away from the docks again, ducked into another alley, and then out the other side. To his left lay the docks, still a fair way away, and the guards still hot on his trail. To his right, he could see the market square. This time of year, the market square was packed tight with folk, those with meat and leather and ivory from the great herd, and the constant supply of fish into coral made it a near impenetrable seething mass of human flesh, as sellers looked to make as much money from their stock as possible, and buyers looked to buy as cheaply as they could manage. Bertram wasted no time in deciding. He sprinted off toward the market, and with a great deal of pushing, shoving, elbowing, and growling, insinuated himself into the masses. A man could barely find his own nose in such chaos. Let the guards try to find him. Still, he didn't have too long before the boat left, and Bertram had no desire to be left behind in Coral. He'd wait in the market for a time, but not too long. There it was, the Whipped Gull. A small shipping vessel, if truth be told, sat low in the water with 2 masts and a fat wallowing hull. Bertram could think of 100 reasons not to get on a boat like that, but none were so pressing as the reason to get on it. He had waited in the ever-moving mass of people that was the market for near 30 minutes, as best he could tell. The guards had given up, but he'd wanted to make sure. Now he saw where all the bastards had gone. 30 men stood between him and the boat he was supposed to be on. 30 armed men with dangerous intent. The boss was standing on the boat within sight of the guards, not goading them, just watching. That meant Henry was too. Bertram couldn't see any of the others, though. The sergeant of the guard was standing closer to the boat than the others, calling to the ship's captain, but there was nothing the man could do. Without the captain's say-so, the guards couldn't step foot on the boat. Those were the rules of the free city of Coral. All Bertram had to do now was make his way past all 30 men and make it onto the boat, and he was free. Sounded like a hard job in his head, and he had no doubt it was even harder to put into practice. So, Bertram waited, watched, hoped that an opening would appear. All the while, he was all too aware that he was fast running out of time. As Bertram watched, the sailors finished loading the cargo and started preparing the ship to sail. He was out of time. Ropes were untied, the gangplank was removed, and the boat started to move backwards as it was pulled by a little skiff. He was out of time. He pulled his hood over his head and started walking forward. Still 30 guards between him and the boat, still a stretch of pier, still no way to get on board without a ramp. Still, he walked. A guardsman with a bored expression turned and saw Bertram coming. Bertram stumbled on his feet and began to sway a little as he walked, trying to look drunk. The guard just stared at him for a moment before nudging one of his companions. The other guard was not fooled. He raised a shout, and 30 faces started to turn toward the Blackthorn. Bertram broke into a pounding run. He was on the guards in moments, brushing aside their spears and shouldering through a gap between 2 men. The sergeant was struggling to get his sword out of his scabbard, and Bertram threw a bony elbow into the man's face as he passed. Still running for the end of the pier, the boss was watching, shouting something to someone nearby. A spear thudded into the pier, just beside Bertram. It was close. Too close. The boat was still moving, faster now, gaining speed. It was almost past the pier, and then it was. Bertram's foot hit the final post of the wooden pier, and he leapt. For a brief and terrifying moment, he was in the air, with only the murky green waters of Coral Bay below him. Then he hit the side of the boat, rough wood slapping him full in the body, and he was falling. His fingers managed to find purchase, the barest lip to hold on to. His feet swung below him, unable to find anything to stand on along the rounded hull of the ship. Another spear flew at him and splashed into the water. Bertram clung on for all he was worth, but he could feel his fingers slipping. Something big gripped around his right wrist like iron and started pulling. A moment later, and something grabbed his left wrist, and Bertram found himself rising. First the deck, then the railing passed before Bertram's eyes, and then the straining red face of Bones as he lifted. Then Bertram was over the railing and falling forward. He found himself lying on top of Bones and rolled off to the side, breathing heavy and shaking despite himself. The Blackthorn may never admit fear to others, but he'd admit it to himself, and he was sweating terror through every pore of his body. The boss appeared over him and offered Bertram a hand. Bones was standing close by, breathing and grinning from ear to ear. Swift was perched on the railing with his trousers down, showing ass to Coral, and Henry was there with a wolfish grin, and the devil glinting in her eyes.
"Good of you to make it, Blackthorn,"
the boss said as he slapped Bettram on the shoulder. Bettram just nodded and looked to Bones. The big man was still grinning. Bettram had no idea a man could be that strong.
"Thanks,"
he said in a heavy voice.
"You looked like you needed a hand,"
Bones shot back between breaths. The most worrying thing was they all looked happy to see him. All except Green. The boy stood at the edge of the group of sellswords, staring at Bettram with dark, murderous eyes. Chapter 14. The Blade Master. Jaret arrived in the free city of Chade just short of 2 weeks after the battle at Irik's fort. The trip over the mountain pass took her a little longer than she'd hoped, and she'd almost walked straight into a camp of dirty, rotten-toothed bandits. Though she couldn't say she had looked or smelled any better than them at this point, she gave them a wide berth all the same. She did have to kill one of their scouts, who was patrolling during the night, but Jaret knew many ways to kill a man silently, especially if you could get up behind them with a nice, long knife. After that, she'd scrambled down the mountain pass at double speed with fear of an angry group of bandits riding on her heels. The trip across the plains had taken longer as well. Jez decided to head first for the coast and follow it along until she reached the free city. She wagered there would be more food closer to the coast, never a shortage of giant land crabs the size of a dog on the beaches in the wilds. They weren't the easiest of things to catch, with eyes that swiveled on stalks to watch you and pincers as big as a hand that could crush bone. And not to mention the rock-hard armor they all possessed. But Jaret had long ago been taught the secret to killing them. It was as simple as flipping them onto their backs and stabbing them in their softer underbellies. So, with giant crabs and plenty of driftwood, Jaret didn't go hungry. The smoke from the fires was a small danger, but she kept her fires to nighttime, when the darkness would hide the smoke. The danger of starving to death seemed a lot more pressing than attracting the wrong kind of attention with the fire. Jez even risked stripping off and bathing in the sea. It was a terrifying ordeal. Standing in the water with sea coming up to her breasts, and the vastness of it stretching out before her, endlessly blue, endlessly unknown. Anything could have been under those waters. Jaret had heard stories of giant fish, with teeth as big as a hand that could bite even an armored man clean in two. Other stories of huge jelly-like creatures with hooked tentacles that would drag a person down into the depths scared her even more. So, with those stories in mind, Jez had washed herself, staying in the water just long enough to wash the blood and sweat and shit off her skin and out of her hair before wading in something close to panic back to shore, checking over her shoulder for sea monsters all the while, with her heart pounding loud in her ears. When Jaret reached Chade, she looked almost as bad as when she had left Irik's fort. Her skin was dirty and darkened by exposure to the sun. Her hair was lank with sweat and grease. Her clothing stank like a bog and looked little more than filthy rags, and she was weary beyond belief. Jez had but one thing going for her as she walked through the gates into the free city. She was still alive. The guards on the gate watched her through smiling eyes, but they wouldn't stop her. They'd seen it all before and worse. Anyone could walk into the free city, but if the guard patrols found homeless scum squatting or begging, those same homeless scum had a habit of disappearing. The free cities lived on gold and trade. Anyone without money was wasting space, but there was always money to be made from slaves. Chade was the first free city of the wilds, and the largest. It was the second largest city Jaret had ever been to. The first being that giant sprawling mess that the people of the Five Kingdoms called a capital. Walls ringed the entire city, and all near 100 feet high, and built of stone, with more than enough guards to hold off even a determined army. The free city was ruled by a council of 4, and those 4 were some of the most powerful and richest in all the wilds. The only way onto the council was to buy your way on and replace one of the existing members. Not many would have the money for such a thing, as the city's laws didn't allow blooded folk to sit. All the free cities in the wilds were neutral islands in a sea of warring states. They abided by their own laws and played no part in the politics of the blooded. At least, that was the official statement, though Jaret had long ago learned that the rich and powerful rarely stayed neutral in anything. Never had she met a more opinionated lot than those with enough money to buy the opinions of others. So, the guards watched her with dangerous interest. People moved out of her way with wary suspicion, and even the merchants who camped by the gates hoping to sell their wares to new customers fell silent as she trudged past. All could see Jez had no money, and all guessed she would be locked up in irons with a metal collar by the end of the day. There were plenty of jobs Jez wouldn't do, of course. She wouldn't rob folk, for one, and she would like to stay clear of whoring, too. Jaret Velern still had a friend or two in the wilds, and one such friend happened to own an inn in Chade, and happened to be a fixer. He'd have a job or two lined up that Jez could join. The good folk of Chade always needed sellswords. Guards lined the streets everywhere, brutish-looking men for the most part, with metal cuirasses over red doublets, and swords by their sides, and clubs in their hands. Crime was done in secret in Chade, because if you were caught, you'd wake up a slave, and if you were a man, a eunuch. There were a few women guards, but they were as mean-looking as the men, and no more sympathetic. People grew up hard and fast in the wilds. There were thieving gangs in Chade, though. Jaret could spot them a mile away. Groups of folk standing around with thinly veiled purposes, sharing light nods and glances, trying to decide who best to pickpocket or pull down an alleyway and rob. One and all, they ignored Jez, and she was all the more glad for it. By the time she reached her destination, the sun was starting to dip, and her feet felt as if they were starting to drop off. She had been walking for weeks. Her boots were holey and reduced to leather held together by string and rope, and the blisters on her feet had developed blisters of their own. Still, she stopped outside and watched the inn for a time. An old friend had long ago taught her to be cautious. He'd stop outside everywhere he went and watch for hours, making sure there wasn't anyone he knew inside. Jaret didn't quite have his patience, so she waited for all of 20 minutes, leaning against a wall and watching. 20 minutes, and no one she knew. Not that that was surprising. Most of the people she knew were already dead. Except my good old friend Constance. What a lovely surprise that would be to find her waiting for me. Might be she'd buy me a drink before killing me. Jez pushed the thought aside and strode with feigned confidence toward the door to the inn. She noticed the name had changed, just as she pushed her way through the door into the waiting warmth on the other side. The inn used to be called the Two Bronze Bits, but had undergone a name change, and the sign outside now read the Serpent's Tooth. Safe to say, Jez had a bad feeling about the whole situation, but it was just an inn. If her friend wasn't there, she'd just go looking for work elsewhere. Inside, the common room wasn't much changed. It was as large as it had ever been, though a little less populated. A group of 5 sailors sat over by the hearth, laughing and clashing their tankards at every jest. 2 men sat alone. One looked drunk with red cheeks and a red nose, and the other wore a hood covering his face and sat in the shadows. 4 guards populated the table farthest from the entrance, They gave Jez a quick glance as she entered, then went back to ignoring everyone as the biggest of them told some story about how he'd fought 3 men at once in unarmed combat and beaten them all. A huge tooth adorned the wall above the fireplace, easily half as big as Jez, and had vicious-looking serrated edges. Explains the name change, anyway. That is a big fucking tooth, Jez thought, and then found herself trying to imagine the beast it had belonged to. She picked the table farthest from the rest of the occupants and sat down. There, she waited for the owner to appear, whilst wearing a dark, brooding expression she hoped would keep people away. A plump serving maid with a huge cleavage and a soft face sauntered over with a smile. Her face curdled, and her nose wrinkled when she got closer, though. Enjoying the smell?
What can I get ya?
The woman asked, looking down at Jez over her huge tits.
Coin up front.
Jezit fixed the girl with a mean stare. You can get me the owner. If the huge tits were cowed by Jez's stare, they didn't show it.
He don't take payment in kind. Bitch!
No, I don't suppose he needs to with you around, Jezit said in a voice like ice. Bet you gave him all the kind he needs. Bends you over a table every night and pays you right up your ass. That shut the serving girl up. She went a bright red, and her eyes dropped to the floor. Close to home, Jez, she thought, and allowed herself a victory smile. Now, go fetch your master and tell him Jezit Velern is here. The serving girl span and hurried across the room and up the stairs. Only then did she realize that if Jaret didn't still own the place, her name would mean less than mud to whomever was putting it up the serving girl's ample ass. Luck was with her this time, it seemed, and a few minutes later, Jaret swaggered down the stairs and took a moment to look around. His bright blue eyes underneath his heavy brow rested on Jezit, and he walked toward her. Jaret had always been a big man, but in the past year since Jez had seen him last, he'd become a fat man. He'd grown a double chin, and he had the swinging walk of a man who doesn't realize his own weight. His pale blonde hair, once long, had been cropped short, but it was, without a doubt, him. He stopped by the table and squinted at Jez.
By Volmar's balls! It is you!
He boomed.
Jezit Velern! As I live and breathe, never thought to see you again. You reduced my girl to tears, you know.
I bet you've reduced her to tears a couple of times yourself, you old bastard, Jezit replied in a much quieter voice.
Aye, well, you know how it is. She serves a couple of purposes.
Jaret grinned, and Jezit smiled back. Usually when she smiled, people said she looked beautiful. She was sure that currently she looked a little crazed instead. Don't mean to be rude, Jaret, but I'm parched.
Aye, well, I don't mean to be rude, girl, but you smell like shit.
An unfortunate consequence of crawling through a sewer. Jaret opened his mouth to reply, and then laughed.
Reckon you've got a tale to tell me.
Reckon it'll tell easier with a drink in hand, Jez prompted again. Jaret shook his head at her.
Taking advantage of my kind nature as always, Jez. I'll get us a beer, and you can tell me what the hell happened to you. How's your sword?
A little dull and ready to be swung at something.
Give it here. I'll get James to sharpen it while we talk, and then I'll set about finding something for you to do.
Good man, Jez said with a grin, and laid her sword across the table. Jaret scooped up the blade and waddled off to the back, returning a few minutes later carrying 2 mugs of beer. He lowered himself into the chair opposite Jez and waited while she near drained her mug. By the gods, I could do with a few more of these. Feels like years since I was last roaring drunk. So, Jaret started telling Jaret her story. Not just about Eirik and Constance, but about the rest of the past year. It felt good to talk to someone about it, and Jaret had always been a good listener, offering agreeing comments here and there. His serving girl reappeared at some point, and by the time Jez had finished, she had drained 3 mugs of the dark brown beer and was feeling well on her way to being merry, if not drunk. Jaret stood, showing none of the signs of being even a little tipsy, and nodded.
Well, Jez, I'll put you up for the night, get you cleaned up, and tomorrow set about finding you some work, so you can pay me for the room and the beer.
Nothing ever comes for free. You're a true friend, Jaret, Jez said and went back to her beer as he swaggered away. A warm bed and enough beer for a good night. Things are looking up.
Jezit Velen?
Someone knew her name, and that was never a good thing. Jez craned her head around to look behind her. The 4 guards who had been sat around were now all standing right there. The biggest of the 4, the one who had been bragging to the others, had a hand on the little wooden club that hung by his belt. Reckon you got the wrong girl, Jez said with a smile. Good luck to you, though. The big guard looked confused. Then his gaze shifted to stare at something across the room.
You sure this is her?
Jez followed the big man's stare, and it led straight to Jaret. The fat innkeep was standing about as far away from Jez as he could, with his arms crossed over his huge belly and a wary look on his face. He nodded once toward the guard, but said nothing. 100 insults flooded through Jezit's head, and she settled with, "Bastard."
No need for a fight, the big guard said. Come quietly.
4 on 1. Bad odds, Jez. Don't reckon I can fuck my way out of this one. Her hand reached for her sword, and then she realized it wasn't there. She had trusted Jaret and had given the fat fuck her sword. The big guard saw Jezit's hand go for an absent weapon, and he started forward. Jez kicked a chair toward him, and he raised his hands to block the flying kindling. Jez rushed him and planted a kick to his knee. The big man went down with a cry, but another guard, this one smaller and with a giant hook of a nose, was already on her with his little wooden club drawn. If only I can get one of their swords. The guard swung his club, and Jez ducked the attack and stepped toward the guard, bringing a knee up into his groin. She should have felt flesh, should have sent the guard down with a groan. Instead, her knee hit something hard and painful, and she was the one who cried out in pain. She reached for the man's sword, but his hand was already there. Someone grabbed hold of Jez from behind, and then she was off her feet, flying through the air, the inn spinning around her. She hit something and it collapsed underneath her. A wooden table broke her fall for the most part. Jez lurched to her feet, and the world spun a little. Shouldn't have drank so much. Shouldn't have trusted that bastard Jaret. The big guard was coming at her again, fast. He swung his club, and Jezit dodged to the side, aiming a fist at his face as she did. It connected, and Jez felt the satisfying crunch of a nose breaking, followed by a spray of blood. She grinned. Took 3 men in unarmed combat, did you? A sharp pain in the back of the head, and the world went bright white. Jez had no idea where she was. Something hit her in the face, in the chest, in her entire body. The floor, maybe. It was getting hard to tell. Then, everything went black. Part 2. Secrets and Lies. Chapter 15. The Arbiter. Chade, the largest and richest city in the Untamed Wilds. A free city, abiding by its own rules and its own laws. Subject only to the rule of its council and unaffiliated with any of the great kingdoms. The Inquisition had no authority in any of the free cities, and Chade was no exception. Thanquil was here by the ruling council's leave to interrogate a prisoner, but he was under no illusions. He would not be welcomed. Even from a long way off, Thanquil could see it was a large city. Maybe even as large as Sarth, and busy. Ships and boats and vessels of 100 different makes and origins crowded around the harbor like fleas on a dog. More masts than Thanquil cared to count rose reaching into the sky. Some great, some small, and all bobbing up and down on the gentle waters of Rainbow Bay. Cass stopped by the railing to inform Thanquil that during the busy times, such as when the Great Herd was nearby, Chade could get so busy that ships had to wait for a dock to free up, and sometimes the wait could extend to days. Thanquil decided he was more than thankful that the Great Herd was nowhere near Chade at this time of year. The sooner he was back on dry land, the better.
Almost there now. Safe and sound as promised. No pirates or sea serpents,
the captain said as he stopped by Thanquil's spot on the railing. He'd spent a lot of time leaning on that particular spot of railing during the voyage, and the crew had started calling it the Arbiter's Rest. There wasn't a single hand on the sea's scorn who hadn't come to talk to the Arbiter at one time or another. The sailors appeared to have made a daring game of it. Who could talk to the witch hunter for the longest? Last thing Thanquil had wanted was company, but he got it anyway.
Wouldn't have minded a sea serpent,
Thanquil replied to the captain.
Just to prove you wrong.
The captain laughed and pounded Thanquil once on the back. They had spent a fair amount of time chatting to each other over the 3 weeks, and Thanquil had to admit he quite liked the old seaman. He was too friendly at times, and had a habit of slapping people on the arms or back, but he was gruff and honest, and spoke his mind, and he enjoyed rolled-up casherweed.
You tell Vance my debt is paid next time you see him, eh?
The captain said.
Inquisitor Vance? Ah, that's the one. The older one. Though the younger one's near as bad.
Truth is, I'd rather not see either of them ever again, Thanquil said with a grin. I'll make sure to tell him I arrived quickly and without harm.
Aye, good,
the captain said, and then strode away to shout at some poor member of the crew. Thanquil had to wonder what manner of debt the captain might owe to a man like Inquisitor Vance. He tried to imagine the Grand Inquisitor standing on this very ship, maybe leaning where Thanquil was now. Tried to imagine the sailors coming and speaking to him. It was no good. If rumors were true, even the other Inquisitors were afraid of Arthur Vance. As the ship floated into the dock, Thanquil could see just how busy the port was. Sailors were everywhere, some working, some waiting, some collecting wages, and some wandering off in groups, no doubt headed for the nearest brothel. Nothing like spending weeks cooped up on a ship with only other men for company to make you long for a bed with a young woman warming the sheets. Though Thanquil had heard it said that some whorehouses in the wilds didn't even bother with beds. The women just serviced the men in the common room, rutting like animals. There were barrels and crates, bags and passengers, slaves and freight, all being unloaded in a steady stream. Thanquil could already see some crates were full of foodstuffs, some silks, and other cloth, some weapons of any and all description. Many captains were paid to bring in goods to specific merchants. Others just loaded their holds with whatever they could, or whatever was cheapest, and would sell it there and then on the docks. Merchants gathered around to inspect the cargo and offer a price and demand a quantity. The captains haggled as the crew unloaded the goods and deals were struck. The merchants' men then surged forwards to take the crates into the cities. All the while, the proceedings were watched over by the city guard, and both observed and taxed by the greedy little dockmasters. The funny thing about the free cities was that nothing was ever free. It didn't take long for Thankwell to depart once the ship had docked. The captain was the first down the plank, and was haggling with the dockmaster before even setting foot on the pier. After the captain signaled that the haggling was done, the deckhands started unloading the cargo. Thankwell chose a time when the way was clear and hopped down from the ship. He heard Cass whistle a goodbye, but ignored the boy and strode away into the free city of Chade. Within moments of stepping off the pier, Thankwell found himself surrounded by people. Some offered him services, some offered him goods, and a few offered him themselves. They pressed in close around him, and there seemed to be a constant stream of them. Whenever Thankwell pushed through the crowd and left one behind, another person would appear in front. To make matters worse, he could feel his hand shaking in his pocket. It had been 3 weeks since he'd last stolen anything, and now, in a new and foreign place, the need to take something that didn't belong to him was overpowering. In the press and the noise of the crowd, Thankwell felt a hand brush against the inside of his coat. A light touch and brief. Another man might have ignored it, but Thankwell knew the touch of a thief better than another man. His hand shot out and grabbed the wrist that had hold of his purse, and he twisted. There was a high squeak as the girl on the other end of the wrist collapsed on the floor, her arm twisted at a dangerous angle. One slight jerk, and he could snap the wrist like a twig. The press of the crowd backed away from him, a couple of the members slinking off, disappearing into the masses.
"What's the problem here?"
A loud and commanding voice called from nearby. A guard by the looks of it, with a hefty crew around him. Thankwell plucked the purse from the girl's hand and pocketed it again as the rest of the crowd dispersed, and was replaced by guardsmen in red doublets with metal breastplates and wooden cudgels. He let go of the girl's wrist, and she shot him a terrified look. She was young, maybe 12 at most, and wearing rich clothing, though more in the style of a boy. In the Five Kingdoms, or Acanthia, Thankwell might have taken her for a noble brat, but here in Chade, he knew there was no real nobility, just well-dressed thieves.
"Caught her stealing, did ya?"
the guard asked, a wicked grin on his face.
I wonder what would happen to a thief here in Chade.
Thankwell mused aloud and waited for one of the guards to answer.
"Same as anywhere. Punishment."
Thieves is turned into slaves,
the young girl blurted out, her eyes lowered.
"Quiet!"
the guard warned the girl.
"The nice man weren't talking to the likes of you."
Thankwell almost groaned. He'd only just set foot off the boat, and already he was condemning a girl to a lifetime of slavery. No doubt the story would spread, and before long it would tell of an arbiter sentencing a young, innocent lass just a few feet from the boat he arrived on.
A girl like you, no doubt, knows the way to the Inquisition safehouse,
Thankwell said.
Somewhere near the Craftsman Terrace, near the Guildhall.
Aye,
she answered in high voice, her words rushing out almost on top of each other.
I know the place. I can get you there.
"Well then,"
Thankwell said with false cheer.
"I'm sorry, but there's been a mistake here. She wasn't thieving, just offering her services as a guide to your wonderful city. As new as I am here, I'm tempted to take her up on the offer. Thank you for your time."
The guard looked at the girl, then at Thankwell. His right hand plucked the cudgel from his belt.
"Listen, friend, that's not how things work here. We seen her thieving."
Thankwell was uncomfortably aware that a large group of people had stopped to watch the scene in the middle of the docks. The girl also looked uncomfortable, though that might have been because her life was hanging in the balance. The prospect of a lifetime of slavery would make Thankwell more than a little uncomfortable. Arbiter. Thankwell corrected the guardsman. My correct title is Arbiter. The coat is a dead giveaway. See the buttons?
Don't mean a thing. You can be the damned emperor as far as I care. Got no power here,
the guard said, taking a small step backwards. Thankwell stepped forwards, closing on the guard. The girl stayed close by. Oh, I have power wherever I am. Believe me. As for authority, I have that too. The ruling council in Shade has granted an emissary of the Inquisition temporary authority within this free city. And I just so happen to be that emissary.
He's right,
said one of the other guardsmen.
Council did send for an arbiter. For her in jail.
We'll be going now, Thankwell told the guards, dismissing them. Lead the way, girl. She squeaked and started walking. The guards moved aside and let them pass, and Thankwell followed, hoping he wasn't about to feel a sharp wooden smack to the back of his head. Seems he was in luck. With a loud grumble, the guards moved back to their posts, and the usual activity of the docks resumed. Noise and merchants rushed in to fill the empty space like a thunderclap. Thankwell breathed out a sigh of relief. The girl kept glancing at him, probably wondering if she could get away with bolting. He had already decided he wasn't going to waste time chasing her.
You really an arbiter?
She asked. Yes.
Don't look like much.
Thankwell shrugged. Neither do you. Guards were keen on taking you in, though. The girl spat into the street.
Guards get paid for every slave they take. Keeps them willing to do their jobs. They get paid extra for young girls. I had a friend once who got took.
You best be leading me the right way, girl, Thankwell interrupted. He'd heard more than enough old friend stories on the boat, though most of those had ended in drowning, stabbing, or being eaten by krakens. One had even ended with an entire ship, complete with all hands, being dragged down to the depths by a leviathan. The idea of witnesses seemed to escape the sailor who told that particular story.
Course I am. I ain't no.
I'll give you a bronze coin if you can tell me anything about that woman they have in jail.
You've got more than bronze bits in that purse. I felt it.
Thankwell didn't respond. He wasn't about to haggle with a girl who had just tried to rob him. Not after he'd just saved her from a fate worse than death.
Word is, she's dangerous. Guards caught her a while back. She killed 4 of them, one with her bare hands. Ben said he saw her, said she had fire in her eyes, and burnt a guard alive just by looking at him. Crazed is what they call her. Fights with swords, claws, and teeth. And the only reason they got her is 'cause she was drunk. Now they got her chained and gagged down in jail, waiting for someone who knows about that sort of stuff. Which'd be you, right?
Again, Thankwell said nothing. The girl was watching him out of the corner of her eye, waiting for him to confirm. No doubt, word of an arbiter's arrival would spread through the city like wildfire soon enough. Information was, as ever, worth its weight in gold.
Give me my bronze bit.
Thankwell reached into one of the many pockets of his coat and pulled out a small bronze coin. He twirled it in his fingers, and the girl watched it with greedy eyes. You get the coin when I get where I'm going, girl. Shade was not a small city and was split into 4 different quarters: the Docks, the Craftsman's Terrace, Gold Town, and Old Town. The girl explained to Thankwell that on foot it could take nearly half a day to walk from one side to the other. Thankwell decided he was thankful the Craftsman's Terrace was not all that far from the docks. They passed all manner of shops, workhouses, warehouses, dwellings, inns, and watchtowers. Guards were everywhere in abundance, and all watched with a hungry eye. The girl claimed the city employed thousands of guards, and Thankwell could well believe it. Slaves were in even greater abundance. Some were beaten, some were chained, and all were collared and marked. The men had their owner's brand seared into their left cheek, while the women had it on their left hand. Thankwell wasn't unaccustomed to seeing slaves. Sarth was built on the backs of those whose lives were owned by others, but he'd never seen folk treated so poorly before. They were dressed in rags, and many went barefoot. Some were made to carry goods for their owners, some were carrying the owners themselves in huge ornate litters, and all in the merciless afternoon sun. It struck Thankwell that most horses were treated better than the slaves here in Chade. The girl didn't lie about knowing the way. She led Thankwell to his destination. The house was indeed in the Craftsman's Terrace, and not 20 paces from the guild hall, where all manner of folk were gathered in the hope of finding a day's work. The house bore the symbol of an Inquisition safe house, and so Thankwell tossed the girl her bronze coin, and she was gone before he could even say his thanks. He climbed the steps with a sigh and knocked and waited. It was a small, unassuming house built of stone, but then most in the Craftsman's Terrace seemed to be. It had a heavy wooden door and 2 windows that looked to be boarded from the inside. Thankwell knocked again, and again waited. Still no answer.
You one of them arbiters?
A voice came from behind. Thankwell turned to find a cloaked figure staring up at him with wary eyes. The man coughed into a bandaged hand.
I'm wearing an arbiter's coat,
Thankwell replied.
Bit of fancy leather don't make you nothing. You want in there, you need to prove you're an arbiter.
Thankwell ground his teeth together. He hated answering questions.
And who should I prove it to?
Me, the man at the bottom of the steps said. Then he shivered and nodded at Thankwell.
It's been a while since I felt the compulsion. It's still just as unpleasant as ever. Sorry about the test, Arbiter. We've had people pretend to be members of the Inquisition in the past.
He stood up to his full height and threw back his cloak to reveal a suit of dark red beneath. I am Arbiter Thankwell Darkheart. You would be the clerk assigned to Chade.
Yes, Arbiter,
the man said, his wild accent replaced by born and bred Sarth. He climbed the steps and put a key to the lock.
Clerk Moyne. Anything you need, don't hesitate to ask.
Inside, the building was well maintained but austere. It would serve its purpose, a place for Thankwell to sleep for a night. I will need food and a bed for the night, Clerk Moyne. Tomorrow, you will direct me to the council chambers. After that, I will find myself an inn to sleep in for the remainder of my stay. I will return here only if I need more coin.
As you wish, Arbiter Darkheart. Oh, and welcome to Chade.
Chapter 16. The Blackthorn.
Welcome to Chade.
Weren't the first time Bertram had been the Chade, and fact was he was no more impressed with it this time than the last. He shoved aside the little merchant who had welcomed him and looked around. Too hot. Too many guards. Too many merchants. Too much salt in the air. Too damn busy.
Never been to Chade before,
Green said, staring in open-mouthed wonder at the spectacle.
We figured that from the first 100 times you said so,
Bones grumbled with a sigh. Bertram had thought that 2 days cooped up in a building with the crew was bad enough. 2 weeks stuck on a boat with them had been far worse. Bones had somehow managed to befriend a legion of rats that had swarmed around him squeaking for food. Henry and the boss had been going at it hammer and tongs, for what seemed like the entire journey, and seeing as how the entire crew was stuck in one cabin, there was fuck all in the way of privacy. Green had spent the whole journey staring daggers at Bertram when he thought the Black Thorn wasn't watching. The boy couldn't have known that Bertram had eyes in the back of his head. Swift had been the only bearable member, and that was because he spent the majority of the time absent. He had somehow managed to get his way into the beds of all 4 of the ship's female crew, including the captain's wife. Bertram reckoned it was a miracle Swift hadn't gotten them all thrown overboard. The boss finished talking to the captain, jumped down onto the wood of the pier, shouldered his way through the crew, and then turned to face them all.
Here it is. I know you all been holed up impatient, but ain't no enjoying the city's sights just yet. Bones, take Green and find us a place to stay. Somewhere quiet and close to one of the gates would be good. We gonna be needing to make a quick exit, boss?
Bones asked in his deep tones.
Always a possibility. Swift, go put your ear to the ground. I want to know anything and everything that's happening in Chade.
Would be easier with a few bits to grease a palm or two, boss.
When are things ever easy? Henry, take Thorn and get us some supplies. We ain't got much left, so use what bits you got sparse. I got to go meet a man about a job. You all know the sailor's penny? Aye.
Yes, boss.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Good. Be there at sundown.
With that, the crew split up into their groups. Bertram found Henry grinning up at him.
What?
He asked, giving her a push hard enough to make her stumble.
Your red is showing.
Bertram ran a dirty hand through his greasy mess of hair. She was right. He hadn't dyed his hair in near a month.
Reckon we best find me some akin nuts, then.
She shook her head, still grinning in that wolfish way, pretty teeth showing behind her scarred lips.
Boss said sparse.
She started walking.
Red thorns got a bit of a ring to it, though.
Chade always brought back memories, and not many of them the good kind. After killing his second arbiter, Bertram stowed away on a boat and ended up in the Free City. Back then, he'd been nothing but a nameless boy, still wet behind the ears, and with only a handful of kills to his count. Off the boat for all of 5 minutes, and guards tried to take him. Bertram stabbed one in the groin and fled. After that, he spent near a year working on a heavy crew, guarding some merchants' warehouses. He was the youngest and greenest of the crew, and 2 of the bigger lads seemed to take it personal. More than once, he'd been beaten and robbed after getting paid, and more than once, he'd gone hungry because of it. Then, one day, both lads had woken up with their throats cut. That had earned Bertram some respect among that crew. There was an arbiter in Chade, too. Bertram's 5th. Never knew the name, couldn't even remember the face, but he remembered the kill. He stalked the man for 2 days, watching and waiting. Then, in the market, Bertram had walked up behind the arbiter and shoved a long, curved knife up under his ribcage into his chest. Left the knife in his back and walked away before anyone knew something was up. Cleanest arbiter kill he'd ever done, that one. Certainly better than burning down an entire town.
You all right?
Henry asked. She was staring at him.
You got a look about you.
Remembering is all. Been stabbed twice here in Chade.
I know,
she replied with a grin.
First one was a boy, about same age as Green. Trying to make a name for himself, I reckon. Missed my vitals, though, the dumb fuck. So I took his head off.
I never miss.
You did. Got the scar to prove it.
Henry grinned at him again.
I never miss.
Bertram snorted. The market was just ahead. He could see it already. It was as close to one of the many hells as he remembered. Full of people, full of smells, full of noise, full of dangers. People died all the time in the markets of Jade. Some during fights over prices or some such, some over thieving, some just tripped and got trampled, though they were mostly the little ones, children or women or such. 100 different spices or more filled the air with their fragrance, coming together to form something close to a cloying stench. The noise was deafening. People shouting this way or that, selling, buying, accusing. It made no difference. The crowds packed in on all sides, a mass of human flesh being ground together. That was the problem with the market, or with markets in general, as far as Bertram was concerned. You couldn't smell anyone coming, couldn't hear them coming, couldn't see them coming. Dangerous places were markets.
So, what are we doing here?
He asked Henry over the clamor.
Like Boss said, supplies.
Food?
Henry laughed. You want food? Ask Bones to gather you up some rats.
Bertram nodded to that.
Meat is meat.
We need supplies for a job. Whatever this big one is Boss got lined up, we don't have the bits to pull it off as of now. He'll rustle us up something small first, something as will pay our way, keep us supplied, keep you and Swift in halls till we're done.
You could just open your legs for him. Save some bits.
Bertram said with a grin of his own. It was not returned.
I'd rather fuck Green than that half-blood bastard.
Henry knew what they needed and knew where to go, so Bertram was happy to just follow. After the first merchant, it was clear why the boss had sent them both. Henry was well known in Jade, and the Blackthorn was well known everywhere, and both were the types of names that commanded a healthy dose of fear. Merchants were less inclined to haggle up when the customers had a habit of killing folk for fun. Not that Bertram had ever really killed for fun, but a long time ago he'd decided never to argue against his own reputation. Bertram had even managed to make a merchant throw in a handful of ekin nuts to dye his hair. The paste he'd make from them would smell like shit for a few days, but it was better than having a head full of flaming red locks, as far as he was concerned. The boss was late, and when he did arrive, his scowl was even deeper than usual.
You find us a place, Bones? Aye, just round the corner in Old Town. One previous tenant, long since dead and rotting, got rid of the corpse, but Green threw up.
Fuck, Bones. You said you wouldn't say out.
Aye, I did say that. Enough.
The boss's tone was terse and dangerous.
Lead the way.
Bones wasn't wrong about their new home. Had a smell to it that said dead person, but it was nothing they hadn't all lived with before. It was a single-floored wooden shack with a secure roof and 2 bedrooms complete with beds. Luxury living as far as they were all concerned.
What have you got for us, Swift?
The boss asked when they all settled down.
Lots of bad and good. There's an arbiter in town.
All eyes turned to Bertram. He said nothing, just continued grinding the ekin nuts to powder.
Might not be after you, Thorn,
the boss said.
Will be, once they find out I'm here. Best we get the job done and get out while we can.
He'd run to the wilds to get away from the arbiters. Seemed they were everywhere these days.
Well, good news is our escapades in Coral stayed in Coral,
Swift continued.
No prices on any of us. The Blooded are at war again, but
Shouldn't make much difference here in Shade.
Oh, and Bones' wife is in town.
Bones' head snapped up in an instant, and Bertram saw that panicked look in his eye that Bones only got when Beth was nearby.
Any chance we can head back to Coral, boss?
I got us a job, the boss said, but even Bertram could tell he didn't seem too happy about it.
That's why we're here, ain't it?
Swift asked.
Not the big one.
Gonna need some bits before we can do that. Another job. A few of them, as it happens. He paused, and for the first time since they'd met, Bertram could see the boss was nervous. It's working for Deadeye.
Boss,
Bones started.
That ain't a good idea,
Swift finished. Bertram kept quiet, and Henry did the same, but she didn't look happy. Deadeye was possibly the only name in the wilds carried more weight than Bertram's. Even Green was silent.
She here? In Shade?
Bertram asked. Not yet, but she will be.
Deadeye don't go nowhere without an army,
Henry put in. Armies aren't allowed in Shade, Swift responded.
Not all of it, no. But she'll get some of it in.
None of us have ever crossed her, have we?
Bones asked. All eyes turned to Bertram.
I ain't. Only met her once, and that was before the whole eye thing.
Way I hear it, not having crossed her never stopped her from killing folk,
Swift said.
Enough.
The boss's voice was quiet, but full of threat. Enough threat to silence 4 of the biggest names in the wilds.
I've already taken the job. It'll get us the bits, and it'll get us where we need to be. Good?
The silence held for a while as each of them came to terms with the idea of working for Deadeye. Green was the one to break the quiet.
What's the job?
The boss glared at the boy.
Deadeye wants someone breaking out of jail.
Chapter 17. The Arbiter.
Arbiter Thanquil Darkheart?
Thanquil was tired of people saying his name. It should have been a heady pleasure. But he was learning, the more your name was said in powerful circles, the more those powerful circles wanted from him. He ignored the announcer and strode into the audience with his head held high and a crystal wine stopper in his pocket. No one would miss it for a while, and they'd never suspect an arbiter to have stolen it anyway. Besides, red wine was supposed to breathe. The audience chamber was a long room with gaudy decorations in abundance. Blood-red carpets, white silk curtains on the windows, 2 hearths, both resplendent in their ornate golden scrollwork and both oversized, one to Thanquil's far right and the other to his far left. In front of Thanquil was a desk, a huge wooden monstrosity stacked with papers, charts, trinkets, and coins, and beside the desk sat 4 men. The announcer stopped beside Thanquil and spoke again.
Lord Farron Kolth.
The man on the far left nodded once, setting his multiple chins wobbling. Rarely had Thanquil ever seen a man as fat as Lord Farron. He wore a rich silk suit of blue on gold, with decorative sweat stains. Golden jewelry adorned his hands and wrists, and he wore a single silver bell in each ear. Thanquil knew if he could just get to shake the man's hand, he could take one of the golden rings.
Lord Show?
The man next to Lord Farron couldn't have been more different. Black skin instead of white, gaunt instead of fat, and hard instead of soft. The man wore a simple brown tunic, and his only jewelry was a wooden bar through the top of his nose. He looked at Thanquil with small, dark eyes. Once, such a stare might have cowed Thanquil, but after meeting with the Grand Inquisitor, Lord Sho seemed about as terrifying as a puppy. Alpha Toen. Tall and plump with girlish features. Thanquil would have bet all the contents of his pockets the man was a eunuch. He wore a decadent blue robe with black lacework and a silver ring on each finger. He smiled toward Thanquil in a way that reminded the Arbiter of a cat smiling at a mouse. And speaking for Captain Drake Morris, Belper Froth. The man on the far right was tall, lean, and looked more sailor than city ruler. He wore a white sailor's shirt and no jewelry, save for a single stud in his right ear. His face was well tanned and tattooed around his left eye. The announcer bowed and stepped backwards. Thanquil looked at each of the men in turn.
So, Captain Morris sends a lackey in his place.
After the words were out of his mouth, Thanquil decided lackey may have been a poor choice. The eunuch giggled and then spoke in his high feminine voice. Oh, most assuredly. Our Drake is rarely present, no doubt out pirating, or lately I hear he's managed to wriggle his way into the Dragon Empress's bed.
Probably both, knowing him,
said the fat man on the far left.
I see,
Thanquil said, and then bowed his head a little.
Well, my lords, on behalf of the Inquisition, and as per your request, I am at your service. Never had an arbiter at my service before,
the fat man said.
I was hoping for an Inquisitor myself,
from the pirate on the far right.
I assure you, I am much more agreeable than any of the Inquisitors. They tend to be all doom and gloom, and if one of them were here, at least two of you would be on fire by now.
Thanquil said with a smile. It made the powerful circle in front of him pause, as they started to wonder which two.
Not here for words, witch hunter,
Lord Sho. His eyes had not left Thanquil for a moment since entering.
You have job.
Yes, of course. You have a woman locked up, and you want me to interrogate her?
We want you to tell us how to kill her,
the pirate said in his drawl.
Oh, right.
Thanquil paused. I presume you tried all the traditional methods? Stabbing her and the like?
We did,
the pirate continued.
She came back.
She came back?
Aye?
The pirate seemed to think that was explanation enough. The eunuch was much more helpful. The first time she attacked 4 of our guards in a tavern, killed them all. It was brutal, blood everywhere, and the stench was awful, so I'm told. When our reinforcements arrived, they managed to bring her down, stabbed her in the chest a number of times before she died.
So she did die,
Thanquil said. Oh, most certainly. Stabbed her right through the heart. Then we gave her body to the sea, and 2 days later, out she walks from the sea, naked and without a scratch on her. The collective we. Thanquil had no doubt the eunuch had never been near the woman.
So, you killed her again?
She murdered a few more guards, so we filled her full of arrows. Only this time we locked her up in the jail. Waited to see if she'd come back again.
Which she did, Thanquil finished.
Aye, been weeks in there, and we ain't fed her none, but she won't die. That's why we sent for you.
So, you want me to kill her?
No.
Lord Sho spoke again, his voice terse and hard.
We want you to tell us how to kill her. You are advisor. No authority here.
I see. But why should the Inquisition do this, I wonder? You ask us for a favor in helping you kill her, and offer nothing in return. Lord Sho leaned forward.
Ik voor nu alborskjacht. Fination bolast.
The eunuch sighed.
He says she's a witch. You hunt witches. Or at least that's a rough translation without the insults.
He did sound fairly angry, Thankwell agreed.
Besides, the Inquisition has already agreed. You are here to do, not to negotiate.
Very true, Thankwell said with a bow of his head. I will need some time to prepare. I will see the woman first thing in the morning and report back to you once I have a solution. There was a slight pause as each of the men looked at the others. Then the fat man on the far left spoke.
That is acceptable. You are dismissed, Arbiter.
Thankwell snorted, and with a shake of his head, turned and strode from the room with all the purpose he could muster. Truth was, he didn't need to prepare, only he didn't feel much like confronting an immortal witch right now. The prospect of finding a tavern and drinking his way through the evening was much more tempting. Chapter 18. The Blackthorn.
That's it?
Swift asked.
Does look very jail-like,
replied Bones.
Aye, Bertram said. I've been inside a couple, and that's definitely a jail.
You wouldn't believe some of the things I've been inside, Swift said with a grin. All three of them looked at him for a moment, and then burst into laughter. The jail was part of the guards' barracks in Old Town, a huge stone building of 2 floors and plenty of barred windows. They'd walked the entire way around it, and it had taken near 10 minutes. The jail itself had its own entrance, but Bertram had no doubt it was connected inside to the barracks. He'd like to say getting in was going to be the hard part, but he was pretty sure the guards would arrest the Blackthorn on sight. Wouldn't be his personal choice of ways to break into a jail, though.
So, how we gonna do this? You ever broken someone out of lockup before, Thorn?
Swift said while chewing on some sort of leaf he'd procured from somewhere. It stank like hell, though with Bertram's hair still smelling of echinut paste he couldn't really make it an issue, and turned Swift's spit blue. But the bastard swore it made him more alert.
Aye, once or twice. Easiest way is just to walk in with an axe swinging and walk out a few bodies later. Bloody work. But then...
He looked around at the 3 lads and shrugged. All of them were well used to bloody work, except maybe Green. Bones spat onto the ground.
Reckon there'll be a few too many bodies in there. Try that way, and ours'll be among them.
It would be close inside. Not much space, and Bertram knew Bones liked to fight with a lot of room around him. Liked to get that big sword of his swinging.
You can always get locked up yourself, and then break out from the inside,
Bertram continued.
Though, never liked the idea of that one much.
I dunno, Green said with a sneer. You getting locked up don't sound so bad.
Shut up, Green, dumb fuck. Other way is sneaking in as such. Bars make it hard, but not impossible. I once heard some boys say they did it by tying a rope round the bars, then to a horse. Then they made the horse run, and when the rope ran out, it pulled the bars loose,
Bones said, nodding to himself.
We don't have a horse,
Bertram pointed out.
We could steal one. Might work.
Swift was shaking his head. Sounds like a noisy plan to me. Reckon boss wants it done quiet. No noise, and no bodies.
When was the last time we did any job without bodies?
Bertram asked. Nobody could answer, but then he never expected any of them could. Sneak in and out, then? Green asked. Looks like, Swift agreed. First thing we should find out is where she's kept. Get in as close as possible. Last thing we want is to break in, then find out we have to get all the way to the other side of the jail. Bertram rubbed at the stumps of his middle finger and little fingers on his left hand. He hated planning. There was always so much to think of, and always they missed something. He'd much prefer to charge in, axe swinging and blood spilling. But then, that was why he wasn't the boss. Bertram had never much liked the idea of running his own crew, and running this particular one had to be hard work. Too many big names with their own ideas and their own problems. Bertram remembered another crew he had been in with big names, back before he'd earned his own. Back when he was just as much of a shit as Green. The boss back then had been a man called Redtooth, though fact was, all his teeth were red. They'd also had the Nightblade, Alphen Tether, on the crew. The Nightblade was one of the most famous assassins in the wilds, and one of the biggest names back then. It was said he had killed more men than the sea, but none could prove any of the murders were him. Alphen and Bertram, now they'd always gotten on just fine. Bertram had been as green, but wasn't so dumb as to think he could earn his name by taking out one such as the Nightblade. Some of the other boys, though, didn't get on so well with Alphen. Didn't hold so well having an assassin on the crew. Something about poisoners being cowards, as Bertram remembered it. Bertram had left the crew on bad terms. Seems they didn't like the idea of having someone hunted by arbiters on the team, and Bertram had just killed his third. A while later, he heard rumors in a whorehouse the entire crew had been found dead, all except the Nightblade, and none could say why. No cuts, no bruises, nothing. Just dead and robbed. No one ever heard of Alphen Tether ever again after that. They got windows, right? Green asked, bringing Bertram back to the present. Aye, barred, though, Swift said. Don't stop us peeking in, finding out which cell our girl's in. Can't be that many bitches bound and gagged in there. They all had to stop and think about that for a moment. Swift himself had a good laugh about it, too. Bertram preferred his women to be willing, though, even if willing meant paid.
Green's right for once. Get caught in shade, and you're more likely to be a slave than a prisoner, especially if you got a cunt. Shouldn't be too hard to find her, long as they got her in a cell with a view.
So, you want us to go round and check every window? Swift asked. You don't need to check every window, Green replied with a grin. Just every one till you find her. I'm fast starting not to like you, lad, Swift said with a punch to Green's arm.
Got somewhere else to be, Swift,
Bertram said, still staring at the jail building. As it happens, plenty of whorehouses here in Shade not had a visit from Swift in a long time, Swift replied, still grinning. I hear there's a place in Keflin Square that has southerners, black-skinned and all. It'd be like fucking the boss's daughter. The boss has a daughter? Green asked. Hell's if I know, Swift replied. But if he did, wouldn't it be nice to bend her over and shove it up her ass so hard she screams?
The whores can wait,
Bertram interrupted as he found a good-looking spot of wall in the alley and took to leaning. Swift could be an annoying prick when he tried.
Plenty of guards about, and some of 'em patrolling. Could make things tricky. We take out one of the patrols. Quiet. That'll give us some time for they're missed. How hard do you reckon it is to get those bars out?
About as hard as it would be to take the whole wall out, Bones replied.
Which I reckon is pretty bloody hard.
They were all silent for a while. Bettram leaning, Bones sitting, Swift whistling, and Green pacing. Why the boss sent them all for planning instead of doing it himself, Bettram couldn't figure. Seemed to him they were getting close to nowhere.
Chutes,
Green said, pointing.
Old buildings like this have chutes. See? On the ground. Holes leading into the underground for dropping food and stuff.
Bettram peered toward the building. Seemed Green was right, but there was a problem.
Looks like they're barred too.
Swift had a smug look plastered all over his smug face. Not barred. Grated and locked. Ain't a lock made I can't pick.
Looks a smallish gap,
Bones rumbled.
Aye,
Bettram agreed.
Henry and Swift'll fit no problem. Green too, most like. Maybe me. You and the boss ain't got no chance. Looks like I'll be taking guard duty then. Aye, looks like.
Bettram agreed.
Good? Good.
They all watched from the shadows of the alley for a while longer. They'd all done similar jobs before, breaking into places and stealing stuff, or killing folk all quiet in the night. All except Green, anyway. First rule is always, don't get caught. And the best way to go about that was to know where the guards would be, and when. 2 patrols circled the big stone building, and each one was 2 men strong. Wasn't much to guard, given that most of the prisoners were transferred to the Slavers' Guild as soon as they were caught. Each patrol took near 15 minutes to circle the place. So, if they took out a single patrol, they should have... Numbers didn't ever make sense to Bettram, but he reckoned they should have about 30 minutes to get in, find the bitch, free her, and get out. As far as Bettram could see, it should go nice and smooth. Of course, there was always the possibility of getting lost inside the building, running into more guards than expected, or even Swift not being able to pick the locks like he claimed. Always so much that could go wrong, and that was why Bettram hated planning. Again, he considered the option of charging in, axe in hand, and again he decided the most likely outcome of such would be certain death. Jailbreaks were never easy.
Right then,
Swift said.
I'll check the windows. Bones'll be my ladder, and Green can stand watch. Thorn, go get the boss told of the plan.
Wait, Bettram said. He saw something. Something he hoped he was wrong about. Just a short distance away, being escorted by a couple of guards, was a man. Bettram couldn't see the man's face, but he didn't need to. He could see the coat, and he knew those coats all too well. Instinct told him to back further into the alley, further into the shadows, and the Blackthorn always obeyed his instincts.
What you seeing, Thorn?
Swift asked, made nervous by Bettram's backing away.
Weren't often the Blackthorn backed away from anything.
Bettram ground his teeth together.
I see an arbiter. There, between those 2 guards.
The other 3 men turned as one and peered towards the man. Bones stood up and backed away a step. Swift made a sound somewhere between a moan and sigh, and Green just scratched his leg.
You sure, Blackthorn? Looks a little short for an arbiter. You're a bloody idiot, Green. There ain't no height requirement on being an arbiter, just so long as you're a murderous bastard who likes to burn folk.
Sounds fun to me, the little shit replied with a smirk. Bettram would have knocked a few of his teeth out if Bones hadn't been standing in the way, Instead, he backed away further into the alley.
I'll go tell boss of the plan. You lot keep watch. Wait till that witch hunter is gone before casing the place. Reckon he's here for our girl?
Bones asked, his hunched form towering over the others. Bertram didn't have an answer for that. He just shrugged, turned, and walked away. Chapter 19. The Arbiter. One jail looked much like another, or so it appeared to Thankwell. He'd been in a few during his time, never found himself locked up inside one, though. They tended to consist of cold gray stone, cold metal bars, and cold, angry prisoners. In this particular jail, they seemed a bit short on the prisoners. Despite the general warmth of the city of Chade, its jail managed to remain cool and damp. There was a steady dripping sound of water throughout the entire building, and many of the walls and floors seemed wet and slippery. Some of the cell bars had started to rust, though none of those cells were occupied. No doubt the guards just shoved the prisoners into the better-maintained cells and left the others to rot. The tenants looked dirty and smelled worse. In fact, there was an overwhelming stench of sweat, blood, and human waste throughout the building. The cells contained no beds, no furniture of any kind, and only a bucket in each for the prisoners' waste. They were not intended for any sort of comfort. The few prisoners there were tended to be huddled in corners or laid out on the floors, shivering in their sleep. One prisoner, a man looking to be in his middle years and with a great shaggy beard that might once have been gray, but had long since turned brown with filth, rushed forward at the sight of Thankwell and made a grab at him through the bars. The guards swatted away his hand with wooden cudgels and cursed at him. As the man fell backwards with a shriek of pain, Thankwell saw what few teeth he had left were broken and brown. He'd seen that sort of abuse before. No doubt, the guards kept a few prisoners away from the slavers for periodic beatings. Nothing made a weak man feel strong like someone weaker to beat upon.
Have mercy,
the man spluttered between his broken teeth. One of the guards laughed and spat at the man in the cell.
Mercy? From an arbiter? You must be addled, as well as a thief. Arbiter?
The man's eyes were bright and frantic. Again he moved forward, gripping hold of the iron bars.
I'm a heretic, my lord. I swear it. Done bad things. Deserve to be dead. You ain't a heretic, just a bloody thief.
The guard with the broken nose shouted and pushed the prisoner in his chest with the cudgel. The prisoner fell backwards, landed with a yelp of pain, then tried to stand up. One of his legs gave way beneath him and he crashed back to the stone floor and then lay there whimpering like a beaten dog. Both guards laughed and then herded Thankwell along. There was nothing he could do for the poor man. Past more cells and past more prisoners, some in even worse condition than the first one, and very few in better, the guards of Chade seemed to be little more than thugs, one and all. No doubt, most of them were recruited from the legion of sellswords that littered the free cities, looking for work. Those men and women were interested only in coin and paid no heed to the suffering of their fellow humans. The steady dripping sound of water somewhere continued, and the building seemed to grow even colder. The guards stopped in front of a heavy, wooden, iron-bound door. This was no ordinary cell. There were no bars, only one solid stone wall. The first guard, the one with a greasy lock of straw-colored hair falling to his shoulders and a permanently sour face, pulled back a metal shutter on the door and peered in. Then he closed the shutter again, took out a large key ring, and proceeded to open 3 locks on the door before pulling back a heavy metal bar and pushing the door inward, stepping back to allow Thankwell to enter. "After you," Thankwell said with a wave of his hand. The 2 guards looked at each other, and then the man with the sour face shook his head. The broken-nosed guard then stepped forward and, with a deep breath, walked into the room. Thankwell followed a couple of steps behind. Inside, the cell was dark. The only light came from a small window no more than half a foot across and barred with more cold iron. The gloom was near complete.
"A lantern, please,"
Thankwell said to the guard. The broken nose shook back at him.
"She can do things with fire." "A lantern, now."
Thankwell left no doubt it was an order, and with a nod from Broken Nose, Sourface rushed off to fetch one. The cell didn't smell as bad as the rest of the building. It was cold and humid, and there was the metallic scent of blood in the air, and salt. It almost smelled of the sea. At the far end of the cell, as far away from the door as was possible, a figure was chained against the wall. Heavy metal manacles held the woman's hands tight against the wall just above her head, and her ankles were manacled to the floor out in front of her. Dried blood and blisters showed around the edges of the metal, and even in the darkness, Thankwell could tell the skin beneath the metal was red and raw. The woman's mouth was wedged open with a heavily padded leather thong strapped tight between her teeth. Blood and bile stained the thong. A bloody piece of cloth had been tied around her face to cover her eyes, and her head hung limp from her shoulders. Dark black hair hung from her head in short, limp strands. The rags the woman wore were ripped and tattered and brown, soiled with what looked like both blood and urine. They only just stretched down to her knees and hung loose off one shoulder. Her left breast was visible through one of the tears and looked small and pale, but unmarked.
"She has not been raped?"
Thankwell said to the guard.
"Fuck no."
The guard's voice was quiet, little more than a whisper.
"None of us dare go near her. She's wrong."
Sourface returned with a small lantern and placed it on a sconce on the left wall before retreating from the cell with haste. The light flickered, casting mad, jumping shadows around the room. With light, the woman looked like an even more wretched thing. Her head bobbed a little at the introduction of light, but there was no other movement. Thankwell studied the woman for a time. A thin drop of spittle leaked from her mouth and dropped onto her chest, soaking her rags. But she made no sign of moving. Thankwell turned back to Broken Nose.
"She's been like this for weeks?"
"Aye," the guard replied.
"She's not been fed, nor watered or anything. Nobody comes in here. We just make sure she's not gone every day. They say she's been killed twice. She just don't die."
Thankwell stared at the woman a while longer. She looked to be no more than 20 years of age, treated horribly and broken from the mistreatment, but something didn't feel right. She felt almost like a beast, playing dead, waiting to strike. Thankwell decided to throw caution to the wind and approach the woman. Broken Nose spoke from behind.
"Careful, Arbiter. She's magical."
Thankwell glanced back at the guard. He was standing just a couple of paces behind, fear plain on his face.
"I'll be fine, guardsman."
He crouched down in front of the woman. She made no move. He put his hand on her forehead. Still no movement. He lifted her head up. The bandage tied around her eyes was dirty with filth and dried blood. More blood had run down her cheeks like red tears. Thankwell took his hand away and the woman's head dropped. Other than her shallow breathing, she seemed more corpse than living. Thankwell lifted the bandage from around her eyes. The guardsman gasped, and Thankwell heard him hit the floor. Pale blue eyes stared unfocused ahead, towards the floor. The dried blood had come from wounds to her eyes. Thankwell had seen similar before. it looked almost as if...
It's not possible.
Broken Nose whispered from behind. Thankwell turned his head to find the guardsman had retreated to the door. Sourface looked in and cursed.
It's not right.
Sourface breathed, and then turned and fled. Broken Nose stayed, but Thankwell had rarely seen a man look so terrified.
Her eyes,
Thankwell prompted.
Can't be. She can't. You took them.
Again, he prompted the guard to continue.
Not me. Not us. Them.
The Broken Nose said in a high voice, his words rushing out, stumbling into each other to form a rapid slur.
When they caught her the second time, they took 'em. Said she could use 'em to control a man. They beat her bloody, pinned her down and scooped 'em right out. They say she didn't even scream. What sort of person don't scream when they have their eyes plucked out?
The sort of person who can grow new eyes, Thankwell said, his voice grave even to his own ears. Thankwell turned back to the woman. Her head was still limp, her eyes still unfocused and unseeing. Again, he lifted her head so her eyes met his. Behind him, he heard Broken Nose gasp, but Thankwell paid him no mind. He stared into the woman's pale blue eyes, but saw nothing. It was almost as if she just wasn't there. As haunting as her gaze was, it was empty. He poked at the leather thong strapped into her mouth. It was pulled so far back it should have been gagging her. The woman's lips were cracked and split, and bloody and raw. The thong was moist with spittle.
Her mouth,
Thankwell prompted.
She were using some sort of spell or something, chanting it as she killed the guards. They didn't want her using it no more.
Her tongue. Broken Nose paused.
They cut it out, just like her eyes.
Well, let's see if that grew back as well.
Wait!
Broken Nose started forward, his voice panicky.
What if it has? What if she cast some spell? Took 18 guards to bring her down second time, and 10 of them died.
Feel free to step outside and close the door if you're scared, but I can't very well question her if she can't talk. Thankwell replied, impatient. Broken Nose backed against the wall, yet made no move to leave. With a gentle care due to caution, Thankwell undid the clasps on the thong and slid the leather out of the woman's mouth. Her head dropped a little further, and then she swallowed. Signs of life, at least. Then she started chanting. Foreign words Thankwell didn't understand issued from her bloody mouth in a croaking voice, and she began to strain against the bonds that secured her to the wall.
None of that, thank you,
Thankwell said, and his right hand slid inside his coat pocket, found the correct charm, and slapped the piece of paper onto the woman's forehead. The paper stuck and sealed to her skin. The chanting stopped, and the woman's eyes rolled back into her head. Then she began to convulse, shaking and straining against her bonds. New trickles of blood leaked from old sores. Thankwell had no time for games. He slapped the woman across the face with the back of his hand, and she stilled. Her eyelids flickered open, and her eyes focused on Thankwell. 2 words of some foreign tongue escaped her mouth, and then she stopped, unable to remember the spell. Thankwell stood up to stretch out his legs.
That charm is powerful magic,
he explained to the woman.
When affixed, it blocks magic from memory. Put simply, you can't recall the words,
the correct symbols to draw. While that paper is there, you can't use whatever magic it is you know. The woman glared at Thankwell for a moment, and then shook her head, thrashing from side to side. The charm remained in place. It could be peeled off, but it would never fall off. Then her shaking subsided, and her head went limp again. her eyes going back into the strange, unfocused non-sight.
Let's get started then,
Thankwell said before focusing his attention on the woman. Who are you? She didn't want to answer. Thankwell could see that. She tried to fight the compulsion, but only those trained in its use could deny its effects. The words that spilled from her mouth, however, were not any that Thankwell understood. They sounded a jumbled mess of letters and sounds. Thankwell looked at Broken Nose. Broken Nose shook his broken nose. Any languages other than the common tongue spoken in the wilds? He prompted the guardsman.
No. The Southerners, the blacks, they got their own language, but that ain't it. I've heard it spoke, and that ain't it.
That was the problem with the compulsion. It could force a person to tell the truth, but it couldn't force them to say it in the common tongue. Thankwell sighed. An immortal witch able to regrow both eyes and tongue, and who may or may not speak his language. Well, we may not be able to find out who you are, but there's more than one way to find out what you are. He drew a short, sharp knife from his belt and advanced upon the chained woman. Chapter 20. The Blade Master. Jezet's eyes snapped open. She flowed to her feet in one fluid motion, and her hand reached for her sword. It wasn't there. Then she saw the bars and remembered. Still in jail, Jez. Still trapped and awaiting execution. She knew why she was here. Wasn't hard to guess. The guards had known her name. They'd taken her, but they hadn't given her to the slavers. A woman like her would fetch a nice price from the slavers if they cleaned her up. Yet there was someone willing to pay a much greater price for her. Jezet may have been locked up in Chade's jail, but she was in no doubt that she was Constance's prisoner. Just waiting for the bitch to arrive. I suppose I could try to kill myself in here, deny her the pleasure of doing it slowly. It wasn't the first time Jezet had entertained the notion. She would never do it, though. As long as she was alive, there was a chance, however slim, of escape. Days rolled into one, but Jezet could count the time by the light and dark that spilled in through her single-barred window. At first, she had complained to the guards, told them she'd done nothing wrong. That had been a mistake. All she'd learned from that was a couple of beatings. Jackson loved his little wooden cudgel more than he'd ever loved any woman. After that, she'd tried to fuck her way out. Jezet had thought to seduce the little guard with the face that was permanently turned down, Abel. When Jez was at her best, men would jump at the chance to be inside her. But Jez was not currently at her best, and Abel had spat at her and told her he'd rather pay a whore than fuck a dung heap. Not the most flattering of compliments she'd ever received, but she had no doubt she did smell like a dung heap at the time.
So what is she?
You don't need to know.
I'd like to know. Bitch is a worry.
Jez recognized one of the voices as Jackson and backed up against the wall of her cell and sat down on her ass. It was starting to feel very bony. Actually, most of her was starting to feel bony. Jezet almost hoped she'd never get to look at a mirror again. I honestly don't care what you'd like. The two men walked into view. One was Jackson, the one with the boil and broken nose. The other was a short-ish man, maybe half a hand taller than Jezet, with short dark hair, short dark stubble, and a fancy brown coat. He looked to be someone of importance. Jackson seemed a little scared of him, anyway. Both men passed her cell at a steady pace, not even looking her way. "Get me out of here!" Jezet shouted before her head could decide it was a bad idea.
Shut it, you!
Jackson said, waving his cudgel. It was too late, though. The other man had already stopped and was looking at Jezet. "Get me out of here, and I'll do anything! Anything!" Jezet didn't move. She sat huddled at the back of her cell. Jackson snorted, but Jez ignored him. I may not look like much right now, but I'm pretty enough when clean, and I know my way around a sword. The short man in the leather coat smiled.
Literally or figuratively, I wonder?
Both, Jez answered, ignoring Jackson's confused look. Idiot probably doesn't even know what either word means. She stood up and tried her best seductive walk toward the bars. It was hampered only by the fact that she looked and smelled like shit. Still, she wasn't about to let that put her off a possible escape. You've got him, Jez. Now a bit of a throaty whisper. She gripped hold of the bars with both hands, stared into his pretty blue eyes, and whispered at him. Anything.
Get back or I'll beat you,
Jackson warned, waving his club from a few paces away, as idle a threat as Jez had ever seen. Try it, and I'll take it off you and break your nose all over again, Jez replied, without taking her eyes off the man in the coat. The man in the coat smiled.
I've no need for a whore,
he said, and started to turn away. What do you need? Jez asked. He'd stopped to look at her, which meant he was interested or curious at least. Jez wasn't about to let that go. Everybody needs something, and I can be anything. What do you need? Jackson looked worried.
A guide,
the man in the coat said over the top of Jackson.
Someone who knows the wilds, the towns, the people.
I can do that, Jezet lied. I can be a guide and a guard and a friend and anything else you might need if you just get me out of here. The man was still smiling, still staring at her.
You must be some sort of criminal to be locked in jail, I would assume.
His accent was strange. He might have been from Sarth, but Jez couldn't be sure.
She is.
I'm not. Not here in Chade, anyway. Never committed a crime here. Not recently, at least. They've locked me up 'cause...
Shut up, bitch!
Jackson stepped forward, cudgel in hand. Jez was about to reach out and disarm him when the short man in the fancy coat held up a hand between them. Jackson backed away with a look of fear.
I'm trying to have a conversation with the young lady, guardsman.
Lady? Jezet would have laughed, but it felt like her life was on the line here.
She's dangerous,
Jackson said.
So was the last one, apparently. You claim she's a criminal. She claims she's not. Who to believe?
I'm innocent, Jez protested.
I doubt it,
the man in the coat replied with a half smile.
You look like many things, but innocent is not one of them.
The guards are keeping me here because a bitch called Constance is paying them to. She likes to give herself the title of warlord these days, and she's paying them to hold me here till she arrives.
I thought, with this being a free city, the only crimes that mattered were the ones you committed here. That is the way it works, I believe.
Jackson swallowed. Jezet could see the bump in his skinny neck bobbing up and down.
Special circumstances. She's a murderer.
And worse, Jez shouted. She could feel her anger rising. Don't mean you got any right to keep me here.
What sort of price could be put on such a pretty head?
The man in the coat said with that same smile on his lips.
You ain't got no right here, Arbiter. No authority. Council said you could talk to the witch. Nothing more. This one's ours.
Arbiter? Jez had never met a witch hunter before, but she'd heard of them, heard of what they did, what they were capable of. Not so sure I want to be saved now. The Arbiter fixed Jackson with a stare.
How much is she worth?
Jackson's eyes went wide.
50 gold bits. Is that all?
The Arbiter turned to look at Jaret again. You're cheap. Been called worse. She looked at Jackson. The man still looked scared. He's right. Constance would have given you a lot more for me. I'll give you 50 gold coins right now for her freedom, the Arbiter announced, reaching into his coat and pulling out a heavy purse with a strange symbol on it. Looked to be an upside-down sword and a ray of light. Jackson looked from the Arbiter to Jaret and back again. I can't. She'd kill me. We already told Constance we captured the whore. Who the hells do you think you're calling a whore? Jaret demanded. She could sense the Arbiter was the one with the power here, and she was more than willing to push her luck. I see, the Arbiter said in a mournful tone. The purse disappeared back inside his coat. That's a shame, but I understand. Wait, what? Jaret pressed herself close to the bars. You can't let them have me. I can help you, I swear. The Arbiter looked at her and shook his head. There's nothing I can do. The guardsman is correct. I have no authority here other than that the ruling council of Chade give me. Incidentally, I'll be seeing them tomorrow, and I'll make sure to tell them that you're locked up here, despite having committed no crime. Jackson gasped. You can't! I can. They'll have you out with an iron collar around your neck before the day is out. What is your name? Jackson, Jackson said, and then clamped a hand over his mouth. I'll be sure to tell them. The Arbiter looked at Jaret again. I'm sorry, but it seems I can't help you. Wait! Jackson shouted. The Arbiter stopped smiling. Your choice is clear, guardsman. Take the gold now, and she comes with me, and you risk the wrath of this Constance. Or you'll get no gold, and the council will find out about this. Jackson bit his lip, then held out his hand. Good man, the Arbiter said, depositing the heavy purse into Jackson's hand. Jackson stepped forward, took an iron ring of keys from his belt, and unlocked Jaret's cell. Freedom. Jaret looked at the Arbiter. Of a sort. She walked out of the cell and stood next to her new captor. The Arbiter stepped toward Jackson and shook his hand. It was a strange farewell, but one Jez had seen before in the Five Kingdoms. I hope Arbiters ain't as bad as all the stories he told me, Jaret thought as she followed the Arbiter out of the building. An old friend of hers had plenty of tales about the witch hunters and their deeds. Liars, murderers, thieves, and worse. He'd named them all. Outside, the sun was blinding bright after 2 weeks of being in a cell, and Jaret was hungry, thirsty, tired, and in desperate need of a piss. But damn, it's good to feel the sun on my face and the wind on my skin. Even the constant clamor of people sounded something akin to heaven. My name is Arbiter Thanquil Darkheart, the Arbiter said as he set a quick pace. Jaret Velern, she replied as she hurried to keep up. Pleased to meet you, Jaret. Keep moving. Quickly. What? Why? The Arbiter rounded a corner into a different street and slowed his pace just a little. They kept walking in silence for a while. So long it started to feel uncomfortable. He walked a pace ahead of her, but never looked back to check if she hadn't run off. Not quite as talkative as he seemed when I was behind bars. When the Arbiter stopped, Jaret found she was in a market in Old Town. Shops lined the squares offering all manner of goods, and stalls occupied the center with myriad colors and smells and tastes. Jez had never liked markets. They tended to bring out a strange sort of fear in her, all nervous and energetic, jittery. Too long surrounded by merchants, and she wanted to scream. "You smell like sewage," the arbiter said. He was staring at her. That was nice. "Reckon I look a little better," Jaret replied, smiling. She was fairly sure the smile didn't help, but she tried it all the same. The arbiter reached into his coat and pulled out a purse. It looked familiar. Exactly like the purse he'd given to Jackson, in fact. He held the purse out to Jaret. "Buy some new clothes and a sword, if you were telling the truth about knowing how to use one." Jaret nodded in response. "I'll be waiting in the Golden Fool. It's in Goldtown. I have a room where you can bathe." He paused. "Maybe 2 baths." Jaret looked inside the purse, and her jaw dropped. "That's a lot of gold, Jess." Looked to be close to 50 bits, if she was forced to hazard a guess. "How do you know I won't just take your gold and run?" The arbiter grinned and turned away. "Because I'd find you, and I think the last thing you want is to be hunted by the Inquisition." Chapter 21. The Blackthorn. The first guard was dead, with only a gurgle and soft thud as the body hit the dust and started to bleed. Bertram could say many things about Henry, not all of them good, but one thing he had to admit was the bitch knew how to kill folk. Not all that surprising, given that she was one of Chade's most notorious mass murderers. No one was sure where Henry came from or why she started murdering. A number of years back, bodies started appearing in Chade. Homeless folk and trash in the beginnings, but she soon stepped up to any she could find. Most people had no idea why she did it, but Bertram had a theory. Henry loved the sight of blood. Bertram had seen the light in her eyes when she gutted someone and saw a splash of gore, lit her face up like nothing he'd ever seen. When the guards caught her, they ruled out slavery in an instant. People like Henry don't just stop killing because someone slaps some iron around their neck and tells them they're property. She was meant for the noose, but the ruling council had bigger plans. Set her free for some job she did. Henry never would give details, though. Not to Bertram, at least. The second guard died with his shout still trapped in his throat. Swift's throwing dagger taking him clean in the eye, all the way up to the handle. Damn good shot, if truth be told, but Bertram sure as hell wasn't about to tell Swift that. Lad already had a big enough ego for 3 men. "You see that?" Swift said, skipping toward the corpse. He bent down to examine his own handiwork. "Tell me someone saw that. Henry, you were standing right next to him." Henry scowled at him. Swift simpered and reached a tender hand out toward Henry's face. "Don't worry, my love. I'd never hit you." Quick as a snake, Henry pushed Swift's hand away, then swung a heavy punch at his face. Swift didn't dodge, just took the hit and staggered away, laughing and spitting blood.
"Quiet,"
hissed the boss.
"Both of you. Bones, Green, get those bodies hid before someone comes round here. Swift, get that grate open. Thorn, come here a sec."
Bertram moved off to the side away from the others with the boss. He watched as Swift pulled his throwing knife from the dead guard's face, wiped the blood on his leg, and placed it back in its spot. He left his short bow at the house, but he always kept an arsenal of knives. The half-blood blew Henry a kiss and went to work on the grate. Weren't many better than Swift at picking locks, and he'd been doing it since he was 4, if you believed him. Bertram tended to believe very little that came out of his mouth, though.
"Reckon you can squeeze through the chute, Thorn?"
The boss asked with an anxious look on his face. Bertram had never seen the boss look anxious before. Weren't the most comforting of sights.
"Aye, maybe. Bit tight, though." Green is smaller than me. Green is green, and his bark ain't got no bite. I need someone with a name down there. I need the Blackthorn down there. Aye? To stop those two from killing each other,
the boss said with a nod toward Henry and Swift.
Reckon they'll cause trouble? I reckon this job is too important to risk finding out. Swift don't think much of women, not even Henry, and she'd gut him before letting him touch her. I need the Blackthorn down there to keep the peace. Ain't exactly one of my strengths, but I get ya. I'll keep him civil.
Fact was, Bertram Thorne was not the type to lead folks, and those he had led in the past had a poor survival rate. But he reckoned he could keep those two from each other's throats for a short while. He didn't much like the idea of squeezing through the grate, though. If he got stuck halfway down, they might not get him out. To be stuck there, near encased in stone, unable to move and just waiting to die. The thought scared the shit out of him. Not that he'd ever admit it. Swift finished with the lock and pulled the grate up. It made a horrible rusty scraping noise that seemed to echo around the darkness. Bertram couldn't see how a noise such as that could not have been heard. He was expecting a whole city worth of guards to come running any second, and he wasn't alone in that. Most of the crew stopped and waited, looking around the street.
Don't just stand around looking guilty. Get down there, Swift,
the boss ordered. Even in the dark, he still looked anxious. Swift grinned, stuck both legs down the chute, and was gone. Bertram moved closer and looked down into the pitch-black nothing surrounded by hard, unyielding stone. Then he looked up at the dark, open night and wished the boss had been born with smaller shoulders.
Thorne, you're next. Then Henry. Me, Green, and Bones'll keep watch. When you got her, give us a shout up this chute. Not too loud, and Bones'll haul you up. Good?
Again, Bertram looked down the hole into the darkness.
Last fucking thing this is good,
he grumbled. You reckon you'll fit? Asked Henry with an evil grin. Looks tight as an arsehole down there. Bertram unfastened his cloak and dumped it next to the chute, then looked down again. He took his coat off and dumped it with the cloak, and then looked down again. Still looked tight. He put one leg, then the other into the chute, and was just thinking of pulling out when Henry kicked him in the back. Rough stone slipped past him on all sides, darker than black in the night. It scraped against his back, against his arms, against his legs, and then he was falling. He hit the floor hard and crumpled. With groaning knees, he picked himself off the floor and looked around. Was near pitch black down in the basement, just a little sliver of light coming from underneath a door. Something hit him in the chest, and again he found himself on the floor, this time face up. After a moment, he realized it was Henry. She'd come down the chute straight after him, and he hadn't had time to move out of the way. She was sitting on top of him, straddling him and grinning down at him. This seems familiar, she whispered. Bertram patted his chest with both hands.
Nah, there's no blood.
She stood up and started looking around the room, and Bertram picked himself off the floor for a second time. Bertram glared at Swift's outline. Couldn't see much else of him in the darkness, but it felt good to glare.
The door, Swift.
Unlocked, and no one on the other side. Just a candle burning on a sconce. Bertram walked over to the door and pulled on the handle. The great hunk of wood opened with a soft squeak, and light spilled into the room. In the light, Bertram could see Swift was grinning. Henry watched him with weary eyes, and for a second time, Bertram wished the boss could have fit down the chute. In the room with the candle was a couple of empty bunks, 2 cheap wooden chests, a desk with a single chair, and a body. The man had a slit throat, and blood was running down his neck, soaking his clothing and dripping from his hands to pool on the floor. Lots of blood, thick and red and shining in the flickering candlelight.
Thought you said no one was in there, Swift,
Bertram whispered.
No, I said no one is in there. Someone was in there. I took care of him. Well, so much for no bodies,
Bertram said, stepping around the pool of blood.
We move quick, quiet, and careful. Kill any guards we find, but do it quiet.
Henry nodded and stepped past him, reaching for the door handle. She took one last look at the blood pooling on the floor, smiled, and opened the door, stepping through with Bertram just behind and Swift following last. Bertram didn't quite trust having Swift behind him, but then Bertram didn't quite trust having anyone behind him. Nor did he trust having Swift in front of him, beside him, or, in truth, anywhere near him. Most jails Bertram had been inside were busy. Lots of prisoners, all loud and dangerous. Lots of guards, less loud, but even more dangerous than the prisoners. The jail in Chade was a different matter altogether, and that was something they had to be thankful for. There weren't much in the way of prisoners. A few folk too old to be slaves or too beaten up to be of any use to anyone. Almost no guards, and Bertram thanked every god he could remember for that. They found a guard with a sour face and features that seemed to be pulled down. The fool had opened an empty cell and was busy snoring away on the straw that passed for bedding. Henry snuck into the cell, placed a hand over the guard's mouth, and slid a curved dagger up under his chin into his skull. A nice, quick, clean kill. Not much blood, and no noise. After that, they were all alone, it seemed. No prisoners occupied any of the cells this far in, and no guards were patrolling. Bertram was just starting to think they'd missed their target when Swift stopped and pointed to a door. The cell was unlike the others. Stone walls instead of bars, a thick wooden door bound in iron with a number of heavy-looking locks. Bertram glanced through a shutter built into the door. Inside, he could just make out a figure at the back of the cell. It was too dark for anything more.
You sure this is the right one?
He asked Swift. Aye. Me and Bones found it while you was hiding from that arbiter.
Get the door open, then.
While Swift went to work on the locks, Bertram pulled Henry to the side, just out of earshot.
You know what the boss is up to?
Henry glared at him. Eh?
Working for Deadeye. The promise of a big job. I ain't never seen the boss look scared, but tonight, something's up. And if any of us are gonna know what, it'll be you.
Henry spat. She looked far from happy.
All I know is he says this big job of his will be his last job. Our last job. And that we need to work for Deadeye for now.
She nodded behind Bertram, and he turned to find Swift watching them.
You done?
Bertram asked in a low voice.
Of course.
Swift gave the door a shove and it swung open.
After you.
Bertram set his jaw and looked into the room. It was still too dark to make much out of the figure at the far end, but something about the room felt wrong. He pushed it to the back of his mind and stepped into the cell. She was bound, hands and feet, her hands manacled to the wall, her legs splayed out in front of her, with ankles secured to the floor. She wore ripped and dirtied rags that smelled of urine and covered too little. Her head drooped from her neck, dirty hair clumping in greasy spikes. A leather thong was wedged into her mouth, and a thin strip of bandage was pressed to her forehead. Truth of it was, the girl looked to be dead. Or at least very close to it.
Swift, get in there. Pick those manacles.
Bertram moved closer to the woman and crouched over her.
Can you hear me, lass? We're here to get you out. Save you, as it were. Deadeye sent us.
No answer. No movement. Nothing. Only the faint hiss of her breath in and out of her chest gave away that she was still alive.
There's no lock,
Swift said. Bertram turned to find his grin gone. He was staring at the woman with a neutral expression.
These chains weren't meant to come off. Ever.
Henry hadn't moved from the doorway. Bertram saw her hands twitch toward her daggers, but she made no move. Her dark eyes glinted in the low light. Swift stood and stepped backwards, away from the woman.
Now what?
Fuck this.
Bertram looked at the short chains holding the woman.
Listen, if you can hear me, don't move.
Standing, Bertram took his axe in hand and aimed it at the chain holding her left hand to the wall. He pulled back and swung, with a loud ching that echoed through the empty halls and cells. The chain broke, and the woman's hand flopped free. With 3 more practiced blows, she was free. Bertram had expected her to stand up, to move, to run, to do something, anything. Instead, the woman toppled sideways and hit the floor face first, and lay there unmoving. Bertram looked at Swift. Swift shrugged back. With a groan, Bertram reached down, plucked the woman from the ground, and lifted her up in both arms.
Let's get the hell out of here.
The journey back to the basement was less eventful. Only empty cells, empty corridors, and a dead guard watched them pass. One prisoner, an old man stinking of shit, crawled toward the bars and begged for freedom. Henry aimed a kick at him and the man slunk back into his cell, begging forgiveness. Downstairs in the basement, Swift didn't wait for a rope. He jumped, pulled himself up to the chute, and scurried his way to the surface, leaving Bertram and Henry to stare after him in stunned silence. A moment later, a rope dropped down from the black hole. Bertram tied the rope around the woman's chest, grabbing hold of a handful of tit as he did. She didn't respond at all, didn't even acknowledge she was out of her cell. Bertram called up the hole, and a moment later she was hauled up into the waiting black above. Henry was next. Bertram didn't dare grab a handful as he tied the rope around her chest, not that there was much to grab. He watched as her feet disappeared above him and waited until the rope dropped down again. By the time Bertram's head appeared up out of the chute, Bones was panting and sweating as he pulled hand over hand. Bertram climbed out of the hole, turned and spat back down it. Last time he ever did anything like that again. Bones smiled at him and collapsed down onto his ass to catch his breath. 2 more bodies were sprawled out on the ground. Both were guards with their red doublets, much redder by blood. Bertram nodded toward them.
The other patrol?
Aye,
the boss said, angry.
Don't know where you learned your numbers, Thorn, but that was not 30 minutes. More like 15.
Bertram shrugged.
Now what?
Job was to get her out, then let her go.
She's free.
The woman was propped up against the wall, still unmoving like some sort of life-sized doll Bertram had heard that rich folk played with when they were young. The boss walked forward and took the leather thong out of the woman's mouth. Bertram noticed them straight away. With her lips pulled back as they were, he had a good view of her teeth, and they were perfect. Bleached white, and all of a size and shape. No gaps, no yellowing, none missing or broken. The most perfect set of teeth he'd ever seen. It took him a moment to realize everyone else was also staring at the woman. Bones was the first to speak.
Looks bloodied, ain't she?
Swift was the first to answer. Looks to be. It didn't make any sort of sense. The blooded folk ruled the wilds. Each family owned a province and ruled all in it, save the free cities. Why would one of the blooded, a woman too, be held prisoner in Chade? And why would the ruling council be treating her so badly?
You're free now, the boss said. You can go. Job was to get you out and let you go.
The woman slid sideways and toppled over, again landing on her face. The whole crew just stared at her. It looked to Bertram like she was broken, and he'd seen the like before. Folk beaten and raped so bad that they just stopped being there, switched their minds off or something. They would eat and drink and shit and piss, but apart from that they were nothing. The boss did not look pleased.
Fuck,
he swore in a loud voice.
Bones, pick her up. Can't leave her here for the guards to find. We'll keep her back at the house till Deadeye gets here. Move, now.
Even as late at night as it was, the streets were full of guardsmen looking for folk to be taken as slaves. The door to the Slavers' Guild never closed, and more than one drunken layabout would no doubt find themselves waking up to an iron collar. The boss's crew was too large and too well armed to be considered for slaves, but 6 folks carrying an unconscious woman through the streets would pique some attention. They stayed to alleyways and shadows as much as possible. The boss let Swift lead the way, as the lad had always seemed to be part homing pigeon, and they were back at the house soon enough. Back with the rats and the fleas, and the stench of corpse. Now they had the body of a woman who stank of piss as well. Along with the smell of Bertram's hair dye and Swift's chewing leaf, not even the dogs would come near the place. Once inside, the boss set to examining the woman. He gave her a light slap on the cheek, poked around inside her mouth, pinched at a nipple, and slid a hand up between her legs. All the while, the woman did nothing, her cold blue eyes staring at the floor. The boss backed away, shaking his head.
Like a living corpse.
Give it to me for 5 minutes, boss. I'll wake her up, Green said. Everyone ignored him. Something the Arbiter did, I reckon, said Swift.
What?
Word on the street is the council brought an Arbiter to deal with some woman they found in jail.
And this is the first time I'm hearing of this. Different woman, boss, Bones spoke up. We saw the Arbiter leaving the jail with another one.
Bertram approached the woman, now slumped up against a wall. He lifted her head and looked at the strip of cloth on her forehead. It wasn't a bandage. It had a symbol on it.
You sure about that, Bones?
Bertram grabbed a handful of the woman's hair and lifted her head to show the others the piece of cloth.
This is one of theirs, or I ain't the Blackthorn.
Green opened his mouth to speak, but the boss cut him off.
Take it off, Thorn.
Bertram took hold of a corner of the cloth and pulled. It made a horrible ripping sound, like it was tearing the skin, but it came away easily enough. As soon as it was off the woman's head, her eyes flicked up and met Bertram's. He felt a push against his chest, and then something hit him in the back, and he was down on the floor, a crumpled mess against the far wall. He opened his eyes to find the woman standing up and looking about the room. Her flat gaze went to each of the 6 crew members in turn, and then landed on Bones, who was, unfortunately for him, in front of the door.
Let her go, Bones,
the boss said, but it was too late. The woman charged the big man and shoved him aside as if he were a child. Bones hit the wall and slid down into a second crumpled mess beside Bertram. The giant groaned as he pushed himself upright. They all stared after the woman, stared towards the gaping hole in the house where the door had once been. "We still get paid, right?" Swift asked. Chapter 22. The Blade Master. It had been so long since Jesset had last been clean, she'd almost forgotten what it felt like. Clean skin, clean hair, clean clothes, clean smell. It felt better than every hot meal she'd ever had. 2 tubs of bath water it had taken, but it was water well spent. The first had been so brown and dirty that the tub needed scrubbing before the second lot of water could be added. Jaret waited by a low fire as a serving maid scrubbed and made disapproving noises by tooting and clicking her tongue. She'd only spent a little of the arbiter's money, but she'd spent it well. Jaret had bought new clothing, new leathers, a nice sharp knife to cut her hair back to a manageable length, and a new sword, plain of ornamentation but more than serviceable. Less than 4 gold bits she'd spent in all, but when she tried to give the rest back to the arbiter, he'd laughed and waved away the purse, producing another out of his coat, which bulged even bigger. For now, she found herself sitting around in the common room of the Golden Fool, with a mug of beer and a plate of bread, honeyed bacon, peppered egg, and tiny mushrooms. It was one of the fanciest meals Jaret had ever eaten, but she wolfed it down without a thought to how much it was costing. After eating, Jaret sat back and waited, unsure of how to occupy herself. She knew she should find somewhere to spar, to train. It had been 2 weeks in jail, and over moon since she was last involved in any swordplay. Her master had once said to her, "You are good, Jaret, but even the sharpest blade will dull and rust over time without the proper care." That was just one of the many things he said to her after a hard day's training. The old bastard loved to talk. Jaret considered returning to the Serpent's Tooth to repay Herod for his treachery. The bastard deserved to be run through for a start, but Jaret wouldn't be the one to do it. The guards might be there again, and she could do well with avoiding another encounter with them. She doubted the arbiter would bother to free her from jail a second time. You could still run, Jaret. 46 gold bits is a small fortune. You could jump a ship to the Dragon Empire. Enough to start over. A new life. The arbiter wouldn't find you out there. Constance wouldn't find you out there. You could live as you like. A nice, simple life. A dull life, it sounded, when she thought of it. Jaret could well imagine she'd be bored after a few short weeks, and everywhere she went, she managed to pick up new enemies. No, the wilds was where she belonged. Fighting, scraping, clawing, killing, and fucking for every moment of life the gods gave her. Jaret was still sipping her beer when the arbiter returned. He didn't bother ordering a drink for himself, spotting Jaret and marching over. Despite the heat of the morning, he was wearing his long brown coat with its sturdy design, many pockets, shining buttons, and a collection of stains. The worst of it was, he had the gall not to look hot. His hair was a tangled mess, his face in dire need of a shave, and he walked like a man without a care in the world. It both annoyed Jaret and made her smile. "Awake, I see, Jaret," the arbiter said, sitting down opposite her on a little table. He had somehow managed to leave the room without waking Jaret. She blamed it on the tiredness and relative safety of an inn after sleeping in a cell for so long. Usually, she woke at the slightest noise. "You slept well." "I'd have slept better on the bed," Jaret replied with none of the arbiter's good humor. "Only one bed, I'm afraid, and that's mine." "I don't mind sharing." The arbiter smiled and laughed. Seemed such a good-natured laugh, but Jaret had heard stories of arbiters, many stories, and none of them pleasant. How can a man who burns folk for a living be so happy? "Early morning business?" she asked, as it was just past dawn, and he had already been and come back. "With the council. Seems the woman I was brought here to kill has managed to escape the jail. As I was the last to see her, they've decided to blame me." "And yet here you sit, not in irons." The council wouldn't dare arrest an arbiter for a supposed crime with no proof. To do so would be an insult to the Inquisition. Why did they need you to kill a woman? Couldn't they do so themselves? Pretty sure they could have killed me if they'd really tried. Jez took a pull of beer. She'd need another mug soon enough. They did kill her. She came back. People can do that? No, the Arbiter said, shaking his head. People can't. Right. So, what do you need me for? Jez had asked. You've sprung me from jail, given me a small fortune, and you don't seem to want me for what's between my legs. So why? I need a guide. Someone who knows the places of the wilds, knows the people, how to find certain people. Arbiters are not well loved here, or anywhere for that matter, but even less here. You will be able to gather information I cannot, and speak to people who wouldn't talk to me. I need you to help me. Well, that was suitably vague. So, why are you here? The Council of Chade asked the Inquisition to help them kill a woman. The Inquisition sent me to find a man. His name is Gregor Host. You've heard of him? Jezet had heard of Host, all right, and it was not a name she wanted to hear ever again. The very mention of it sent chills up her spine, because the name Host went hand in hand with the name Constance. Sorry, Arbiter. Jezet fished the pouch of gold from her belt and placed it on the table in front of her. I can't help you. So, you have heard of him? Of course I have. Everyone has. He's the head of the family. The family? Jezet's mouth dropped, and she stared at the Arbiter in wonder. The Hosts? The blooded folk who own the province? This province? Exactly. Only not in Chade because it's a free city. The Arbiter scratched at the stubble on his face, picked up Jezet's beer, and took a mouthful. I'm not sure I understand what blooded means. You really don't know anything at all of the wilds? Jezet was starting to doubt the Arbiter's intelligence. It's why I need a guide. I didn't have time to study up. One minute I was suffering from a night's heavy drinking, and the next I was on a ship bound for here, with nothing but a name. The blooded are sort of royalty or something in the wilds, descended from one bloodline, 9 provinces, 9 families. Gregor is the head of the Host family. That could make things difficult. At least I have you as a guide. No, you don't. Jezet should have been angry, but she found it hard to get angry at someone who had just saved her life, even if they were trying to place it right back in danger. Host has an army, and at the head of that army is a bitch called Constance. Happens to be the same cunt sucker who wants me dead, and worse than dead. You must have wronged her. You could say that. I killed her sister for a start. Jezet looked up to find the Arbiter watching her through calm eyes. For some reason, she felt the need to explain to the man as if his opinion mattered. About 3 years back, Constance and her sister, Catherine, were leading Host's army. Catherine was something else. Bloody good with a sword and some sort of military genius or something. Constance just used to follow her older sister around like a bodyguard. Host's army met with another of the blooded, a family called Droan, and they agreed to settle things the old way so none of the blooded folk got hurt. They both pick champions from their army and they fight. The winner gets the land, the loser retreats. Host picked Catherine. And this Droan picked you, the Arbiter said, nodding. Picked would be one word, I guess. Sure. I was his prisoner. He agreed to let me go if I fought and won. He had an entire army at his command, and he picks you.
I told you back in jail I'm good with a sword.
Jaret stared at the table. Seemed she couldn't look the Arbiter in the face for the next bit.
Drowan told me to make a show of it, to humiliate Host's champion, and I wanted to please him, so I agreed.
Jaret fell silent, waiting for the Arbiter to ask what happened, but he didn't. He just sat there silent, watching.
It wasn't a clean death,
Jaret said after a while.
I cut her to pieces. Master always said, death should never be a spectacle. A blade master should always kill quick and certain. And I ignored him. When Constance tried to intervene, I took her left eye, left her bleeding over the corpse of her sister.
It wasn't something Jaret liked to talk about. Actually, it wasn't something she had ever talked about before. Seemed some of the stories were true about arbiters. They could force a person to speak the truth. "I'm sorry, Jaret," the Arbiter said in a quiet voice. "But I still need your help." She shook her head.
You'd be better off with someone else. Anyone else. Constance wants me dead, and she'll stop at...
Even so, I need your help, and you are going to help me. Jaret snorted.
Why would I do that?
The Arbiter pushed the pouch of gold bits toward her. It sat there, heavy on the table. Felt as weighty there as it had on her belt. Because I've already bought you. And because if what you say is true, this Constance won't ever stop coming after you. And because with my help, maybe you can find a way to stop her.
Only way to stop her would be to kill her.
I'm sure we can manage that. Jaret found her mouth open. Again, the Arbiter ignored it. He stretched out his arms and yawned, then reached forward, took Jaret's beer and finished the drink in one big gulp. Time to go, Jaret Verlern.
Where?
To see a man about to dress. With the sun as high and bright as it was, the morning was beyond hot. Heat shimmers sprung up everywhere in front of her eyes, and with not even a breath of wind, the air felt thick and heavy and moist. Jaret wore the simple set of lightweight leathers she had purchased with the Arbiter's gold, but still found herself sweating. She kept wiping the moisture from her forehead into her hair, but more kept springing forth. To make matters worse, the Arbiter with his long coat didn't even seem to feel the heat. It might have made her angry, but truth was, Jaret was too busy feeling sticky to get angry. He led them to the Merchant Street in Goldtown, and with the heat came the smells. There was no escaping the odor that hung above Chade in the heat. A constant aroma of shit and rot assaulted the occupants. Some of the more ladylike women, and indeed some of the more ladylike men, took to walking around with scented handkerchiefs held to their faces, and their heads held high like the stink meant nothing to them.
Clearly, none of them have had to crawl through a sewer on their hands and knees before. The experience might do them some good.
They attracted a few stares, though not as many as Jaret might have thought, and the truth of it was that it was the Arbiter attracting the stares. None of them would have given Jaret a second glance, but she was walking next to a witch hunter. It still made Jez nervous to have so many eyes pointed her way.
Doesn't it bother you?
She asked the Arbiter as they walked.
The stares and such.
He shook his head. Being purposefully stared at is just a bit better than being purposefully not stared at. Jaret couldn't say she understood what the Arbiter meant by that, but it didn't make her feel any better either way. Her hand hovered near her new sword, ready to draw steel at a moment's notice. Her eyes darted everywhere, assessing every person to determine which, if any, were threats. A blade master should always know where the next strike is coming from, so he will never be surprised, her master used to say.
This is it,
the arbiter announced, and ducked into the door of a large wooden building with a sign that stated the shop was a dressmaker. Jaret had assumed the witch hunter was joking, a play on words or such that she hadn't understood. Now she had that terrible sinking feeling in her gut she got when she was about to be humiliated. She fixed a dark scowl to her face and followed the arbiter inside. It was bright inside, but still a lot darker than in the sun, and it took a moment for Jez's eyes to adjust. The shop was full of dresses, clothes, bolts of cloth, hats, dainty little shoes, powders, and other concoctions designed to be applied to the face. Colors Jaret couldn't even name assaulted her eyes from all directions, and she felt her lip curling up in distaste.
This is her,
the arbiter said to an effeminate-looking man with a powdered face, big bulging eyes, a hook of a nose, and short greasy hair pulled back over his skull. The man pouted at her. "No!" Jaret stated in her most firm voice. Both men ignored her. The effeminate man walked toward her, and his eyes swept over her in a rudely appraising manner. The only time Jaret felt self-conscious about her body was when people looked at her scars. But the way this man looked at her, she felt her hand twitching toward her blade.
"She's skinny,"
the man said. His voice was as girlish as his manner.
Recent adverse living conditions.
The arbiter spoke for her.
"Not much in the way of breasts."
Some would say that's an advantage,
the arbiter said, and Jaret had to agree with him.
"She has the hair of a boy."
Jaret fought the urge to run her hand through her short, spiky mess of hair.
Gives her a certain appeal, I'd say.
Enough! Jaret looked the effeminate man up and down the same way he had done to her. He's overly plump, lacks balls by the look of him, probably a eunuch, and his hair looks like it crawled out of someone's ass. She expected the man to look shocked, hoped he would. Instead, he just raised a plucked eyebrow. Jaret turned to the arbiter. "No! It's only a... Jaret Velern has never, and will never, wear a dress." The arbiter smiled at her.
You can't very well turn up to a ball wearing leathers.
Why not? You wanted someone to tell you how things are done here in the wilds. Well, during the rich folks' balls, many important people decide to bring bodyguards with them. I wouldn't look the least bit out of place in leathers.
Really?
The arbiter prompted at the dressmaker.
"It's true,"
the dressmaker said in a resigned voice.
Still, the arbiter continued, it wouldn't look right for an arbiter to turn up with a bodyguard. One dress, one night.
I'm not wearing a dress.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Jaret glared at the arbiter. The arbiter stared back. An uncomfortable silence held the room. It seemed to stretch out forever until the silence became a living thing, eating up the world around her, until only she and the arbiter remained, each staring as stubbornly as the other. "Try not to restrict her movement," the arbiter said, and Jaret knew he was talking to the dressmaker again. "And try to stay clear of her sword arm while you're measuring." The arbiter started for the shop exit. "I'll be across the street. There's an interesting-looking weapons shop," he said as he walked past her. Jaret's hand shot out and caught the arbiter's wrist. "No." He leaned closer so the dressmaker wouldn't overhear.
The ball is in 4 days. Most people of any import in Shade will be there. Your friend, the warlord, arrived in Shade this morning. I think she's less likely to recognize you in a dress.
Jaret let go of the arbiter. Her mouth had gone dry. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Didn't want you hiding in the inn all day. Come find me when you're finished." With that, the arbiter strode out the door to the shop. By the time Jaret turned back around, the dressmaker was already advancing upon her with a tape measure. "You could still run, Jez. Still got the gold. Still got a sword. Just slip away before the arbiter notices and jump on the first boat headed anywhere." The effeminate little dressmaker started measuring her arms, and then moved on to her legs, her shoulders, her hips, and her chest. All the while, Jaret stood there scowling at the man, but not running, not jumping on the first ship headed anywhere.
"Your hair's a little short, but with some makeup, I could make you a vision any man would."
Jaret glared at the man, and her hand moved toward her sword. "You come anywhere near me with any of that powder, and I'll paint the shop red with your blood." The man backed away.
"Of course, sorry. I meant no offense."
"We done here?"
"Yes, you can tell the arbiter."
Jaret didn't listen. Didn't care to listen. She stormed out of the shop and straight toward the weapon market she had seen Thankwell enter. She stopped inside and looked around. This shop was more to her liking. Blades of all types hung on the walls, and more than blades besides. Hammers, maces, flails, daggers, swords, axes, spears. The shop could have supplied a small army by itself. Most of those on show were fancy works. Good steel, no doubt, but jeweled and ornamented with all manner of fancy metalwork. She remembered her master's words.
"A blade should reflect its owner. Blade masters are meant for killing, not for showing off."
The arbiter was busy with the shop owner, being shown a small wood and metal device with a rounded handle and some sort of barrel. It looked as though it would fit in one hand, but did not seem to be dangerous in any way. It didn't even have a blade. "What is it?" Jaret asked, curious despite herself.
"He calls it a ball shooter."
Jaret raised an eyebrow at that. "It shoots balls?"
"Little metal ones,"
the arbiter said, holding one such little metal ball up.
"See?"
Jaret took the little metal ball from the arbiter and gave it a closer inspection. It didn't seem to be special in any way, just a small lump of rounded metal, no bigger than the marbles children sometimes played with. "It throws them like a sling?"
"No, good lady,"
the merchant said. His accent was not of the wilds, though Jez couldn't place where it was from.
"It shoots them like a crossbow, but with no string."
"The Pirate Isles, I reckon. They're all a bunch of thieves, and this one is currently trying to rob the arbiter." "How does it shoot them?" Jaret asked.
"With black powder."
"Never heard of it." Thankwell handed the device back to the merchant.
"It's a fine black powder alchemists discovered some years ago. Ignites and explodes upon contact with fire or sufficient impact."
The merchant pointed the device with one hand at the back of the store.
"You simply aim and pull on the little trigger like a crossbow."
A tiny metal hammer on the top of the device clicked against a metal plate, and then nothing happened. "It doesn't work," Jaret said. The merchant laughed.
"It is not loaded, young lady. It is accurate up to 10 paces.
"That seems a little short. I've seen bows shoot 20 times that." Again the merchant laughed.
"It is not meant for range, good lady."
Jaret hated people calling her lady. "Have you seen it work?" she asked Thankwell. The arbiter grinned at her through his stubble before turning to the merchant.
"I'll take it, along with some black powder and some of your little metal balls."
The merchant was all smiles and compliments after that. He charged the arbiter 8 gold bits for the device, but Thankwell seemed happy to pay it. Truth was, he seemed as happy as a child with a new toy. Truth was, Jaret reckoned, The Arbiter had just been conned.
You should have seen it work first before buying it,
Jezet said to the smiling Arbiter.
Folks in the wilds will sell you anything if you got the money, and they'll happily dress something up to be a thing it ain't.
The Arbiter nodded and looked at her. You might be right. The dress? Jezet shrugged. Last thing she wanted was to be reminded about that. She'd gone her whole life without wearing one of those stupid things, and just a few days after meeting this Arbiter, he'd have her in one to parade her around.
Not even Drowan had tried.
Jezet Verlern?
Came a harsh-sounding male voice from behind her. Jez realized she hadn't been watching the streets, hadn't been watching the people, and when people knew her name, it rarely turned out well. She turned to find the ugliest man she'd ever met staring at her with something akin to a smile on his burnt face, though, in truth, it was more like a horrific tugging at the corners of his mouth.
Thorn! Never thought to see you in Chade ever again,
Jezet said with a smile of her own, one a great deal prettier than his.
You know this one, then, Thorn?
Asked the big black-skinned southerner beside him.
Aye, me and Jezet go way back. She helped me out when...
Thorn's voice trailed to a stop, and Jezet realized he was staring at the man beside her, staring at the Arbiter. For his own part, the Arbiter looked disinterested in the whole situation, but content to wait it out.
What are you doing with one of them, Jez?
Thorn asked.
Working, Thorn. The Arbiters hired me as a guide.
That's the short Arbiter we saw? Asked a skinny youth, looked to be half a boy still, but with a nasty-looking curl to his mouth, and a bit of brown fuzz on his chin. Well, don't just stand there, Blackthorn! Kill him! Jezet saw Thorn's jaw clench. The southerner behind him groaned, and the biggest man Jezet had ever seen, must have been near 7 foot when stooped, gave the lad a hard smack on the back of his head. By all the gods, Green, if you don't stop saying his name everywhere we go, I'll gut you myself. This from the southerner. You're the Blackthorn, Thankwell said from beside her. The thorn in the Inquisition's side. In a flash, steel was drawn, shining naked in the sunlight. All 6 folk opposite Jezet plucked sharp metal from their belts. Thorn, the southerner, the giant, the boy, a woman just a bit smaller than Jezet, and the handsome youth wearing a grin. Jezet found her own sword out of its scabbard and in her hand. She also found that hand shaking.
Damn it, Jez. This isn't a fight you want to be in. Try to calm the situation.
You don't want to fight me, Thorn, she said, putting as much command into her voice as possible. Ha! Barked the woman with the scar. Being threatened by a girl who can't even hold a sword straight now, Thorn?
Shut it, Henry.
Thorn growled at the woman with an acidic glance. The woman just laughed. Oh, don't worry, Thorn. I'll protect you from the little whore. Lady, girl, whore. It seemed everyone was insulting Jezet today, and she'd just about had enough of it. The guards lining the streets had taken notice of the bared steel. They wouldn't intervene. Not yet. Their numbers were too few, and there were too many people with weapons. The guards would wait until most of them had killed each other, and then take the survivors for slaves when their own reinforcements arrived. Jezet realized the Arbiter hadn't yet drawn his sword. Out of all of them, he was the most relaxed. His hands resting in his pockets, and he stared at Thorn with an amused half-grin. Never thought I'd get to meet the Blackthorn, the Arbiter said from beside Jezet. It's a...
You ain't taking me,
Thorn responded. Taking you?
Dead or alive. I've killed enough for you to know how to do it.
So I hear. What's your count at now? 5, I think. 6, said the boy with the cruel mouth. Everyone always forgets the first one. Again, the giant cuffed the boy on the back of the head.
Well, I have no wish to become number 7. Besides, I have places to be.
Thorn looked confused. His entire crew looked confused. Jaret could tell she herself looked confused. Thorn had always said the Inquisition wanted him bad, said they'd stop at nothing to take him, dead or alive.
What sort of game you playin'?
The Southerner asked. Thanquil snorted out a laugh.
No game. I've no interest in you, Blackthorn, nor any of your gang. Feel free to have me followed, though, if it will put you at ease. Jaret, we should go.
The Arbiter turned and walked away. Jaret backed away a few paces, sheathed her sword, and hurried after him, leaving Thorn and his crew staring after them. "Aren't you supposed to be trying to kill him or something?" Jaret asked Thanquil when she caught up. Now the possibility of a fight was over, and her hand had stopped shaking, though she hadn't quite ruled out the possibility of a knife in the back at any moment.
"Fight the Blackthorn. Now there's a scary prospect," the Arbiter replied. "He's killed 6 Arbiters already, and I wasn't joking when I said I have no wish to become the 7th.
Chapter 23. The Blackthorn.
"Follow 'em, Swift, and don't get caught,"
the boss said with even more frown than usual. Bertram didn't like it. Didn't like the whole damn situation, in fact. First, they take on a job from Deadeye to free some bloody witch from jail, and now an Arbiter just happens to cross his path with Jaret Velern in tow. That there was a recipe for trouble.
"Thorn,"
the boss nudged Bertram to get his attention.
"That woman he was with, you knew her?"
"Aye." Bertram watched Swift trot off after the Arbiter. Always keeping his distance, always keeping behind other folk so as not to be seen. Useful lad to have about was Swift, as long as you could keep him in check. Might be, Bertram was going to need useful friends sometime soon.
"Is she trouble?" "'Bout as big as it gets. Knows her way around a sword like no one I've ever seen."
Henry snorted.
Bitch was shaking more than green.
Bertram didn't bother replying to that. Henry didn't get on too well with other women, and Bertram couldn't be bothered figuring out why.
"She was quick enough to draw steel on you,"
the boss continued. Bertram knew he'd keep at it until he had the whole story.
"That's the problem with Jaret Velern. Never know which side she'll come down on in the end. Few years back, I was working a protection job here in Chade. Nice, easy work. Easy money. Sit around and look after some boxes till folk came to pick 'em up. That was till some of the lads decided I'd look better as a corpse. Wanted to brag about killing the Blackthorn, most like. 8 of 'em came at me, and only the one decided to back me. I did for 2 of 'em. She got the rest, and not even a shade of life in 'em by the end of it. She stuck with me for a while, right up till she got a better offer. Someone prettier, or richer, or with less folk trying to kill 'em, I reckon." "So she goes with the highest bidder?" the boss asked.
Bertram shrugged. He had no idea how the bitch thought. Up until a few minutes ago, he'd have counted Jaret Velern as an old friend, right up until he found her keeping company with the Inquisition. He was aware that there were more guards than before. Seemed some of their backup had arrived, and they were all still more than passing interested in the crew. Despite no steel being naked, they made for a dangerous-looking group of folk, and they didn't rightly look like they belonged standing around in the middle of a street in Goldtown. Bertram reckoned the guards probably thought the crew looked like they belonged in iron collars.
"Might be about time we got moving, boss."
"Aye." Bertram wasn't the only one who had noticed the guards. The boss did not look happy about the situation, but then, The boss was looking less and less happy every day now.
Bones, take Green and find us another safe house, close to the old town gate as possible. Speed the exit it is, boss,
Bones said and started dragging Green away.
Me and Henry need to see the contact. About our money? From Deadeye? That too, the boss said. Get back to the house and wait there, Thorn. And try not to run into any other old friends while you're about it.
Bertram waved the comment away and started walking, already wishing the boss had never decided to treat them to a fancy breakfast. It had seemed a right good idea at first. They'd done the job, and done it well. None of them were dead, and the only injury a bump on the back of Bertram's head where he'd hit the wall after the witch had thrown him. So, as no payment had been made yet, the boss took them all to a fancy tavern in Goldtown to eat as much fancy food as they could and drink some good, dark beer while they were at it. Fact was, Bertram had thought himself to be on the drunk side of tipsy before coming face to face with the Arbiter. Funny how running into a man looking to kill you could sober you up so quick. If it hadn't been for the boss's fancy tavern, Bertram would never have run into the Arbiter, or Jaret, and would have been more than happy to spend his day drinking beer that tasted like piss in a tavern that smelled of piss, until he was so drunk he could no longer feel his scars. As it was, he was about to spend the rest of his day hiding in a house like some scared no-name boy. At least it was hot. Bertram never liked the cold. He'd once spent a winter in the Five Kingdoms, up so far north that the rain turned white and solid, it was so cold. The Northerners had thought nothing of it, but Bertram knew better. Water was bad enough when it was liquid, and it had no cause to be solid and settle on the ground as it did there. He was being followed. The lad was good, to be sure, but when you had a name like the Blackthorn, and you'd been around as long as Bertram had, you tended to know when someone was paying particular attention to you, and right now, Bertram was getting that feeling, like an itch he couldn't quite find to scratch. The lad crept along, keeping to the shadows where possible, ducking around corners not quite fast enough. Bertram turned into an alley and waited. And waited. And waited. He was just about to give up and admit he'd been mistaken when the boy's head poked around the corner of the alley. Bertram's hand shot out, fast as a snake, and grabbed the boy by his ragged shirt, pulling him into the alley and shoving him against the wooden wall of the baker's he was hid behind. A knife leapt into his three-fingered palm, and Bertram held it up against the boy's throat. He looked around to make sure there weren't any folk watching. The only spectator was a fat ginger tomcat that stared through lazy golden eyes as it lounged in a patch of sunlight. It had the look that cats get, the one that makes you feel guilty because the alley belongs to them. The boy was silent, but scared.
Who put you after me?
Bertram asked as he threatened, pressing the knife into the boy's neck in a real threatening manner.
The guards, ones that saw you back there, said they'd give me a silver bit if I followed, and said where you ended.
Deadeye, Jaret, some bastard arbiter, and now the guards. Seemed Bertram's life was getting more and more complicated by the moment. He pressed the knife closer against the boy's throat, and the lad let out a whimper as a trickle of blood loosed and ran down into his collar. A sour smell filled the air. Seemed the boy had pissed himself. Fact was, Bertram would have offered the boy 2 silver to bugger off and never see him nor the guards ever again. Only problem was, Bertram Thorn didn't have a silver bit to his name. The other option would be to kill the boy. Nobody around to see it. One quick cut and it would be over. Wouldn't be the first boy Bertram had killed, and he was unlikely to be the last. He gave the boy a shove, hard enough to knock him to the ground.
I catch you following me again, and I'll cut you up and feed you to the cat.
The boy was shaking.
What cat?
Bertram looked over toward the ginger tomcat, but it had already gone, picked itself up and left as silent as only cats could be. The boy ran while Bertram was looking the other way and was gone too. Was for the best. Bertram had no wish to kill some street trash for no reason. Acts like that had a habit of coming back a man. It was late afternoon by the time the others started to get back. Bones and Green were the first, and Bertram was busy occupying himself with nothing. He'd taken to lying on his back and staring at the roof of their little house, counting the spiders he could see up near the rafters. Some of the little bugs were pretty big, too. Bertram had once known a man who kept some spiders, said he milked them every so often for their poisons. Seemed a damn strange word to use with spiders, milking them. But Bertram had seen the poison work all the same. The smallest of scratches from a poisoned blade, and the victim collapsed in moments, unable to breathe. A couple of minutes later, he'd be dead. Seemed like a shitty way to go, poisoned by a man who milks spiders, but Bertram had smiled and nodded along before promptly losing touch with the milker. "Still hiding, Blackthorn?" Green asked with a smirk as he sauntered in. "Never thought the likes of you would be so scared of one man. Reckon they should start calling you Yellowthorn." It was about as much as Bertram could take, not to hit the little shit. Actually, it was a little more than Bertram could take. He pushed himself to his feet, took 2 steps toward Green, and swung a heavy 5-fingered fist at the boy's face. Lucky for Green, the boy was fast. He saw it coming and tried to dodge. Unlucky for Green, the boy wasn't fast enough. The punch caught him with a solid blow to the nose. Bertram felt the nose break, felt the spatter of blood on his knuckles, and felt the sting of the punch in his own hand. Green went down, muttering curses between gurgling sobs. Then Bones was between the two of them. Big man could move fast when the situation called for it. He pushed the Blackthorn away with one hand, and Bertram almost went sprawling to the floor himself. He managed to stay on his feet and stood, shaking out the sting in his right hand. Funny how hitting someone with a closed fist tended to hurt so damn much. Green crawled onto his knees. He was near gushing blood, coughing and spluttering as it ran down his face. The sight made Bertram smile. Punching Green was something he'd wanted to do since he first met the little bastard. He'd have liked to get in a few kicks while the boy was down, but he weren't about to fight Bones for the chance.
"Stay back, Thorn,"
Bones warned in a very warning-like tone.
"Boy's had enough."
"Reckon that's so," Bertram replied, still smiling. Wasn't often he had this much fun.
"One punch is no doubt all it takes for the likes of him."
Boys like Green didn't last long in this game. Something to do with their constant need to challenge men like the Blackthorn. Green coughed, lurched to his feet, and staggered toward Bertram. Problem was, Bones was in the way, and the giant just pushed the boy back with one hand.
"Calm down, Green,"
Bones said in a very calm-like tone.
"Sit over there, and I'll have a look at that nose. Looks like it broke."
Green spat on the straw-covered floor. Blood and spittle, and, from the looks of it, a few tears. Problem for him was it just made Bertram grin all the harder.
Fuck you, Thorn!
The boy shouted. Was nice and loud, very brave of him considering he was being held back by a giant, stronger than both of them put together.
I'm gonna fucking kill you!
That was all the invitation Bertram needed. He unhooked his hand axe with his right and plucked a dagger from his belt with his left and stood ready.
"Get out of the way, Bones! The boy wants to die!"
Green drew his little sword into his right hand. Now Bones looked nervous, and rightly so, armed folk either side of him, and each wanting to kill the other. Just another couple of moments and he'd step back, let the two of them get on with it.
Someone fancy telling me what the fuck is going on here?
Came the boss's voice from the doorway. Bertram glanced once toward the boss, and the look on the Southerner's face was enough. Never had he seen a more stern, disapproving, and plain angry face than the boss was wearing. Bertram put away his weapons and stepped back from the situation, slumping down against a wall, the grin slipping from his face to be replaced by his standard expressionless mess of scars and burns. Green didn't take the hint. Seeing that Bertram had put away his weapons, he made for a rush. The lad didn't get very far. Bones grabbed hold of his sword hand and pushed the boy in his chest hard. Green let go of his sword and found himself rolling ass over head into the corner, where he lay on the floor, breathing heavy and still coughing blood. Bones tossed the sword toward a wall.
What's happened to Green's nose?
The boss asked. Bones spat and then sat himself down on the floor.
He pissed off the Blackthorn. Told him not to long ago, but the boy don't listen well.
The boss looked at Bertram. Bertram avoided the gaze and shrugged as if the whole thing didn't matter a damn. Fact was, he felt a bit disappointed. He was looking forward to shutting Green up for good.
Henry, fix Green's nose,
the boss said, and Henry skipped off toward the prone boy, grinning as she went.
I don't know what you two got against each other, and I don't give a fuck. It stops right now. Once we're done with the job, you two can carve each other all you like. But if anything like this happens again before we're done, I'll personally hand you both over to the Slavers Guild. Good?
Bertram nodded once.
Aye. Good.
Green howled in pain as Henry reset his nose with a loud crunch. Fresh blood ran down into his mouth, and again the boy started hacking up red spittle. Good as new, Henry said as she stood up. Her hands were painted red with Green's blood, and she stared at them with an odd fascination. Bertram remembered her looking at his blood in the exact same way, laughing just after as she'd stabbed him. She looked pretty good naked, as Bertram recalled, even after she'd planted a knife in his side.
What's the job?
Bertram asked from his section of the wall.
And when do we get paid for the last one? As soon as Swift gets back,
the boss said, rubbing his temples with his fingers.
We got another job lined up from Deadeye. Boss, this ain't... I don't want to hear it, Thorn. We need to do it, so we're doing it.
Bertram nodded, but he was far from convinced. Working for Deadeye was about as dangerous as jobs came. The bitch had a nasty habit of choosing not to pay folk and killing them instead, or at least that's what the rumors said. Though the rumors also said the Blackthorn had once burned an entire village to the ground, murdering everyone in it. Bertram knew firsthand, rumors were often made out of shit.
What's the job?
The boss ground his metal teeth together, and his scowl deepened even further.
We've been hired to kill a member of Chade's ruling council.
Chapter 24. The Arbiter. It was never going to be the most comfortable of places, but it was spacious and well situated, and mostly empty. The warehouse still held a number of old crates, a few barrels, some rotted through and on the verge of collapse, some still serviceable, and any number of rats, many of which seemed to be verging on the giant variety. It had been occupied by some of the homeless folk that infested the city of Chade, but Thankwell had seen them off. He needed privacy as much as space. Jaret stepped up beside Thanquil and looked around the open room. Even now, she held herself like a taut bowstring, ready to snap into action any moment.
You paid money for this place? Why?
The Inquisition paid money for this place. We have a safe house in the city, but sometimes arbiters require complete privacy, and since I'm the only arbiter in Shade, I have my privacy.
Except you brought me here,
Jez pointed out. She walked over to one of the old crates and lifted the top to look inside, and then replaced it.
Might want to get rid of that one. Something died in there.
From the smell of the place, Thanquil had to agree on that account.
I suggest you move your gear here and keep it well hidden.
Jaret narrowed her eyes at him, giving her an odd cat-like appearance.
You expecting we'll need to make our way from Chade in a hurry?
Couldn't say. I like to be prepared, though.
She snorted.
As long as I don't have to crawl through a sewer. Mind if I swing a sword around a bit?
Not at all.
Thanquil looked around the room for a suitable target. A small warehouse built of cheap wood, with a small loft and a rotten ladder leading up to it. He spotted a plank of wood, no more than 2 feet long and a third as wide. Picking up the plank, he placed it on top of a rotten barrel and walked away from it, measuring out 7 paces before turning. He pulled the device that shot metal balls from his belt and armed it, measuring a small amount of black powder into the barrel and then rolling one of the small metal pellets behind it. Thanquil took careful aim at the plank of wood, closing one eye to stare down the barrel. He found himself nervous with the thought of pulling the trigger. He'd seen black powder in action before. It was known for being volatile and destructive. Even the alchemists who made the substance handled it with extreme care. People had been known to blow off limbs by mistake when experimenting with the stuff. Wincing, Thanquil pulled the trigger on the device. Nothing happened.
Told you. Folk in Chade love to swindle people such as yourself, Jaret said.
Thanquil glanced at her. She was stood in a low crouch with her sword reversed in her left hand, the blade pointing down her arm. But her eyes were on him and the ball thrower. Remembering the man who sold Thanquil the device, he pulled back the tiny hammer on top of the thing and aimed again. Again, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Thanquil felt the recoil travel up his arm, smoke issuing from the end of the barrel. He turned to find Jaret sprawled on the floor with eyes as wide as the moon and staring at the ball thrower.
What the fuck was that?
She asked in a panicky voice. Thanquil forced an uncertain smile onto his lips.
I think it works.
He placed the device on top of a nearby crate and approached the plank of wood he'd used as a target.
Aye, seems like.
Thanquil saw Jaret float to her feet as she spoke and joined him to look at the target. An arrow or a crossbow bolt might have stuck in the wood. Maybe the head would have penetrated through, but the shaft would have stuck. The plank of wood had a small, round hole in it where the metal ball had hit. The pellet had burst through the target, splintering it on the way in and out. Of the ball, there was no sign. Thanquil estimated it had hit the plank of wood no more than half a foot from where he had aimed. Jaret looked at the target through her wide eyes, and then turned them on the ball thrower.
How do they put so much power into something so small?
Thanquil was still looking for the little metal ball.
It's not the device. It's the black powder that has the power.
A pinch of powder did that?
She looked skeptical.
I don't like it.
Thanquil wasn't sure he did either. Such a weapon could be terrible in the wrong hands, though he thought it unlikely black powder would ever become readily available. The thought of an army all armed with such devices sent a shiver down his spine. Giving up looking for the pellet, Thankwell replaced the target on top of the barrel and retrieved the ball thrower. Jaret retreated to a safe distance and watched him as he sprinkled a bit of powder into the barrel, but this time wrapped the metal ball in a strip of paper from his pocket.
"What's that?"
Thankwell grinned at her. A rune. The one he'd chosen was a fire rune. He had to admit he was more than a little excited about seeing the effects, assuming the whole device didn't just explode in his hand.
"Magic?"
Aye?
"Seems to me it's powerful enough without your witch hunter tricks."
I don't much like being called a witch hunter, Thankwell said as he placed the ammunition into the device and again took aim at the target. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jaret place her hands over her ears and wished he could do the same. Again, he cocked the hammer and pulled the trigger. Bang! This time the plank of wood burst into bright orange flame. Thankwell grinned wide, and Jaret backed away as the fire started to consume the plank of wood. Still grinning, Thankwell turned to Jaret. It worked! She was standing with open-mouthed wonder, staring at the flaming target.
"You got one of those little rune things to put the fire out?"
The fire was spreading, moving from the plank of wood onto the rotted barrel, and the flames were growing all the while. Last thing Thankwell needed was to burn down the place. It took a good few minutes, and Thankwell's coat had the distinctive smell of wood smoke by the time he smothered the fire. Jaret didn't help. She returned to waving her sword about in dangerous arcs, slipping fluidly from one stance to another. Sometimes the strokes of her blades seemed to spin around her body, and other times they were darting, jabbing motions. Thankwell had trained with one of the Inquisition's most renowned weapon masters, but never had he seen anyone move with half as much grace as Jaret Valerne when she practiced with her blade. He'd watched dancers, both men and women, who had trained their whole lives, but didn't possess the same fluidity of movement. He'd seen cats run along fences no thicker than a rope's width without the same surety of feet as Jaret showed.
"How does it work?"
she asked as she slipped from a two-handed stance with the blade pointed downward toward her back leg into a side-on stance with her sword pointed in front of her, extending her right hand as if it was another part of her body. She tried out a few practice jabs and then made parrying motions, all the while dancing back and forth on the balls of her feet. The device is just a barrel, in truth. It focuses the explosive power from the black powder and forces the metal ball to go where you point it, Thankwell explained.
"I meant your magic."
Her blade flicked from one hand to the other. Each seemed as sure and as deft as the other. The rune is transcribed onto paper, or wood, occasionally stone. When the rune is broken, its power is released. Jaret stopped her practice and swiped a thin sheet of sweat from her forehead.
"So, anyone can write these runes? Seems dangerous."
Thankwell shook his head as he sat himself down on the floor and leaned his back against the rotten barrel. The rune itself is a guide for what form the power should take. The energy to power the spell is taken from the person who inscribed the rune.
"So when you write that little scribble onto paper, you put power into it?"
Yes.
"Can anyone do it?"
Jaret asked as she slipped into a new stance, this time with her sword in her right hand and a small dagger in her left. No. Only those with what we call potential, and even then, only after a great deal of training. There are other types of magic. Blessings and curses are used by chancing words with a variety of effects. Charms such as the one you wear. He watched as Jaret rubbed her left wrist with her right hand. A dangerous operation, he continued, to have a charm sewn into the flesh. Jaret nodded.
"My old master's idea. Said he didn't ever want me losing it. Last thing I need or want is a child."
Thankwell nodded. There are other types of magic too, but each type has a counterpoint. Blessings grant attributes, curses take away, runes offer a burst of power, charms are a constant effect. He had no wish to discuss magic any further, lest the topic turn to the compulsion. Thankwell pushed himself to his feet, closed the distance between him and Jaret in 3 easy steps, and drew his own sword. Before he knew how, his sword was no longer in his hand. Jaret held the length of steel in her left, and her own blade was pressed against Thankwell's neck. It had happened so fast, he wasn't even sure how she had done it. Jaret backed away and looked at his sword, a long, slender, single-edged length of steel with plain handguards and charms engraved all the way down the blade. Her own sword was shorter but not by much, lighter by the way she held it, and double-edged with no guard. She snorted and tossed his sword back to him. Thankwell caught it and dropped back into stance. You're sloppy and slow, but the sword is good steel. Thankwell didn't wait for her to finish speaking. He came on again, the first attack a wild downwards slash, which she stepped away from, and then he sent a jabbing thrust at her chest. Jaret caught the blade on her own, and, with a flick of her wrist, sent Thankwell's blade out of his hand and spinning across the room. You really are quite good with a sword, Thankwell said as he collected his blade from the floor and approached Jaret again. Any blade, actually. You're not. No. My arms master always used to tell me I was passable at best. Thankwell ran at her swinging. Jaret reversed the grip of her sword, stepped under Thankwell's swing, and his own momentum carried him onto the flat of her blade. That's 3 times you should be dead. How have you survived so long? Jaret mocked, but she was smiling at him. I'm an arbiter. We don't tend to fight fair. This time, Thankwell feinted left, sidestepped to his right, and flicked a quick thrust toward Jaret's head. His feint didn't fool her for a moment. She stepped with him, ducked his attack, and swept his legs out from under him. Thankwell hit the ground hard, his breath rushing out of his lungs in a coughing wheeze. A moment later, he found Jaret on top of him with one knee on the wrist of his sword hand, and the other knee pressing down on his chest, making it harder for him to draw a breath. Her sword tip hovered just above the bare skin of his neck.
I doubt it's wise for such a small woman like yourself to get so close to an opponent,
Thankwell wheezed in a small voice after sucking in some air. It's not, the woman on top of him replied with a grin. Unless I'm the stronger. She pushed herself off him knee first, causing him to cough again, and then she danced backwards and waited for him to stand back up.
I don't think I stand a chance against you,
Thankwell said as he struggled back to his feet. You don't, Jaret replied, the smile still playing on her lips. But a bit of sparring will do us both good. He lunged, parried a lazy flick from her blade, and then he slashed with all his strength. Jaret caught Thankwell's blade on her own, twisted her wrist, and stepped in close to him. He found his own blade unnervingly close to his neck. Jaret's blade was almost as close, and she almost as close again. He could smell her, she was so close, and she smelled clean, with a hint of sweat. It was a marked improvement from the day he had met her. His heart was beating too fast, though whether it was from the sparring or her closeness, he couldn't tell. Then she stepped away and backed off again, leaving Thankwell to wonder why the hell he had decided to spar with her in the first place. You could at least give me some tips as you keep killing me, he said, dropping back into stance again. Don't pick a fight with a blade master, she said with a wink. Wait, you're a... But she was already on him, pressing the attack. Chapter 26. The Blade Master. Jaret didn't like it. She didn't like the whole damn situation. She didn't like the shoes. She liked the dress even less. She liked the people that would be attending even less. And what she liked least of all was the idea that those people might be looking at her. It wasn't the first time she'd been to a fancy ball. Droan used to love parading her about on his arm. Those times, though, she'd still been dressed in leathers. The folk at these sorts of balls saw what they expected. In leathers, they'd seen her as a savage to be avoided and ignored. In a dress, they'd see her as one of them.
But you're not one of them, Jez. Just remember, if anyone looks at you funny, kill them. There'll be plenty of cutlery lying around.
The thought of stabbing someone with a spoon made Jezet smile. She wasn't even sure such a thing was possible.
Maybe if it was a really sharp spoon.
You look happy, Thankwell said from behind her. She let him dress her up like some blooded lady, but when he tried to take her arm, she'd very nearly twisted it off.
Ever killed anyone with a spoon? She asked him. Me neither, but I'm thinking of trying.
That shut him up. Gave him that, is she serious? Look. Jezet padded along the line in sandals. It was good to see the fancy folk have to queue. With Droan there had been no standing in lines. Everyone knew him. Everyone feared him. And so he walked past the lines and past the servants with the lists at the entrance, and Jezet walked with him. She'd never admitted, but it had felt good, being low-born and all, and walking past all the blooded and rich folk as if they were nothing. Her dress was a chore and no mistake, a dark blue silk-like cloth, but not silk, wrapped around her body so tight it constricted her, and so loose it left her feeling naked. It covered her chest and back, and for that she was glad. It clung to her torso in such a way that left little to the imagination, and somehow managed to make her breasts look bigger than they were, and without showing off any cleavage. From her hips, it started to fan out a little, not much, but enough to provide an ease of movement she was glad of. The dressmaker had assured her the fabric would twirl with her as she danced, and dazzle every man in the room. Jezet had almost hit him for assuming she would dance. The dressmaker had despaired over what to do with Jezet's hair, but she had no time for it or him. Short and spiky was how she liked it, so it never got in her eyes and needed no maintenance. She'd seen the women take hours brushing their hair until it gleamed in the light. Seemed like a waste of time they could better spend learning to stab people, which was a far more useful skill in the wilds. They were nearing the front of the queue now. Soon the servants would check the arbiter's invitation, and then they would be inside, among the fancy folk and the finery, and Jezet would be one of them.
Sounds like hell.
She tried to distract herself by looking around the grounds. It seemed a wonder to her that she'd been to Chade a number of times, twice on the arm of Droan, and didn't know such a place existed. The manse, though inside the city, was as big as a castle. Walls near 30 feet high surrounded the estate, and all patrolled by a number of private guard. It made sense, as the city guard were, it had to be said, notorious for their disloyalty. Crushed stone covered the courtyard and lined the pathways into the extensive and beautiful garden that, by the looks of things, surrounded the entire manor. Huge green bushes grew in straight lines and right angles. Flowers of all colors she could name sprouted from select patches of dirt. Artful lanterns hung over ornate benches and cast dancing shadows, all while attracting the flying, biting bugs that could be found near any water source. The manor itself was huge, almost as large as Droan's own home had been, built entirely of stone and glass windows with creeping green vines winding their way up the walls. The entrance was covered by a huge porch that was held up by 2 massive white pillars of stone, each as thick as a tree and a good 10 feet high. Jezet was impressed, despite herself. The arbiter just looked bored. Likely he's seen it all and more before. No doubt, arbiters are invited to all the fancy places. It was easy to forget this was how the fancy folk lived, even here in Chade. In the wilds, life was hard, brutal, short, messy, and bloody. But there was also this. The blooded and the folk in the free cities that titled themselves Lord This or Lady That had money enough to spare, and they knew how to spend it to make life grand and pretty. Still seemed a waste of bits to Jez.
Invitation?
The servant at the entrance said as Thankwell and Jezet stepped to the front of the queue of fancy folk.
Arbiter Darkheart and guest,
Thankwell said with a pleasant smile. The servant nodded and smiled back.
Invitation?
He repeated.
Don't have one. I wasn't invited.
Jezet noticed the guards by each of the pillars, 4 men in total and all of them armed and dangerous-looking. The servant stopped smiling and addressed the arbiter in the most polite of tones.
I'm afraid this is invitation only.
What's your name?
Elgin, sir?
I'm no sir, Elgin. I'm an arbiter, and I'll remember to mention to Lord Show that his servant, Elgin, is responsible for his guest being investigated by the Inquisition. I'm sure he'll be most interested to know why you turned me away. Elgin looked worried. No one wanted to be the focus of an investigation by the witch hunters, even someone living in one of the free cities. The Inquisition could make anyone's life a living hell, and Jezet wagered they weren't above the odd assassination.
Of course, Arbiter Darkheart,
Elgin said in a most pleasant tone again, with a nervous smile gracing his plump, hairless lips.
Feel free to enter. Your sword?
Will stay sheathed by my side. Again, Elgin nodded and then stepped aside. Thankwell grinned at the man and entered the manor with Jezet just half a step behind. Another servant awaited them inside, and with a formal bow, started to lead them to the great hall. Jezet stuck close to Thankwell and picked up his arm with her own. She was certain she'd rather fight every guard in Chade than step into the great hall with all the fancy folk inside. Would they really do that? The Inquisition? Would they investigate Show for refusing you entry? Thankwell chuckled. The Inquisition has better things to do than investigate every lord that lacks courtesy. Jezet was fast realizing that while it may be impossible to lie to an arbiter, it wasn't impossible for an arbiter to lie right back, and this one seemed quite adept at twisting the truth. When the doors to the great hall opened, the blast of sound and heat and colors and revelry stunned Jez. Music filled the hall, spilling out into the corridor in waves. The big room, which seemed all the bigger given her recent confinement in a cell, was lit by 100 different sources. Ensconced torches lined the walls at regular intervals. A large hearth sat in the far side of the hall, roaring away to itself despite the heat. 3 chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each with dozens of flickering candles. The hall was already filled with guests, and they were more colorful than the flowers in the gardens outside. Women in finery with giant frilly dresses or sleek, skin-hugging silk, some red, some blue, some yellow, some purple, some green, some orange. Some colors Jezet didn't know and didn't care to see ever again. One woman wore such a slim dress of skin color that at first Jezet had thought her to be naked. Only once she realized the woman had no nipples and no cunt between her legs did Jezet notice she wore a dress. The men were almost as bad. Suits of colors to match their partners or to match their livery. Compared to the fancy folk in the great hall, she in her plain blue dress and the arbiter in a quilted doublet of brown with his arbiter's cloak looked more out of place than she could say. Like 2 ducks pretending to be peacocks.
Your mouth is open, Jezet,
the arbiter said from her arm.
It's not very ladylike.
I'm not a lady, Thankwell. Jezet replied in a pointed tone, but made an effort to close her mouth all the same, as he escorted her into the hall. You've seen this all before, Jez. Just been so long in the wilderness you've forgotten what it's like. They may look so very fine, but put the women on their backs and they'll moan like any cheap whore, and men die just as easily in fine silks as they do in armor. It's like Droan said, it's all just a lie to make them think they're better than the rest of the wilds. The thought brought some comfort, but was diminished when Jaret had to admit that Droan was the biggest liar of them all.
Arbiter Darkheart and partner,
the announcer announced into the hall in a voice loud enough to carry over the music. Some sets of eyes turned to watch their entrance, more than Jaret would have liked, but by no means a lot. The women dismissed her at a glance, while the men looked her up and down with appraising eyes. Jaret Valerne had felt like many things before: a warrior, a thief, a murderer, a monster. But never had she felt as cheap as when the men in this room looked at her. It made her angry enough to do some damage. She started looking around for some cutlery. Then their gazes were gone, back to the women they were with, to the women they weren't with, or to the men they were sharing cups with. That was uncomfortable, she whispered close to Thanquil's ear.
You're the most beautiful woman in the room, Jaret. You're going to have to get used to a few stares,
the Arbiter said. He was looking about the hall through squinting eyes.
You served your purpose well.
My purpose? Jaret found herself feeling angry, though she couldn't say why. Thanquil glanced at her.
You didn't think I brought you here to show you a good time, did you? With you on my arm, not a single man or woman even noticed me.
Jaret felt cheap again. He's right, Jez. He bought your life and freedom. What did you expect he wanted in return? All the same, she almost tore her arm away from him and stormed away, but something in his face stopped her. He looked nervous. The Arbiter was sweating. His jaw was clenched, his teeth grinding back and forth, and his eyes darted about in a mad dance over the fancy folk arrayed in front of him. Are you all right? She asked him.
I, need to... There.
He started walking, near dragging her with him, and stopped in front of a fat man in a suit of at least 4 different colors, each the more gaudy than the last. The fat man wore more gold than Jaret had seen in her life. Golden rings on every finger, golden bracelets, golden studs in both his ears and nose, even a golden choker around his flabby neck. Seemed a pointless waste of wealth to Jaret. One of those rings could feed a family for a month. The Arbiter held out his hand to the fat man as he greeted him. Jaret had seen the like before. In some places, the grasping of hands was a traditional form of greeting. In the wilds, however, it wasn't so. Men didn't want to touch another man, not skin to skin. The blooded folk had made such a habit of murdering each other that they had resorted to all sorts of devious tactics, including rings containing a poison needle. One grasp of hands could well mean death for the unwary party.
Arbiter Darkheart,
Thanquil introduced himself.
I don't believe we've met.
The fat man didn't even glance at Thanquil's hand, and spent almost as little time looking at the Arbiter himself. He did, however, spend some time leering at Jaret. The woman he was with also stared at Jez, but with a great deal more hostility and great deal less lust. For a brief moment, Jez considered reaching for the nearest spoon and attempting to gut them both, but they turned and walked away before she could find a weapon. What was that about? She asked him in a whisper so close he must have felt her breath on his ear. It didn't faze him. He didn't even seem to hear her. His eyes were still darting about in a constant motion, and Jez could swear his hand was shaking.
Wait here,
he instructed, and took his arm from hers before striding away. Jaret watched as he stepped into the path of a hurrying servant carrying a tray of empty goblets. The 2 men collided, and the servant wasted no time in bowing multiple times, begging apologies, scooping up the scattered goblets and speeding away. By the time Thankful returned, he had stopped sweating, stopped shaking, and his eyes were calm again. His nervous, jittery energy seemed to have disappeared, and he was back to his normal self.
Nothing about this man is normal, Jez.
What was that about? Jez asked again. He smiled at her as he once again took her arm with his own. Oh, nothing. It doesn't matter. His other hand was buried deep in one of his coat's pockets. We should introduce ourselves to Lord Show. It is his ball, after all. Jezet shook her head.
He won't be here.
Not yet. Maybe not at all. Those that throw these things tend to turn up late, after all the other guests have arrived.
Drowan used to routinely not make an appearance at all. Used to just sit upstairs in his manor while the ball went on below. He used to say it showed his power over them. While it was going on, we used to...
Jezet trailed off, not wanting to talk about it, and found Thankwell looking at her.
Why are we here, anyway? Why am I here?
I'm here because I need to talk to one of the council, and this is the only way I can do so without the other three.
Lord Show?
No. You're here for two reasons. The first you've already been more than successful at. With you on my arm, no one has spared me even a second glance.
Flattery made Jez nervous and uncomfortable, but among all these fancy folk, she was already more than enough of both.
The second reason you're here is because I may need a distraction, and if I do, you're going to be it.
Worrying words, but the Arbiter said them with a pleasant smile.
You want me to distract an entire room full of the richest and most powerful people in Chade?
Maybe, yes.
How?
Thankwell grinned and looked around the gathered fancy folk.
Jezet, there isn't a man in this room who hasn't spent at least some time staring at you, and you are, without a doubt, the most graceful person I've ever seen. I'm sure you can find some way to distract them. Failing that, just start, killing people.
Killing people? In a room surrounded by armed guards and some of the meanest-looking bodyguards I've ever seen.
The bodyguards were there, keeping to the walls, trying to look inconspicuous.
Yes, with a spoon, if you like.
She shot a glare at him, but he laughed it away.
And how will I know when you need a distraction?
A shadow of doubt crossed his face.
If I need one, you'll know.
Do you enjoy being cryptic and mysterious?
It's part of the Arbiter training. Over there, he said, nodding across the dance floor. The door on the far wall. I wonder where it leads.
Jezet looked. Seemed to be an unassuming door. One of the servants' entrances, she guessed, maybe even leading upstairs. Getting all the way across the room would be hard with the music playing and the fancy folk dancing.
If you ask me to dance, I may have to hurt you again, she warned him.
The Arbiter laughed.
I wouldn't dream of it. No, I think we'll be better splitting up here. You draw far too much attention. Remember, if I need the distraction, you're it. In the meantime, mingle, dance, and enjoy yourself, Jezet Verlern.
She sent a dark scowl his way, but Thankwell didn't see it. He was already striding away, skirting the dancers, heading for the door. Chapter 26. The Arbiter. Slipping through the door, Thankwell took a quick look at his new surroundings. A long corridor leading further into the mansion, and a flight of stairs that wound back on themselves before reaching the first floor of the building. He pulled the door closed and breathed a short sigh of relief for being out of the ballroom. All that noise and falsity was enough to make him long for the Inquisition grounds. At least there, the people didn't try to hide their hostile stares. Nobody noticed him leave. He was certain of that. Nobody noticed him because nobody wanted to notice him. He felt bad about leaving Jaret to her fate, but certain sacrifices had to be made. She would most likely survive one way or another. He fingered the small copper band in his pocket. The stolen ring calmed him, and calm was something he needed right now. He needed to find a servant or a guard, someone to question. The stairs were carpeted, a thief's best friend, and Thankwell's, though he had no intention of stealing anything further tonight. Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't, if he got the chance. His footfalls made almost no sound, just a light brushing of leather sole on pile. He mounted the stairs 2 at a time and waited at the top, listening. He could hear nothing but the distant sounds of music. He poked his head around the corner, first one way, then the other. Another corridor, and again empty. The walls were bare of decorations. It seemed Lord Sho kept an austere home. That didn't surprise Thankwell. Sho had once owned half of the southern wilds, and was reported to have an army of 50,000 blackskins at the time. He had warred and pillaged and raped and butchered his way north, until an alliance of blooded had crushed his army and thrown him back. Sho escaped the battle and with a fortune, enough money to buy his way onto the Chade ruling council after a previous member had mysteriously vanished. Now he was reported to own half of Chade itself, and it was because he still knew the value of gold and didn't spend it rashly. It was not Lord Sho Thankwell had come here to see tonight. It was the fat one, Lord Farron Kolth. The pig was a sot and a lech, and he would be here. It had taken a fair few gold coins for Thankwell to find out where Kolth would be tonight. He always turned up to these balls as a courtesy, but never stayed in the ballroom. He would meet and greet, and then Sho would provide him with a room and a woman. Rumors said Kolth had a weakness for black-skinned girls. The younger, the better. And Lord Sho was willing to provide. No doubt there would be a favor somewhere down the line. Through his bribes and eavesdropping, Thankwell had discovered the politics of the Chade Council were complicated and treacherous. Only the pirate, Drake Morris, seemed to be free of the machinations of the others, and only then because he rarely, if ever, visited Chade. Footsteps. More than one set for certain, and heading his way by the sound. Thankwell tried the handle on the closet door and found it unlocked. He slipped inside the darkness of the room and waited, his ear pressed close to the door. 3 sets of footsteps, he counted, and making no pretense at quiet. Whispered voices as well, but he could hear no more than the hiss of breath escaping lips. 2 male and 1 female by the sounds of it. The footsteps came closer, passed, and receded, and still Thankwell waited to make sure. He turned to look at the room he had found. Never know when there might be something worthless to steal. He almost jumped out of his coat when he saw the figure on the bed. Thankwell watched for a moment, but saw no movement, and decided to approach. A man lay, stripped down to his undergarments, motionless among the sheets. He breathed and his eyes were open, but he did not seem to notice Thankwell. The arbiter waved a hand in front of the man's face, above his eyes. Still no response. There was a pipe discarded on the bed close to the man's left hand. Thankwell picked it up and sniffed. Casherweed, without a doubt. But there was something else as well. Something he couldn't place. A quick search of the room turned up a uniform the guards were wearing. The guard had been drugged, and Thankwell was certain he hadn't done it to himself. The casherweed was mixed with something. Again, Thankwell approached the guard on the bed. At least he was alive and conscious. Thankwell took hold of the man's face and turned it to look into his own. He hated asking questions. "Where is Lord Kolth?" The compulsion didn't work. He could feel the man's will, but it was like trying to hold on to water with an open hand. It just slipped through his grasp.
Koth with whore. Second corridor down. Second door on the right.
The guard spoke as if in a dream. Thankwell stood, confused. Why did you answer me? His compulsion didn't work, didn't take hold. The man shouldn't have said a word.
I don't know.
Thankwell looked at the man again. His pupils were wide, too wide, but his gaze was unseeing. A trickle of blood ran from his nose and another from his ear. His forehead was hot, clammy, sweating. Whatever had been done to the man seemed to be killing him. Thankwell considered for a moment, trying to figure out what had caused it, but he didn't have time. He needed to get to Kolth, and fast, quick enough to question the fat man. Outside, the steps were long gone, and the whispered voices gone with them. Still, Thankwell could hear faraway music, distant and muffled, but the only other sound was the faint hiss and pop of burning candles. Second corridor down. Thankwell turned one way, then the other. No choice but to pick a direction and hope. He went right, slipped past one adjoining corridor, and then, with a glance to check it was clear, turned down the next. The mansion was huge. Thankwell couldn't guess at just how big from his brief view of the building, but he had to wonder how many rooms it had. A prince of the 5 kingdoms had once boasted to him the royal palace had 3,000 rooms, which seemed a bit excessive by any standards. Lord Show's mansion was no palace, but its rooms must have numbered in the hundreds at least. Second door on the right. He stopped outside the door for a while, pressed his ear to it and strained to hear even the slightest of sounds. He whispered a quick blessing of hearing, and noise swamped in around him. The music, still muffled, became loud. The candles sounded close. Padded footsteps, a long way away, still quiet even with the blessing. A half-whispered curse, followed by thump, but not from this room. A bird call somewhere outside in the night. A grunting, groaning, moaning sound that could only come from sexual activities sounded close by. Thankwell stopped whispering the blessing and twisted the door handle before slipping into the room. What he saw made him forget to close the door behind him. There was blood. Blood everywhere. The bed, the floor, the walls, the furniture, even the ceiling, a good 10 feet above, was dripping with blood. 2 bodies lay on the bed, both opened up, innards pulled out. One was a huge carcass, a man, and a fat one at that. Without a doubt, it was Kolth. The other was thinner, smaller, and younger, with black skin, and at one time, breasts, but not now. Both were gone. Where, Thankwell could not say. He approached, careful to step over or around the blood on the floor, making sure to dodge any spots where it dripped from the ceiling, walking on his toes. Closer he went and closer, fighting the urge to gag. So much blood. He needed to investigate, to see if any clues existed as to the nature of the killing. The bodies looked to be cut open by a blade. Sharp, but serrated. Ragged flesh attested to that. Both must have been dead before. They could not have gone through such butchery without screaming loud enough to drown the music in the great hall. Both corpses were naked. Lord Kolth's cock was missing, cut off with only a torn, bloody wound to show. Thankwell had seen many things in his time as arbiter. He'd seen and been the cause of burnings. He'd seen murder in a horrifying variety of forms. Bodies cut up, torn up. It never failed to affect him, though. never failed to make him sick to his stomach. This was no normal murder. Someone was sending a message. He was certain of that. Thankwell felt a drop of blood tap him on the shoulder, fallen from the ceiling, and it was all he could do not to retch. He turned and fled from the room, leaving the slaughter behind. Chapter 27. The Blackthorn. Bertram pulled open the top drawer. Nothing. The second drawer? Nothing. The third? Nothing. 3 rooms he'd been in, and each one was more fancily decorated than the last, and not one had a single damn thing worth stealing. For the most part, they were empty, barring the furniture itself, and while he had no doubt it was worth a few bits, escaping with a wardrobe strapped to his back did not seem a good idea. Even the sconces on the wall were ugly things, made of dark gray iron. Bertram had never been in a mansion before, but he was sure everything was supposed to be made from gold. As it was, Bertram owned more gold himself than he'd seen in the mansion so far, and that came to a grand total of 1 bit. Far from a fortune. He checked the wardrobe. Good-looking wardrobe, he reckoned, imported from somewhere far off. Empty. There was a large mirror Bertram reckoned was worth a lot, but it was as tall as him, and he didn't like his chances of getting it out of the mansion without breaking it, and breaking mirrors was bad luck, everyone said. He'd had more than enough bad luck of late. He considered bundling up the curtains and having off with them, but who the hell would buy a set of curtains? No one he knew. He hoped Swift was having a better time of it. They'd broken into the estate no problem. Wasn't hard when the owner built a secret tunnel entrance that turned out to be not so secret. The boss left Bones to guard the entrance as it also happened to be their exit, and the rest slipped across the gardens, running from shadow to shadow when guard patrols weren't looking. They climbed to the first floor, and Swift opened them a window, nice and quiet. When inside, the boss had taken Henry and Green to do the job, while Bertram and Swift were to steal anything worth a bit that wasn't nailed down. So far, all Bertram had to show for his night of thievery was 3 bronze bits that he found in a discarded pair of breeches in one of the rooms. The boss, Henry, and Green would be done with the killing by now, and that meant it was time for Bertram to get out as well. Fact was, he didn't want to be here when the body was found. Chances were, the boss would leave him to his fate in that case. Bertram checked under the bed. Bare, except for a shiny-looking bedpan. Looked to be made of a good metal, steel maybe, and it was empty. Good steel was worth a few bits to the right people, so Bertram grabbed it and gave it a quick sniff. Smelled clean, not that it would stop Bertram from stealing it even if it wasn't. With bedpan in hand, he walked to the door, opened it, and stuck his head out, looking both ways down the corridor to make sure it was empty. It was. He stepped out just as another man stepped out of a doorway 2 doors down. He recognized the man in a moment. Short, with short hair and a short, stubbly beard. And the coat. The coat that identified him as an enemy of the Blackthorn. The Arbiter stared at Bertram. So, Bertram just stared right back. Just like a wolf, if Bertram turned and ran, the Arbiter would have to chase him. It was their way. Better to stand his ground and hope to get lucky and kill the fucker. Bertram didn't much like counting on luck. Always seemed to turn on him on the last moment. The Arbiter looked down at Bertram's 3-fingered hand. With a twinge of annoyance, Bertram threw the bedpan away.
Blackthorn?
The Arbiter said.
Arbiter?
Bertram replied. Didn't seem like there was much else worth saying, so Bertram unhooked his hand axe from his belt and charged, a shout escaping from his lips as he did. The Arbiter dodged the first swing of the axe as he was drawing his sword, and then blocked the second swing. Then, the bastard attacked. 2 lightning-fast jabs with his little sword. Bertram ducked the first, caught the second, and then the Arbiter's left fist seemed to come out of nowhere and cracked him in the face. It felt like being hit with an anvil, and might as well have done for some men. But the Blackthorn was not one of those men. Bertram steadied himself with a 3-fingered hand on the wall and spat out some blood. No teeth, though. He was glad for that. Last thing he needed was to be uglied up even more. He was glad for something else, too. Jaret was not with the Arbiter. There were very few people the Blackthorn was scared of fighting, and Jaret Valerne happened to be right near the top of that list. Both men watched each other, Bertram with axe in hand, the Arbiter with his sword, and neither wanting to be the one to fall. Bertram almost surprised himself when he chopped at the Arbiter, so he was pretty sure that bastard must have been surprised. But he blocked it all the same, and started muttering to himself, chanting some bloody words the Blackthorn couldn't understand. Again, Bertram chopped, but this time the Arbiter brushed the attack away as if it was nothing, and then started raining wild slashing blows at Bertram. Again and again, Bertram blocked and blocked, falling back all the while. The Arbiter was too fast, too strong. Magic, Bertram knew for certain. Bloody witch hunters were always cheating. He saw an opening. Brief, but it was there all the same. Bertram snatched a small knife from his belt and lunged at the Arbiter's face. The witch hunter tried to spin away from the attack, stumbled into a wall, and then scrambled away on all fours, as Bertram buried his axe in the wall where the Arbiter's head had been just a moment before. When the Arbiter stood back up, he was bleeding. A small cut on his left cheek, just an inch below his eye, made it look almost like he was weeping blood. Bertram found he was grinning, and he knew that was never a pleasant sight, tended to scare most folk into running, but not an Arbiter. He heard footsteps. Sounded like a number of them, and they sounded like heavy boots running on stone floor. Guards appeared at the end of the corridor behind the Arbiter. 2 of them. Bertram risked a glance backwards and saw another 2. One of them spoke to his fellow and then ran off, no doubt going for more guards. The 3 remaining guards started forward. Bertram looked at the Arbiter. The man looked about as worried as Bertram felt. He glanced first at the Blackthorn, then at the approaching guards, then back again. Bertram had only 1 guard. The way he saw it, that meant he had twice the chances of survival.
"Put your weapons down and surrender,"
said one of the lads approaching the Arbiter. Then he glanced into the open door, into the room the Arbiter had come from, and Bertram saw the color drain from his face. The Arbiter sighed. The guard with the pale face looked at the Arbiter, then the Blackthorn, then the guard behind Bertram.
"Kill them!"
The guard came onto Bertram swinging a heavy sword like he was trying to chop wood with it. It was a simple thing for Bertram to push the weapon away, smash the guard in his face with an elbow, and then plant his axe in the guard's face. It bit deep into his skull, right about where his eye was, and the man went down in a gurgle and spray of blood. Bertram wrenched his axe free. Bits of bone and flesh came with it. He turned and chopped at the occupied Arbiter. The witch hunter saw the attack coming and managed to block with his sword. One of his guards was already down, and the other attacked while the Arbiter's sword was occupied. Didn't count as one of the Blackthorns, but he'd take it. 7 Arbiters dead sounded better than 6. At the last moment, the Arbiter drew something from his belt and pointed it at the guard. Bang! Bertram stumbled backwards, shaking his head, trying to stop the ringing in his ears. The guard collapsed on the stone floor with a small hole through his breastplate, through his chest. A spatter of blood on the wall behind. The Arbiter tucked the little device back into his belt and turned toward Bertram again. The Arbiter took a step forward. Bertram took a step backward. Killing witch hunters was always tricky. They used magic and didn't care who got hurt. Bertram had once used a woman as a hostage. The Arbiter had just stabbed both her and the Blackthorn at the same time. Again, The witch hunter started whispering some words, this time to his sword. Bertram was just getting ready to attack when the Arbiter smashed the hilt of his sword against the wall. The wall split and cracked. A huge rent in the stone sped along the wall toward Bertram. As the crack reached level with Bertram, the wall exploded outward in a hail of stone and wood and plaster. For a moment, Bertram went down on one knee as a large brick hit him in the side of the head. For a moment, his vision went dark, and it took a few shakes of his head before he could see again. "Blackthorn," the Arbiter said again. The cut on his face was still bleeding. Fat drops of red dropped down to stain his coat. "Why did you?" Bertram didn't give the bastard a chance to finish his question. He threw the knife in his left hand with an easy flick of the wrist. Bertram had long ago puzzled out how to throw a knife with only 3 fingers. Only problem was it was never on target. The small blade stuck into the Arbiter's right leg, and the witch hunter went down, falling backwards with a bellow of pain. The Blackthorn's grin returned as he stalked forward. The Arbiter struggled back to his knees, grimacing in pain. "Thorn!" Bertram glanced behind him. Swift stood at the end of the corridor, waving like he was on fire. "What?" "Run!" Then Swift was gone. As the Arbiter pulled himself back to his feet, Bertram saw the guards behind him. A corridor full of angry-looking men, all armed and edging closer. Bertram was never good with numbers, but he could count to 10 and then some, and the guards were already closer to then some. The Arbiter glanced behind him, and then back, and for a brief moment, Bertram thought he saw fear on the man's face. "Good luck," Bertram said with a grin before he turned and ran away, hoping that the boss didn't decide to leave him behind. Chapter 28. The Blade Master. It didn't take long once the Arbiter had left for men to start presenting themselves to Jaret. The first had been a handsome enough man, though little more than a boy in truth. A thin fuzz of sand-colored hair stood out on his chin, and he had a pointed jaw, straight nose, and deep blue eyes. He bowed low and tried to take Jaret's hand. She pulled away and almost punched the boy until she remembered men like to kiss women's hands in some places. Seemed a dangerous prospect to her. You never know where a person's hand had been. Her own had been in some pretty rough places. The handsome youth straightened with an awkward smile, but didn't run off straight away. He'd taken a step closer to Jez and said, "Would the lady care to dance?" Jaret snorted at him and replied with, "I'd care not to dance." The boy gave up after that, walking away with a look of utter confusion on his face, as if he couldn't understand why Jaret hadn't swooned at his meager attentions. Truth was, it seemed to take very little to impress these fancy ladies. One pretty-faced man seemed to get them all moist. The second man was older. Jaret reckoned close to his 50th year, but no less bold. He stepped close to Jez, too close. She stepped backward, and he followed, so she stepped back again. He followed again. They continued in that strange parody of a dance for 6 steps before he smiled at her in a disarming fashion. Jaret could have kept stepping away from him for the entire night. She made sure to keep track of everyone around her.
"My name is Lord Albert Bryn,"
the man said in a voice like honey, and accompanied by a blast of wine-scented air. "Lord of where?" Jaret asked.
"Pardon?"
"You can't be a lord without somewhere to be a lord of, and you're about as blooded as I am, so—" Again, the man smiled, but with a lot less warmth this time.
"I'm Lord of Ellenworth. It's a holding in Acanthia. Do you know where that is?"
That might have brought a smile to Jaret's lips if it hadn't been so patronizing. "I was born in Acanthia, you stupid bastard." She'd spent the first 20 years of her life in and around the merchant town of True Ridge, and they were not a pleasant 20 years.
I've never heard of it.
It must be a very minor holding. I should go. She turned and almost knocked into another man. Jaret was certain he hadn't been there a moment ago. He must move as quiet as a ghost.
I'm sorry. Completely my fault, miss.
Jaret, she replied, without thinking. The man was more than a little drunk, but no less handsome for it. His jaw and his eyes gave away his blooded heritage, and his red cheeks gave him a friendly appeal.
Miss Jaret,
He smiled. Definitely blooded. Say what you want of the rich bastards, but they are pretty, Jez.
is a pretty name. And a pretty face.
And you are? The man's mouth made an O shape.
I'm terribly sorry. My manners are all over the place.
He leaned toward her, and she could smell the alcohol on him. It overpowered the perfume he was wearing, which Jaret counted as a good thing. Men shouldn't wear perfume. Can't say you know why women do either, Jez. Nothing wrong with the smell of good, clean sweat.
I think I may be a little bit drunk,
He drawled at her. Uh-huh.
My name is Anders, and is a pleasure to meet you, Jaret.
Right. Jaret glanced around the room and then back again. Anders was still smiling at her, swaying on his feet just a little more. He was a little taller than Thakwel, with long, dark hair. His green silken suit looked well worn and stained in places, but there was something about the man that set Jaret's nerves on edge.
Truth is,
He said, leaning forward a little as he swayed.
I find these things terribly dull. How does a beautiful, very, very beautiful woman like yourself stand them?
Jaret leveled a stare at him. I count the number of armed people in the room and make sure I know where they all are.
Really?
He sounded very surprised. 12 guards, 4 by each wall and each carrying a sword and wearing a plate cuirass. 3 seem a little green, but at least 2 are veterans. Anders glanced around the room, although in his state, Jaret doubted he could see that far. They were quite near one of the walls, though, and a great glass window behind Anders had a guard either side of it.
That is quite impressive.
8 others, bodyguards most like, 2 mingling as guests, 1 armed with a short sword, the other with a long curved knife. 6 around the walls, 2 talking by the hearth, both armed with iron clubs, and 4 at various spots, well away from each other, all armed with swords and wearing studded leather. Anders was nodding like a bird.
I think you missed 2, though.
Jaret narrowed her eyes at the man. Something is wrong here, Jez.
There is you, for a start.
Jez took a step away from him. What? She noticed a small drop of blood on the shoulder of Anders' suit. Anders smiled at her but made no move toward her.
You have a sword. A sword. Underneath that pretty blue dress. Strapped to your leg.
He patted his leg to show where he meant. Jaret glanced around her to make sure no one was coming for her. How did he know?
There's another one, too. A Another woman. Armed, I mean. There's lots of women. She's very, very tall.
Just then, Jaret heard a bang. It was muffled, but it sounded all too familiar to her ears. A moment later, a guard burst through the door Thankwell had used just a short while back. He looked around the ballroom with panicked eyes. Jaret noticed the music had stopped, as had all the chatter. "There's an arbiter upstairs, fighting the Blackthorn!" Oh, fuck. Now would be the time for that distraction he needed, Jez. A murmur ran through the crowd of gathered fancy folk, and guards started moving toward the door.
An arbiter is here?
She heard Anders say.
Think, Jez. A distraction.
The arbiter arrived with a woman, didn't he? She was around here somewhere. A pretty little thing. I talked to her. She was wearing a blue dress, I think. Anders looked at her.
Your dress is blue.
That's her. There. By the window. Guards! Guards! Over there!
Jaret!
Jez knew that voice anywhere. Masculine, yet also feminine. She caught a glimpse of Constance, towering above the crowd, pushing her way through.
That's her! The tall one!
Jaret found herself calm despite the weight of so many pairs of eyes, despite the angry giant of a woman bearing down on her, wanting her head, despite the guards watching, wondering whether they should make a grab for her. "I'm sorry, Anders," Jez said, and despite the dangerous feeling she got off of him, she found she meant it.
What?
Jaret grabbed hold of his suit by both hands and pushed him backwards hard. His feet stumbled as he tried to keep himself upright, but Jez kept pushing, and then she threw her whole weight against him. There was a loud crash as the window shattered, and then they were out in open air and falling. Jaret held on to Anders and held herself close. His body hit the floor with an unhealthy, sickening thud. Jaret rolled off the man and gasped for air. It had been a good 20 feet, and even with a soft body to take the impact, it had winded her. A face appeared at the window above her, a large, red, angry face. Constance roared at Jaret in fury, and for a moment, Jez thought the bitch would follow her out the window, but she thought better of it. It was a miracle Jez survived, and she was about half the size of Constance.
I'm going to kill you, whore!
Constance screamed out of the window, but Jaret was already running, or trying to. Her dress caught in her legs and she stumbled. With no regard for the finery of the fabric, Jaret ripped through the bottom half of the dress to free her legs and drew her sword from the strapping on her right thigh. She risked a glance back toward the body of Anders. He wasn't moving. Didn't look to be breathing, but he was bleeding, and it didn't surprise her. Best distraction I could do, Thankwell. And it only cost one life. Good luck. Jez ran. She had no idea where she was running to, but she ran all the same. Gravel path, green hedge, and stone wall all passed by her in a blurry haze, yet she didn't slow for even a moment. 2 guards stepped out in front of her. Didn't look to be after her, just out on patrol. The first man died before his sword was out of its scabbard, a deep red rend of flesh where his face used to be. The second man drew his sword and slashed at her in one motion. Jaret caught the blade in her own, and with an easy flick of her wrist, her blade was inside the man's guard. She stepped forward and thrust at the same time, and her sword went straight through the man's neck. She pulled it free with a spray of blood that soaked into the remnants of her blue dress, and then she started running away. A blade master never wounds, he used to say. Always kills. Never leave an enemy alive. Don't give them a chance for revenge. Strange for that thought to pop into her head now, but Jaret knew why. She'd made that mistake with Constance. This entire misadventure had happened because she left Constance alive. Wounded, but alive. Jaret pulled up, panting from the exertion of running. The estate was huge, and she already felt like she'd been running for an age. She could hear shouts from behind her somewhere, from inside the manor, from everywhere. She looked around. High walls on every side. How the fuck do I get out? Damn Arbiter didn't tell me this part of his fucking plan! In the distance, she saw a figure sprint across a small section of grass and then disappear into the ground. When the figure didn't reappear, Jaret knew what she'd seen. A tunnel. It was her last chance of survival in this death trap. She just had to hope it led out, and whoever had gone in first wasn't waiting for her. Jaret jumped into the hole. Her stupid sandals lost purchase, and she went down onto her hands and knees in the dark. Then the smell hit her, and she fought to stop herself from retching. Great. Another fucking sewer! Chapter 29. The Arbiter. By the time Thankwell stumbled through the door to the old warehouse, he was bleeding from a dozen different places. He was sure most were only small cuts, but the stab wound on his leg, given to him by the Black Thorn, did not feel so minor. Neither did the nick taken out of his left ear, for that matter. Never had he known a wound to hurt so much. Thankwell had given worse than he had received, but it turned out fighting somewhere close to 20 well-armed guardsmen was as difficult as it sounded. He'd injured at least 6 of them and killed 2. It was unfortunate but unavoidable. After the fighting, he'd fled and discovered that running away on an injured leg, with a host of guards chasing him, was about as difficult as that sounded. Thankwell had run, chanting a mixture of speed and endurance blessings, and he thanked Volmar he was able to do so. Mixing blessings was difficult. Only 1 in 50 arbiters had ever mastered the skill, and he was glad he'd taken the time and made the effort. Now his chanting had finished, though, and Thankwell found himself weak, beyond tired, bloodied and in pain, angry and more than a little confused. Why had the Blackthorn killed Lord Kolth, and why the hell could he not have waited another hour so Thankwell could have interrogated the Fat Lord first? He stumbled, tried to catch himself on one of the old crates, and went straight through the rotten wood. He found himself sprawled on the floor amidst a pile of splinters, and something that smelled like it might have been alive once. His breathing was heavy, and he was contemplating passing out. Even as his eyes began to close, Thankwell knew he didn't have time for sleep. There were too many things to do, not least of which was getting out of the city before the guard caught up to him. He was certain his position as an arbiter of the Inquisition wouldn't save him if the remaining council members decided he was responsible for Kolth's gruesome death. Reaching into his coat pocket, Thankwell pulled out a small wad of papers and leafed through until he found the correct one. Each slip of paper had a different symbol on it, and each charm had a different effect. Thankwell bared his left arm and slapped the paper onto his skin. It stuck there as if glued, and he knew it would hurt like hell when it came time to tear it off, taking with it all the hairs beneath. His eyes snapped open, and his vision cleared a little. The sleepless charm was a dangerous one if used for too long. A person could die of exhaustion easily enough, and there were other perils. Prolonged use had been known to cause a variety of symptoms, including hallucinations. Struggling to his feet, Thankwell limped toward the crate where he'd stowed his pack. He reached inside, pulled out the heavy sack, and dumped it on the dusty floor, along with his coat and the brown shirt he'd been wearing, now stained with red blood. From his pack, he pulled a rough-spun wool tunic, his leathers, and the small stash of medical supplies. It was little more than some ointment and a few bandages, but it would serve a purpose. He'd never been too competent at the medical studies part of his training. Thankwell set about dressing his wounds. His leg first. He cleaned the angry flesh, and then wrapped the bandage around the trousers. Then his left arm, where he'd taken 2 small cuts, followed by his right, where he'd taken another. His ear he cleaned as best he could, but left unbandaged. It would do for now. He pulled the tunic over his head and sat down, resting for a short time. There was one other thing he needed to do, something unpleasant, and something he had to do alone.
Jaret?
Thankwell called out. There was no answer.
Jaret? Are you here?
Still no answer, and he was thankful for that. Thankwell pulled the box with the ink pot from his bag and a blank chip of wood. Paper wouldn't do for this rune. It couldn't hold enough power. He drew the correct symbols onto the chip with painstaking accuracy. 3 runes, 1 for each of the seals Volmar used. When he was done, he stowed the ink pot back into his pack, stood up, and paused. Such an inscription was draining, and combined with the loss of blood, his head already felt too light, and his vision swam in front of his eyes. If not for the sleepless charm, Thankwell knew he'd have passed out then. He waited until his vision cleared, took a deep breath, and hesitated. It wasn't that he was scared. Arbiter Thankwell Darkheart was scared of a number of things, but this was not one of them. It was just... making contact with the void was ever a harrowing experience. The creatures there were not meant to be seen by human eyes, or heard with human ears. Thankwell snapped the chip of wood in half and dropped both pieces. Both were consumed in a low blue fire on either side of Thankwell. Chade was a hot place, and the warehouse was no exception, but it started to grow cold, icy almost. Thankwell could see his breath misting in front of his face, could feel the bumps rippling across his skin. It grew darker, too. The warehouse had not been well lit before, but light from the moon shone in through holes in the roof, only not anymore. An unnatural dark descended upon the interior of the building. Then came the clinking of chains. Thankwell had never seen the chains, but he heard them every time. They sounded great heavy things of thick metal, but of what metal he could not say. Volmar had never shared the secrets of how he bound them. The face appeared out of the darkness, or formed from the darkness. Thankwell wasn't sure which. It was a vast thing, almost as big as Thankwell himself. Hard to see, but he could just about make it out. A darker patch of darkness among the black. It almost looked as if it absorbed the light around it. 2 dots of yellow flame flickered to life in that face, as if the thing opened its eyes and looked upon Thankwell. When it opened its mouth, it drew in a deep breath, possibly its first breath in this realm for thousands of years, and the room grew colder still as it sucked the very warmth from the room. Here was a thing not meant for this world. Here was a demon. Thankwell stood his ground and wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. Every time the face of the demon moved, the rattling of chains accompanied it. Thankwell stared at the monster. It was one of the biggest he'd ever seen. Most appeared to be almost human in size, but this one, with a face so big, Thankwell couldn't imagine how big the body might be.
Arbiter Darkheart,
the demon said. Its voice felt like ants in Thankwell's veins, and he had the sudden urge to tear his own ears from his head. A shudder ran through him, starting at the top of his head and ending in his feet.
I have a message for the Grand Inquisitor!
Thankwell shouted into the roaring darkness.
Of course,
the demon replied, its inhuman voice dripping with poisonous scorn.
We serve as always.
Thousands of years ago, Volmar had bound the demons from the void, bound them to serve the Inquisition. Nobody knew how he did it, It was a secret the god took to his grave, but the binding still stood firm. The demons still served, though grudgingly.
I have interrogated the prisoner. She is a witch.
Are you sure?
The demon asked. It made Thankwell pause. No demon had ever asked him a question before. They were bound to serve, not to question.
She is a witch!
Thankwell insisted. The demon did not reply. Its great yellow eyes flickered at him. Its mouth took another cold breath, and Thankwell shivered.
The Council of Chade allowed her to escape before I could carry out my judgment. I will pursue the witch into the wilds, find her, and purge her.
The demon let forth a cruel noise that sounded something like laughter.
Is there anything else, Arbiter Darkheart?
Thankwell thought about telling the Inquisition about the ball, telling them that he was being hunted for the murder of one of the council, telling them that he was falsely accused. He knew they wouldn't care, though. They would expect him to clean up his own mess.
No,
he said into the face of the demon.
Good,
it replied, its eyes burning brighter for a moment. Then the face seemed to turn. The great flaming eyes saw something in the room Thankwell did not.
You are watched, Arbiter.
As the giant face faded into the darkness with another sickening laugh, the light returned to the warehouse, and Thankwell heard the noise. A quiet scrambling that he might have dismissed as a rat, but the demon had known better. Thankwell started toward the noise, and it turned into a crash as one of the crates collapsed under the weight of whoever it was. It was going for the exit. Thankwell limped over toward the door as fast as he could, even as he heard more scrambling and another crash. A small figure darted out from between two old crates and made for the door with a sprint. Thankwell reached out and grabbed the child by the clothing on their back and dragged them away before throwing them against a barrel. The child was a boy, no more than 9 years old, by Thankwell's guess. He looked afraid, and more than afraid as he pushed his back up against a barrel, shaking all over, eyes wide and dark and fearful.
I didn't see nothing. Nothing. Just let me go, please. I won't tell nobody you're here. I didn't see nothing.
Thankwell stared at the cringing boy with his knees drawn up to his chest and his watery eyes looking around for an escape route. He wore little more than rags. His hair was long, uncut, and dirty. His teeth were stunted and crooked, and his hands were covered in grime. This boy was one of the homeless for sure. Somehow, he'd managed to evade the slavers all this time. An impressive feat. A boy like this would not be predisposed toward telling the truth. With a sigh, Thankwell knew what he had to do.
What did you see, boy?
Thankwell asked. He hated asking questions.
You was talking to something dark with fire for eyes.
The boy clasped a hand over his mouth and started weeping. It wouldn't help him. It couldn't. Not now. Nothing could help him. The poor lad had unfortunately stumbled onto the Inquisition's dirty secret, and the worst thing about it was that it was Thankwell's fault. He should have checked the warehouse more thoroughly before summoning the demon. It was his fault, but the boy had to pay the price.
I'm sorry,
Thankwell said to the boy. He pulled his metal ball thrower from his belt, cocked the hammer, leveled the barrel at the boy's head, and pulled the trigger.
Bang!
Chapter 30. The Blade Master. Can't say I expected that, Jez thought as she stared at the Arbiter. Thanquil was standing over the body, his ball-shooting device forgotten in his hand. His coat was discarded on the floor, and he wore a pale tunic with fresh blood stains in a couple of places. Even from behind, he looked tired, shaky and resigned. You probably look worse yourself, Jez. At least he doesn't look and smell like he just crawled through a sewer. Again. She walked up behind the Arbiter on silent feet. He didn't look surprised when she appeared at his side. Didn't look much of anything apart from tired and sick. She looked down at the boy amidst the ruin of an old barrel. Definitely dead. They don't get much deader. Thanquil dropped the device he'd used to kill the boy and stumbled away to collapse against a beam of wood close to his backpack. He looked like he might be throwing up pretty soon. Or crying. Or both. She wouldn't blame him for that. But Jaret had long ago stopped getting so worked up over killing. Life in the wilds did that to you. Reckon he probably deserved it, Jaret said, as she bent over to pick up the Arbiter's killing device and deposited it over by his pack. Thanquil let out a noise somewhere between a snort and a sob. He didn't. Oh, was all Jaret could think to say in reply. He seemed to notice her for the first time.
Did you see?
I arrived late, it seems. Saw you shoot a boy in the face. Don't know why. Not sure I want to know.
You look...
The Arbiter started to say and then stopped.
You made it out.
Jaret nodded. Just about. Whatever you did in there caused a mighty ruckus. Found a sewer entrance. Hence the... She pointed at her once blue dress. It was ripped in more places than she cared to count, spattered with blood, and covered with waste. Her hands, feet, and knees looked little better. Scraped in places, covered in shit in others. Jez pulled her own pack from its hiding spot and dragged it over to the water barrel. She pulled the remains of the blue dress over her head and discarded it on the floor. Her sandals were long since lost down in the sewers. She pulled off her undergarments. They were soiled beyond saving as well. Funny how crawling through a sewer tends to cover you in shit. I think I should stay away from them in the future. Jaret knew the Arbiter was watching, but she didn't care. Truth was, she liked it. People had been watching her all night when she looked pretty, yet this one watched her even now, naked and covered in shit. How long has it been, Jez? Weeks? Months? By all the gods, I'd like a good fuck. So what if he's just killed a boy? You've fucked people who've done worse, Jez. She'd done worse herself, and after the night she'd had, she needed it. She was pretty sure he needed it too. It'd get his mind off the boy, off whatever happened at the ball. We both need it, so do it. She cupped water in both hands and splashed it on her face. The cold liquid ran down her body. It felt good, given the heat of the city. She washed her hands first, then her arms, then her knees. All the while, she could feel the Arbiter watching her. Do it, she urged him. Make a move. We'll both be happier for it. Jaret heard Thanquil push himself to his feet, heard him take a shaky step toward her. He's tired. So are you, Jez. Fuck it. I need this. Just reach out and touch me. I'll take it from there. Do the rest. Jez never initiated. That way, she could claim it wasn't her fault afterward. She heard him take another step, and he stopped. He was within touching distance, she could tell. She could feel it. She waited. And waited. The tension was unbearable.
"Those are some interesting scars," he said.
Just like that, it was over. The heat, the tension, the urges, the desire. All of it gone. Now, Jaret just felt embarrassed. Felt like she needed to cover herself. She looked around for her clothing. The only thing in reach was her ripped, torn, dirtied blue dress. Her leathers had spilled out of her pack behind her. Jaret turned, pushed the Arbiter away with the hand not covering her scars, and stalked toward her clothing. She kept her back to him, didn't want him to see her embarrassment as she pulled her clothing on. She heard him take a step and collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud.
"I'm sorry,"
he said from the floor.
"I didn't mean to."
He trailed off. Jaret turned to look at the Arbiter. He looked exhausted, and worse. He looked like he'd done something he could never take back. Jez could still see the body of the boy, motionless, just a few short feet away. How could you ever have thought he'd want to fuck after that? Would you? She asked herself, though, truth was, she was scared of answering. We all have them, she heard herself say. Already, she wasn't sure why she told him that.
"All Blade Masters have the same scars,"
he said. It wasn't a question, but she felt the need to answer it all the same, so she nodded. Far as I know, anyway. My master had them. Said it was part of the training. The old bastard said a lot of things. Said a blade master has to know what it's like to get cut so they can ignore it in battle. Flinching can cost you your life. So, he'd cut me. Never let me know when, that'd remove the point. Just, when we were sparring, sometimes he'd cut me. She remembered all of them and far too well for her liking. No part of her body was safe from his blades. Not her arms, not her legs, not her breasts, not even her face, though he'd only cut there once, and it was a small thing, only noticeable in some lights. Different types of cuts, some shallow, some deep, some long, some short. Different types of blades, too. Straight, curved, even serrated. Serrated blades really hurt, and the scars they leave. She rubbed at the raised flesh on her belly just above her navel. One of the worst scars she had. Long and proud and ugly. He even ran me through once. Said I needed to know how it felt. Missed all my vital bits, but... She showed him. Couldn't say why. Jaret hated people looking at her scars, but she showed him all the same. A small thing it was, on her side, no more than a finger width across, and a matching scar on her back where it had gone all the way through. The old bastard had used a thin rapier to do it, and Jez had taken months to recover. The Arbiter was silent, watching her with eyes sunk in dark sockets. For some reason, his silence made her want to say more. You can't lie to an Arbiter, they say. The other one had the same scars too. She saw the Arbiter frown. The other Blade Master. For a long time I thought I was the only one. A dying breed, my master used to say. But in the 5 Kingdoms I met another. Some knight. Sir... I don't remember. They all called him the Sword of the North. He had the same scars. I checked when we fucked. For some reason, Jaret found she couldn't quite meet the Arbiter's eyes. Never been so scared of anyone in my life as I was of him. He was like the shade of death given form. She shuddered, just remembering him. I saw this Sword of the North cut down 10 men. They didn't stand a chance. Had him surrounded and everything, and he just... Afterwards, he challenged me. Said he wanted to know which of us was better.
You didn't fight him.
Jaret laughed. Of course not. I told him he was better. No way I was fighting him. So I fucked him instead. Now that was terrifying. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. I was so scared, I just lay there with him on top, thrusting away. Didn't take him long. Afterward, he rolled off and laughed at me. He said, whores fuck their way out of fights, not blade masters. Said I'll never be a real blade master until I let go of the fear. Jaret could feel the heat rising in her cheeks. I should have killed him for that. Instead, I just lay there, feeling terrified and needing to piss. And I still remember it all like it was yesterday. She'd started running from the 5 kingdoms that very same day and had never gone back. Last thing she wanted was to see the Sword of the North ever again. For a long time, the Arbiter was silent. Jaret pulled her sword close and hugged it. Hard steel felt reassuring in her hands. A blade master without a blade is a master of nothing.
You're from Acanthia,
he said. She nodded, wondering how he could tell. Jaret had long ago rid herself of the accent, though she could drop into it at will. Thalern is an Acanthian name. It was his, my master's. I don't even remember what my name was before then. Parents made to sell me to a pleasure house at 9 years. Acanthia had laws against slavery, but it had never stopped pleasure houses from buying women or girls. My master was there, bought me from them for more than the pleasure house could have paid. Said I'd have a better life with him. She snorted and spat. They never even asked what he wanted me for. Do you have parents, Thankwell? She asked after a while of silence. Jaret couldn't say why she asked, just wanted to stop talking about herself. Seemed she'd said a lot, and he'd said very little. The Arbiter was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice had changed. It sounded harder, flat, and cold.
No.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You should get some rest, Jaret. We'll be leaving in a few hours, before dawn. We won't be stopping for a while, and we won't be taking the roads.
We're leaving Chade? Tonight? In truth, that sounded a good idea. Constance would be looking for her, and she'd start looking in Chade. The sooner they left, the better.
Lord Kolth is dead.
You killed him? The Arbiter laughed.
I might as well have. Get some sleep, Jaret. I'll wake you when it's time to leave.
You're the one looks like they need sleep. But Jaret didn't say anything. She was finding it hard to keep her eyes open. She watched him for a while. The Arbiter just sat staring into the darkness, glancing at the body of the boy from time to time, and then away again.
Guilt is a dangerous enemy,
her master used to say.
Guilt can stay your hand when you need to be certain. Guilt can slow your actions, slow your wits. Guilt can force you to give mercy where none is due. Guilt can kill you.
He wasn't wrong. Guilt was trying to kill Jaret right now. Only, it called itself Constance. Chapter 31. The Blackthorn.
What the fuck were you doing, Thorn?
The boss didn't shout. Rarely, even when angry, did the boss shout. But Bertram reckoned he was on the verge. Metal flashed at the Blackthorn, every time the Southerner spoke. Fact is, Bertram Thorne wasn't the type of person to take a tongue lashing. Most of the time. But, fact was, Bertram Thorne fucked up good and proper, and he knew it. Back in the mansion, he should have run, should have turned tail and fled back to the crew and through the sewer tunnel, and they could have fallen upon the Arbiter on the other side. 6 on 1 it would have been, and those were good odds, even against a witch hunter. Instead, he stood his ground and fought.
Sorry, boss.
Weren't many times in his life Bertram had said sorry.
Well, you've messed up my plans good, Thorne, the boss continued. And the whole crew has got you to blame for it.
Bertram didn't like the sound of that one bit. One thing to have the boss angry at you. Another thing to have the whole crew hostile.
Suppose I could have just let the Arbiter take me. Reckon he'd have asked me a few questions, though. You can't lie to an Arbiter,
Bones said in a quiet voice. As usual, the big man had folded up on the floor, cross-legged, and was already cleaning his bones. He always cleaned his bones when nervous.
Think the answers might have messed up your plans somewhat?
Bertram continued. You could have let him kill you, Green said with a sneer. The boss spat and continued to glare at Bertram. Bones was making sure his eyes were anywhere but on either of them. Henry was watching the street, making sure they weren't followed. Green was watching the confrontation with interest. Too much interest for Bertram's liking. Swift was gone. He'd not come back with the rest of them, but the boss didn't seem too worried. Like as not, it was probably part of the plan.
I was gonna give us all a few days in shade, a chance to spend some bits, have some fun. Can't do that no more.
The boss was still staring at Bertram with angry eyes.
Blackthorn got made fighting with that damn witch hunter, and now the whole fucking town guard'll be looking for him. For us. Now, they ain't gonna let the murder of a council member go unpunished.
All eyes were on him now. The crew liked only one thing better than making bits: spending them. And Bertram had just stopped them from being able to spend a small fortune in a city that boasted it could accommodate any desire. He cleared his throat.
Where are we headed, boss? I'll tell you when you need to fucking know.
Metal flashed, and Bertram quieted.
We're leaving tonight, soon as Swift gets back.
Henry spat.
Where is that half-blooded bastard?
The boss gave her a hard stare.
He's delivering a message to Deadeye. What message?
Bertram asked.
What part of when you need to fucking know didn't you get, Thorne?
Bertram had never seen the boss quite so angry, nor had he ever seen a jaw quite so clenched.
We wait for Swift, and then we go. Good? Thorne, over here.
The boss opened the door to his and Henry's room and walked through. Bertram followed, obedient, but too much following orders without knowing the why was starting to grate. Never had the boss been so secretive before, nor had he ever been quite so testy.
Close the door, Thorne,
the boss said once Bertram was inside. The room stank of sweat. The bed, if you could call it that, was a mess. A single mattress, stuffed with straw, ripped and torn and stained and moldy, being propped up on a collection of wooden planks. The whole thing looked like to fall to pieces the moment anyone touched it, but it held together as the boss sat down on it, a weary look on his face. The boss let out a heavy sigh.
Right now, Thorne, I need you.
Bertram looked around the room. Dirty, discarded rags of clothing. Rat droppings. 2 dead rats. Bones would have been sad to see those.
Boss? More to the fact, I need your name. Ain't no one quite so well known as the Blackthorn, 'cept maybe Deadeye herself, and I need that. Right now, the Fixers know you're working for Deadeye. More to the fact, Deadeye knows you're working for Deadeye, and I need that. There a point to this, boss? There is, if you let me finish. Right now, I need you. But this job we got, it's bigger than you. And if you do anything to fuck it up, I will kill you myself. And I don't give a fuck how hard all the stories say that is.
Bertram ground his teeth a little, found a nice spot of wall to lean against, close to the door, and felt a tug on his burned face as his lip curled up a bit.
Real inspiring speech you gave there, boss. Take a bit more than an angry blackskin to frighten me, though.
Not entirely truthful, but the Blackthorn weren't afraid of anyone, and the moment Bertram let folk think otherwise was the moment he found a dagger planted in his back, and he'd already been through that once, and it fucking hurt. The boss glared at him for a while and then spat.
Got something I need you to do, Thorn. Should be good. Keep an eye on Swift.
Bertram grinned.
Could be hard work, seeing as you let him run off and all.
The boss ignored the jab.
I mean it, Thorn. We're going to see Host.
That gave Bertram a pause.
You don't trust him? I trust Swift more than I trust Green.
Bertram snorted out a laugh.
Which is to say, not much. So, you're asking a man you just threatened to kill to watch one you don't trust.
The boss grinned and shook his head, and for a moment, he looked like the man Bertram had been recruited by years ago.
You should try running a band of cutthroat sellsword murderers sometime, Thorn. It's not fucking easy.